9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Meteorologist Bill Murray. We've worked out some technical difficulties here on our stream on this historic day. Severe weather outbreak in Alabama and Mississippi, a high risk day, our first in 4 years. And let's get right to what's going on. We've got tornado warnings now lined up as we feared we would from northwestern Alabama through eastern Mississippi. The storms in eastern Mississippi getting ready to move into western Alabama. We have a high risk level 5 out of 5 for a good bit of the state of Alabama. We have a PDS tornado watch in effect for much of the state till 8 o'clock. Tornado watches there, obviously, for much of Mississippi into southeastern Louisiana. Let's get started with our coverage this afternoon. First, I'd like to introduce meteorologist Jack Rudden from Maryland, who's one of our meteorologists on the blog. Jack, you're covering the activity in northwest Alabama. What are you seeing there?
Nothing too terribly ominous at this point. There is a tornado warning still in effect for places like Rogersville, Killen, Lexington, Florence, down to Russellville and Tuscumbia. There's not really a whole lot showing up, but we've had reports of large hail, so really you should be in your shelters anyways. And of course, there's a tornado warning, so you should be sheltering regardless. And then there are severe thunderstorm warnings south of that for, I believe, Franklin County. So Phil Campbell, Russellville, Vina, and Red Bay. But other than that, it's really pretty quote unquote tame up here. There's no real strong indication of a tornado at this point.
That's good news. We did have reported some pretty big hail there, 1.5 inch hail near Littleville and Colbert County, which goes to ping pong size hail. So, really strong hail. We knew we were going to deal with all modes of severe weather today. What's your overall thoughts on what you're seeing today, Jack?
Pretty concerning, if I'm being honest with you. I don't like these supercells that are lining up now right along the Mississippi-Alabama border, and I know we're expecting a tornado warning soon for Pickens and Sumter County, according to the Weather Service, and it really just is primed for some nasty tornadoes today.
Yes, there's no question about that. We do have a tornado warning there in east central Mississippi for parts of Noxubee and Lowndes counties, just west of Pickens County, Alabama. Strong indications of a mesocyclone there, just to the northeast of Macon, Mississippi. That storm is going to be moving to the north-northeast and clip the northwestern part of Pickens County, move into southern Lamar County. And we're going to be watching that storm very carefully. Moving on to the south, I'm going to go to Scott Brown. Scott Brown introducing another team member. Scott's a graduate student at Mississippi State University. Scott, you're watching the storms there in east central Mississippi. What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's right. This warning that's in Kemper County right now, nothing super concerning, but if you are within this polygon there in Kemper, definitely be in your safe spot. There is some broad rotation there, but right now, no signs that anything is on the ground in Kemper County, which is good news. But as is the case with all of these, we could see strengthening occur at any point throughout the next little bit, especially as these storms work their way into the state of Alabama. And like you were saying, that storm just to the north a little bit there in Lowndes County, a little bit of tighter rotation there, starting to see a little bit more organization with this storm. So I'm going to keep my eye on it as well. But that one, no sign of debris or anything just yet either.
Yeah, that southern storm taking sort of a northeasterly track. The Weather Service looking at coming from about 240 degrees. It's going to move into Greene County there, staying generally north of I-59 until it gets to about exit 32, exit 40, exit 45 there from Bullock up to Utah. Worried about our friends from Geiger down to email over to Gainesville, eventually up to Union. If you're in manufactured housing or homes in these areas, we want you to be getting ready to go to your safe place, wherever that is, friends or family, neighbors, that store nearby that offers a little more shelter. This is the tornado warning for now for northwestern Sumter County. Come in even as we speak. It goes until 3:15. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Porterville, 11 miles southeast of DeKalb, Mississippi, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It is a radar indicated tornado, but it looks like that storm has a really well developed rear flank downdraft, very potentially developing a rotation right there along US 45 near or south of Scuba. And as we said, it's going to move into northwestern Sumter County there from Geiger to Email over to Gainesville. Those communities are in the polygon, and we want you to be in your safe place. Seeing some really strong normalized rotation right there, right near and east of US 45 in Kemper County, Mississippi. They're approaching the town of Email. So yeah, that storm, Scott Brown's got our attention now into northwestern Sumter County.
Yeah, it definitely does. Let's see. Looking at it, still not seeing any signs of debris, which is good news. But if you're within this polygon here, uh, in the cities of Porterville, Scuba, Emile, Geiger, Panola, Gainesville, all those areas definitely need to be in your safe spot until this storm has passed over you. This new warning, like you said, goes for the next 45 minutes or so. So we'll definitely keep our eye there. It's the latest radar scan starting to look like that rotation's getting a little bit more strengthened. Still no obvious signs of anything on the ground, but I'll keep my eye on this one as we're monitoring this big cluster of storms.
Yeah, the further south you go, the instabilities are even higher. We have confirmed tornado warnings now south of I-20 along I-59. Scott Martin, a longtime participant here on the blog, meteorologist, graduate of Mississippi State University. Scott, you're watching those storms in Jasper and Covington counties, back into Jefferson Davis County. What are you seeing?
Oh, taking a look at the radar right now, we have a good couplet right around the Bay Springs and Lowen areas in Mississippi right there. Right now, it looks like this one may be on the ground as there is a CC drop right there in between the two cities. The storm is screaming off to the northeast, and hadn't seen any reports on it yet. But this tornado will be heading like it'll be heading toward Paulding and Rose Hill around 2:40. It's at Turnersville and Montrose right now, and it'll be heading to Garlandville around 2:45, Orange around 2:50, and Enterprise around 3 p.m. Right now, yeah, this is definitely a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So yeah, this one's heading in the direction of Alabama. And then if you scroll back just to the southwest, Mount Olive and Collins, there's another decent couplet right there that's about to head back into Taylorsville that has just went through that tornado that's up toward Lewin and Bay Springs right now. This warning, this one's also a PDS tornado warning. Is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located near Collins and was moving northeast at 50. Let's see, times on here for the tornado warning have already elapsed, so it's already past Collins and Hebron. So then if you go even farther back to the south, you have more tornado warned storms. But the good news on those to the south is the rotational couplets do not look as impressive at all, and not seeing any drops in the CC to show that it's on the ground at the moment.
Yeah, the storm has had a history of producing damage in the Taylorville community. Beginning to see a little bit of a CC drop there. That concerns me. Our chaser, Dr. Lance King, was in Maplesville for a while this morning, and he went south on Alabama 17, positioning himself perfectly just south of email. I don't know if he can hear us, but if we can see his stream, he's approaching the rear flank downdraft right now. It's a real technical challenge to get this stream in the out of the field. We thank Brett Adair for helping us get it out of there. I can see his stream. He's in real difficult cell coverage, just south of email right there. So yeah, we're kind of going into a little bit of a black screen there, but we'll try to get him connected. He's trying to turn around and position himself perfectly. I can see exactly where he is. Yeah, no. And he has just put himself in a spectacular position for us to see. He's south of Sledge on Alabama 17, and he is turning around and coming back to the north. So hopefully we'll have some imagery from him. The strongest rotation there on the radar is getting ready to cross the Alabama-Mississippi border right now, near email. And crossing into Sumter County, Alabama. So we want our folks along Alabama 17 from Geiger down to email, including the community of Sledge. This is well to the north of York. We want you to be in your safe place as this rotation crosses over Mississippi 16, intersects Alabama 17. Is moving along Alabama 116 over toward Gainesville there, showing the correlation coefficient, which gives us an idea of what we might be seeing in terms of debris. We don't see any real strong signals there. There may be some signals that showing us some indication of that. But for right now, we think we're okay. Let's go to Jen Nairmore. Jen, you've been tracking reports. It was a tragic night last night across Arkansas and Missouri, and that situation is unfolding today across Mississippi and Alabama.
That's right. Yeah, it was rough last night across parts of Arkansas, Missouri. Last report, at least 16 fatalities. We're still trying to gather some of that information. But looking at what we've seen already today, it's primarily been large hail. That's been some of the reports that have been coming in out of Colbert County, Muscle Shoals area, seen some very large hail, had reports of at least baseball size hail coming in from some of the emergency management reports in the Colbert Heights community. So those are some of the reports. We also had a tornado warning earlier in Marion County, Alabama, and there was some rotation there. But so far, it's primarily been some hail. And we also had flooding this morning with the early round of storms that was coming in to Coleman County. We had depths of water in parts of Coleman County of about 6 to 8 inches, Bill. So right now, just kind of scouring social media, scouring the National Weather Service chat, and gathering all the reports to kind of throw your way.
Yeah, our friend Brett Adair is in the Bears cage. I don't know if we have his stream. But he is in the Bears cage, very close to Scuba, Mississippi. He is in the heaviest precipitation, and you can see that. Brett, kind enough to give us, got a brief glimpse of it there. He is moving north there in the vicinity of Scuba, Mississippi, along US 45. Now we've got it. Look at that. Visibility is very low. He's trying to get into a position. There may be a bit of a circulation on the back side there, perhaps that he can get into. I'm most concerned, though, about that area near Geiger. Let's go out and take a look at the big picture right now. Again, just make sure we're covering everything. We've got our Hamilton Skycam there, too. This is the big picture right now. We have a tornado warning for northwestern Lawrence, eastern Lauderdale, and eastern Colbert counties in northwestern Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Franklin County. You see the tornado watch that covers a large part of the state of Alabama at this time. We have a tornado warning that continues until 3:15, so for about another 30 minutes for Noxubee and southeastern Lowndes counties in Mississippi. We've got tornado warning straddling the Alabama-Mississippi border there. there from Kemper County over into Sumter County, and then we get into all these confirmed tornado warnings in southeastern Mississippi. And those storms are going to be moving to the northeast. They're going to be moving into places like Sumter and northern Choctaw, and eventually into Greene, Hale, and Marengo counties. And these are going to be problems eventually for places like Tuscaloosa and Bibb counties. But stopping by in the northwestern part of the state again, let's go to Jack Rudd. And Jack, you seen anything that concerns you in our storm that's moving into Lawrence County?
Not really, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they canceled this tornado warning early.
How much fuel we got?
I think they'll keep the severe thunderstorm warning up because we did get baseball-sized hail out of that in the Colbert Heights community, but there really isn't any strong or any indication at all, in my opinion, of a tornado with this storm. So again, it really wouldn't surprise me if they cancel it early. If there's anything, it would probably be just south of Rogersville, but it's very broad, and I'm not seeing anything overly concerning for now.
Yeah, I think we're benefiting from slightly lower dew points, slightly lower instabilities. Obviously, a lot of rainfall in that area. The Capes, by my prop severe products, are showing up somewhere in the 600 to 700 joules per kilogram range. Still a ton of shear in that area, allowing those storms to stay very organized. And of course, that's helping to produce those large hail reports. I just saw a report. Jen, did you see this? The baseball-sized hail report there in the Colbert Heights community. Did you pick that up?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had that report come in a little bit earlier, and some smaller hail up in Lauderdale County, but it's been primarily some of the larger hail from that one storm that pushed through Colbert County, baseball size hail that came in from emergency management in the Colbert Heights community. Also, some sporadic reports in New Bethel of ping pong ball size hail. So that's been the big issue so far with the storms rolling through, other than the flood threat up into parts of the far northwestern parts of the state.
And now we're looking at, we're looking at the VIL product here, the vertically integrated liquid, showing that those VILs have come down, indicating maybe that hail is not as large as it was, and that's great news. So perhaps these storms are weakening a bit as they go further north, and that's great news. We'll take that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning there for Franklin County, folks along Alabama 24, from Red Bay, over to Russellville. We want you to be taking this storm very seriously. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail are possible with that. We got very heavy rainfall now falling from Russellville all along Alabama 24 back to Red Bay. It is coming down in buckets along the western part of the county right now. We did have a report of some flash flooding earlier around 2:30 this afternoon, about 10 miles north of Hodges in Franklin County on the old Nauvoo Road. The depth of the water was about 6 to 8 inches. So we're putting down some extremely heavy rainfall amounts, and the precipitable water values in this area are really, really high. So, you're going to get some extreme rainfall amounts in a very, very short period of time. Let's go down. Scott Brown, take a look at your tornado warnings there north of I-20 in eastern Mississippi and Alabama.
Sorry about that. Technical difficulties there. I'm watching this rotation that has just now crossed into Sumter County, out of Kemper County, and that rotation's gotten a little bit tighter. Nothing to signify on radar, at least, that there is something on the ground. I know that someone has suggested that there may have been a funnel cloud seen on some traffic cameras there in Sumter County, but no official reports of a tornado just yet. But with that being said, if you are in Sumter County and you're within this polygon, just be sure that you are in your safe space right now, that lowest level of your house, interior room. Now, going up to the tornado warning there for Lowndes County, Mississippi. That rotation there has really weakened. Not seeing a whole lot there that is concerning, but that tornado warning is still active. So if you are in that area or you know anyone in that area, just make sure they're in their safe spot until that warning is allowed to expire. And I do just want to point out that we are starting to see some rain and some storms work their way into central Alabama here in Birmingham. Right now, nothing severe in the central part of the state, but we're going to continue to watch as this big line of storms works its way through the state of Alabama.
Yeah, some of those the values, the parameters in the atmosphere there straddling the Alabama-Mississippi border are, more impressive than they are in Northwest Alabama for sure. We've got some mixed layer capes that are in the 2,000 joules per kilogram, and most unstable capes, they're nearing 2,500 joules per kilogram. Plenty of effective shear rates, 70 knots, and over 350 meters squared per second squared of storm relative helicity. So yeah, this area down here, these storms are very concerning. We see intense reflectivity echoes there near Macedonia. On the Lowndes County storm, the more concerning storm perhaps now showing a bit of a mesoscale lock there along Alabama 17 near and just south of Geiger. Looking at Lance King's live feed, he's got a definite lowering there. He is on Alabama 17. Looking north into that storm. So he's got very good positioning. I don't know if we can see his stream and get it to, remain stable here for us for a minute. Because he's got a good look at it. He's racing north right now. On Alabama 17. You can see him right there. Let's see if I can get an exact location for you on where he is. Because he's sharing his location with us as he travels. He's just north of Sledge, and he is getting very close to email right there. So he's in a great position to see what is going on in this storm. And we appreciate Lance being where he is. Lance, I don't know if you can hear us. Can we hear your stream? If we can, tell us what you're saying.
So I'm on 17 north. I'm looking into. I'm not sure. Maybe just several miles south of the circulation. There's definite lowering here. I think something may look like a wall cloud. I can't tell if it's rotating or not, but I can see the rain shield straight up ahead. So I'm trying to get it where I can get this as it crosses this road. I don't know if it may have already crossed it or not.
Lance, that is fantastic work. You positioned yourself perfectly this afternoon. Looks like you've been doing this 1,000 years. Thank you for putting us in position. Maybe if you can get an idea of what you see with that base.
Absolutely. Coming up, just looking at my live radar here right now. Looking straight into the couplet. Once I come over this hill right here, I think maybe might be able to see something. Either be straight ahead, or just slightly off to the right a little bit. So about to go back into the polygon now.
Have you already crossed your about to cross just past Alabama 116? That's over Gainesville there. So we see roughly where you are. You're coming right into that rear flank now. Coming into Geiger. Velocities on the screen now. The view is beautiful. Thank you, Lance. We'll come back to you in just a minute. Keep doing what you're doing. We're starting to see really good indication of rotation there. Just northeast of Alabama 17, just southeast of Geiger. The storm may be spinning up. As it moves to the northeast, it's going to continue moving in the general direction of the Union. attention. Scott Martin, we want to go to you and check on our storms that are a little further to the southwest there, back to the western meridian.
Okay, so matter of fact, they just issued a new tornado warning for southeastern Pickens and northwestern Greene County in Alabama when they goes into 345. And that's just an extension of that tornado warning out of northern Sumter County. Going back down to the south west, here, I got to change radars real quick. Let me look at these. Sail down to the south of Newton and to the west of Stonewall. There's a pretty tight, like a small tight rotation there that's catching my eye, that's going to be heading in the direction of Meridian and Marion and places up to the north and northeast. But the cell that really has my attention right now is the one that just passed Taylorsville and is heading toward Bay Springs. This one has a great rotation couplet on it. And right now, it doesn't look like it is showing a drop in CC. So I don't believe this one's on the ground, but it does say it's observed. So this one's for, we'll be heading, let's see. It'll be heading around, let's see, just past Silverina at 250, and it will be heading in the direction, once again, of Lewin, Bay Springs, Montrose, McNeil, Turnersville, Stevens, and McNeil and Folk and Gridley. That one doesn't look like it is going to be slowing down anytime soon, as it pretty much has some good cape to work off of. That one approaching Meridian, once again, taking a look at it, just south of Newton. Pretty tight rotation on that one. And I am seeing a CC drop on that one now. So this one is most likely on the ground. It is observed. And it is already past Garlandville and Rose Hill and will be heading in the direction. Let me zoom in and get some better looks of these towns. It's right around Hickory, Popular Springs, and Liberty right now, and is heading towards Chunky. That's a pretty good name for me. Meehan, Graham, and Lost Gap. And then we're also going to head on more to the north and bring in Center Ridge, Chamberville, Duffy, and Collinsville. But other than that, let's see, back to the east over southern Alabama, pretty much everything is quiet right now except for a few scattered storms just south and southeast of Tuscaloosa and just west of Brent. And so far, those are behaving, but we'll need to keep our eyes on those as we go through the next couple hours.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see more dangerous weather in the Taylorville area. They've had a rough day there with at least a couple of rounds of severe weather in that area, right, Jen Naramore?
That's exactly right. Yeah, I was just gathering a few reports of flooding, primarily up into Franklin and Lauderdale counties. A good 6 to 8 inches of depth of water, and this is coming in around just north of the Hodges area in Franklin County. And then also had another report here of some flash flooding being reported in Franklin County, north of Hodges, Lauderdale County, near the Killen area, Shoal Creek on Highway 72. We've had reports of hail there. So we continue to see some of these storms not only producing the locally heavier rainfall, but also some of the larger hail at this point. But again, it's primarily confined up into that northwestern corner of the state.
And it's my honor now to bring in the man who wrote the book on severe weather, our friend John Gordon, who recently retired from the National Weather Service in Louisville, Kentucky. He was the first meteorologist in charge of the National Weather Service in Huntsville. and is one of the most amazing people in weather. John Gordon, if they what would they call you? Like top 50 all time? What would they say about you?
I'm a janitor.
You wrote the book on this stuff.
Yeah, I hate events like this, Bill. So
Yeah,
thanks
we
for
do
having me
too.
on, Jen. So the jet streak is moving in really strong. If you look at the satellite into Mississippi, into the warm sector, the one that caught my eye was on the Smith Jasper County line in Mississippi. That's kind of more of a rogue cell. And it's recycling right now, and it's heading towards the county seat there, or one of the bigger towns in Jasper. That's Bay Springs. The ST parameter is still running around 6, Bill. Strong cape of 2,000 joules. So you have the instability, you have that strong jet streak. If you looked at the 18Z sounding out of Jackson, you really saw a good column of ascent all the way up through the column. Strong instability, strong shear. Birmingham had a cap that will obviously erode, but they're lidded off initially. But that cell in Smith Jasper County, if you look at a trajectory, eventually that will be a problem for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham if it holds together.
Yeah, John, that inversion has, helped us have some sunshine all morning, and we're up to 79 degrees in Birmingham. Of course, the moisture has not really advected in here yet. Our dew point, at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport is 57 right now. So it's still got a ways to go, but that moisture's not far away. The dew point at Tuscaloosa is already to 66. We knew earlier the dew point at Demopolis, it's already up to 67. So these dew points are coming up. It's not far away. You see the tornado warning there for northern Greene, southern Pickens, still the northern part of Sumter County. That is going to move into the western portions of the Tuscaloosa area. And we know when it starts taking that track, folks, it's going to be moving towards southern Walker, maybe the northwestern part of western Jefferson County. So, John, like you said, these are the days we hate. And this is early to be having them. It's not unprecedented. Our biggest, deadliest outbreak in Alabama history happened on March 21st in 1932. So, it can happen. And that's why we got to take this very seriously. And it concerned me, John, when I saw sunshine when I woke up this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. For all those listening on this wonderful podcast, sunshine bad, clouds good. Look at the dew point in Jackson. It was running around 70. And you're telling me about your dew points in the 50s. I'm watching that Pickens County storm right now. And you can see a really distinct rear flank downdraft on the back of that coming around. So it is trying to occlude, and wouldn't be surprised there's a bounded weak echo region there. There may be some big hail on the north side. Look at the lightning jump in the last 5 minutes there on that storm there in Pickens. So that storm bears. That's always a good indication in my as an old man who needs to retire. That's a thing you really need to watch out for when you see a big lightning jump, especially positive strikes. And there's some positive strikes here in the last few minutes. So pay attention in Pickens County as that thing mows off to the northeast.
Yeah, 33 flashes per minute coming out of that storm right now, John. And, the Ville, is really starting to climb, getting some 2-inch hail markers now. So, yeah, all the signs show that storm is beginning to ramp up intensely as it continues to move to the northeast. Folks there between Aliceville and Union, we're going to be watching very closely to see, what happens with that. That's going to be moving toward Coker, eventually Elrod and western Tuscaloosa County. We're going to be watching that one very closely, folks. In Gordo, you're already in the polygon. Eventually, when this morning is extended into Tuscaloosa County, it could extend over to the Northport area. Hopefully, it'll stay north of the University of Alabama and the city of Tuscaloosa. But, we have really strong indications of a strong mesocyclone there. It could produce a tornado at any minute if it is not already. Scott Brown, do you see anything there that makes you concerned that you might have a tornado on the ground?
No, I'm not at the moment. not seeing anything in terms of debris on the ground, but we are watching that circulation very closely um, as it moves through uh, Pickens County and Sumter County there. Uh, Up to the northwest, just a little bit. I am keeping a close eye on that little cluster of storms there in northwest Pickens County. I know the National Weather Service has said they're not uh, too worried about it right now, but definitely as it moves on into Alabama, it'll be something to keep an eye on there. Um, Throughout the next 30 or so minutes. And then shortly after this storm works its way through Pickens County, there are more tornado warned storms just behind it there in Lauderdale, Newton, Jasper, and Clark counties of Mississippi, two confirmed tornado warnings there. Um, and then on beyond that, another confirmed tornado warning that includes Covington, Jones, Smith, and Jasper counties, Mississippi. And then again, even further back, a tornado warning that includes Jefferson and Lawrence County in Mississippi. So right now, just looking at a big almost line of storms that are going to work their way into Alabama over the next couple of hours. And this will be where we really want to keep our eyes at over the next little bit.
Yeah, the rotation on that storm there northeast of Panola is really intensifying. It's approaching Alabama 14 south of Aliceville. Very concerning for folks from the Bridgerville community down into, extreme southern parts of Pickens County into northern Greene County around the Ridge community and Pleasant Ridge over to West Greene and Clinton, all those communities. Then moving up along County Road 80 to Lewiston and Morris Grove, all the way up to Benevola. We want you to be in your safe place as this storm moves along. We're getting really intense normalized rotation now, just southwest of Alabama 14, nearing the Greene and Pickens County line there along Alabama 14. You can see, I think we're beginning to see a bit of a debris circulation there on our correlation coefficient. John Gordon, what are you seeing from this storm?
Yeah, Pickens County, in the last scan, you really see the inflow notch completely starting to go in there. You've got a big hail signature, enormous hail signature. It'll be more than golf balls. And I wouldn't be surprised a tornado starting to form with that CC you just mentioned, Bill. One thing I want to mention really quick for all of you is these supercells are lined up in a row. If you go southwest of there, this is going to be a flooding threat. You've got a major flooding threat up north in Mississippi, and that will go into all the Huntsville area. I think besides the severe weather, you're going to have a major flooding problem across both states. In Tennessee, too, big time.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Jack Rudden, what are you seeing? You've got severe thunderstorm warnings there from Limestone County all the way back into Franklin County. You're starting to see a lot of flooding reports in southern Tennessee and northwestern Alabama. What do you see on the radar?
Hey, excuse me, guys. Sorry to jump in real quick, but just got a note from John DeBlock saying that there is an intense updraft on that tornado warned storm in Pickens and Greene County.
Yeah, there's no question. John is as good as there is in the business. He is the warnings coordination meteorologist at the Weather Service in Birmingham, and he is keeping a close eye on what's going on today. Thank you, Scott. Jack, what are you seeing?
Nothing overly concerning in terms of severe weather, but there is a remarkable amount of lightning with these storms up in northwest Alabama. Even if they're not severe, there is a lot of lightning with them. And so you should be inside regardless. The tornado warning was canceled. The severe thunderstorm warnings briefly went up to the considerable tag, but they're back down to the base tag, it looks like now. But still, you need to be inside because there is a lot of cloud ground lightning with this.
And Jack, I don't know if you noticed, but the Weather Service in Huntsville just issuing a tornado warning for northern Limestone County.
There it is. It took a minute to populate. Yeah. So for Athens and Elkmont and Thatch, you need to be moving to your safe place now for that tornado warning.
Yeah, we don't want anybody right now to be on I-65, really north of exit 351 and the Alabama state line, especially there around exit 361. We want you to exit the interstate there before or at exit 351 or around the Elkton exit, perhaps at Ardmore. Before you get into Alabama, really intense winds on the front side of that echo. And the potential for a tornado to develop in there is pretty high. So, as Jack said, we've got all modes of severe weather here in Northwest Alabama. Potential tornado. We've got flooding. And we've got very, very heavy rain. Continuing to watch a very dangerous storm now. Southern Pickens, Northern Greene, moving out of northern Sumter County at this point. Scott Brown, any new developments on your storm?
Yeah, I've been watching it. Sorry, I've got to get my radar back on that storm. I know there was quite the couplet there. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Okay. So watching that circulation on CC, there was a brief moment there where it looked like we had a debris ball, but right now it looks a little bit better, but definitely still concerned with rotation there. So if you're in this polygon, want to be in your safe spot, the lowest level of your house, interior room there. Let's see, this storm is headed towards the Gordo and Elrod area in the next 30 to 40 minutes there. North of Union and south of Maplesville. So if you're in that area or anyone that is within that polygon, please let them know they need to be sheltering right now as it continues to move across.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. This storm is moving toward US 82. Folks from the Gordo area over to Coker, back to northern portions of the Tuscaloosa metro area are taking it very seriously. As John was saying earlier, really strong down with echo region there. The hail may have come down just a little bit with the rotation. Seems to be cycling. It's just now getting ready to cross the river there between Pickens and Greene County. John, anything you're seeing in the storm that lets you know what it's doing?
Yes, sir. I was just going to say real quick, there's a debris signature now in Covington County, Mississippi. Back to Birmingham here. There's three main storms that catch my eye. That one that's in Covington, the one that's on the Smith-Jasper line, and Pickens. It continues to, I guarantee there's a wall cloud there. Mesocyclone for sure, and there's big hail. If you live in Aliceville, forgetting all my Alabama towns, forgetting Bill, but Aliceville to the southeast of Aliceville, I would bet you close to 2.25 inch hail. And definitely a bounded ready. We are definitely a bounded weak echo region. Sure, and look at the lightning jump in the last 5 minutes. Just do a lightning jump plot. Just off the chart. So if you're in that just southeast of Aliceville, folks, I'm telling you, hit the deck. This is a life-threatening situation.
John, that's great advice. This is a relatively rural territory. There are lots of communities there. Northern Greene, into southern Pickens County. We want you to be in your safe places right now, right there along the river, because this is a very, very dangerous storm. But as John was saying, areas southeast of Aliceville, moving up toward US 82. In that area right there, and eventually the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to have to consider what they're going to do for western Tuscaloosa County, because we got this tornado warning here. I'd like to see where Lance King is. He's getting into the trees over there. Let's check in with Dr. King. Lance, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, Lance's cell coverage is kind of struggling here, but he's in the trees. Can you tell us what you're seeing? You're getting a little better cell coverage now, Lance. Talk to us. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm still following this storm off left here. It's it's gaining up the, it's kind of outrunning me here because I'm on a pretty curvy road right now. This is 39 north. I'm heading sort of northeast and trying to get to where I can get out ahead of it. But yeah,
Lance is moving up Alabama 39, moving toward Alabama 14, trying to get on the southeast side of it. Beautiful pictures though, Lance. Lots of low clouds rushing into the storm. You're definitely in the inflow. Just stunning pictures.
Hopefully, if I can get
stunning pictures. Yeah,
angled a little bit more northeast, then I can and then once this road straightens up and get a little faster, I can get up there a little bit closer.
Fantastic. I'll give you some vectors in a minute. That is fantastic. Looking at the radar here, we see the bounded weak echo region, the Pleasant Ridge community up to Lewiston. This is where we want you to be in your safe places right now, up to Morris Grove, areas there, to Benevola and Pleasant Grove. You're all in the polygon. Their weather service in Birmingham has this tornado warning in effect until 3:45 for southeastern Pickens and northwestern Greene counties, as they continue to track that storm. Some of the other communities to the northeast include Jenna, Pioneer, Olney, Hickory, Benevola, Pleasant Grove, Mantua, and as we said, Morris Grove, Lewiston, and Pleasant Ridge. Here's we're taking a little track here using a forward speed of about 55 miles an hour. So some times, and these are sort of rule of thumb times. Lewiston, you've got less than 7 minutes. Morris Grove, less than 9. Benevola, you're down to about 11 to 13 minutes. Pioneer, it's going to be about 17 to 19 minutes. And this storm will be on top of you. We've seen it cycling. It definitely continues to grow in intensity. John Gordon, these things are like steam engines. It's like they huff and they puff and they just grow up scale as time goes on. The rotation on that storm continues to impress me, and I worry that we're eventually going to get a big tornado out of it.
Yeah, that's right, Bill. The recycling and how they ebb and flow is exactly right. The thing that's been consistent to me is you really see a strong rear flank downdraft trying to come around, but it hasn't occluded completely yet. And when it does, that's when you obviously get your touchdown. But there's some big hail, unbelievable lightning. There's definitely a mesocyclone to the east-southeast of Aliceville heading off to the northeast. Folks, this could produce a tornado or maybe producing a tornado right now, but it's definitely producing enormous hail. And you'll get a very strong surge of wind, both your inflow side coming up from Union and on the backside on Aliceville. This is the storm for sure. Tuscaloosa, the Weather Service will be doing something soon. They got to make a move very soon. Believe me, they're thinking about the next tactical move right now.
Yeah, no question. Jack Rudd, you got a question for John, won't you?
Very soon. Believe me, they're thinking about the next.
Yeah, I was wondering, get your thoughts on the showers that are, and now the storms too, they're out ahead of that Pickens County storm. If you think that might decrease the threat a little bit for Tuscaloosa or Jefferson County.
Yeah, you're talking about the stuff that's just southwest of Birmingham, Auburn. Yeah, those are coming into Birmingham. This thing's a little bit to the southwest. I think it's still got some more room to do. Now, if it was further to the southeast heading towards that, I agree that would do something. Also, you have to be aware, Jack, always of the cell mergers, which I don't see any little giblets, or I call them spritzers or giblets right now. I think right now, the Tuscaloosa, be prepared for big hail and a possible tornado as this thing continues to, there it is, you see it on the screen. You see their RFD on the backside of that trying to come around and a good influence. I guarantee there's a wall out there. So we'll see what the storm chasers got on the ground.
Yeah, that's a very concerning storm right there. This is a storm of the day for this moment in Alabama. We've had big storms in Mississippi. We've got a very consistent hook echo now with a strong Strong rotation signature right there on the river, southeast of Aliceville, southern Pickens County, into northern Greene County. It's passing just to the north of the Union community. It's getting very close to western Tuscaloosa County. The Weather Service in Birmingham not tipping their hand right now, but I guarantee you they're bound to be getting ready to issue a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. And one of the questions will be, and it include the city of Tuscaloosa. John Gordon, what's your thoughts if you were sitting at the warning gen right there at the AFOS or at the AWIPS? What would you think is going through the warning forecaster's head right now?
What they're doing is you have a meso analyst that's nearby them, feeding them information on has anything changed with the instability, the wind and persistence radar. You're getting big hail in there. There will be, my guess, there'll be some form of a tornado warning. There'll be a warning for sure. Big hail, and we'll see if we can get any rotation to get to the ground here. I mean, there is tremendous surge of wind coming around that on the backside, and if they can what I call including a triple point coming around, that's what it does. If it's getting reports in the rural areas, that's why the storm chasers are so helpful to us. I've been frustrated for 40 years. That's probably why I retired, getting lack of reports, trying to find the reports. Getting a good report is worth a Dairy Queen blizzard.
And Jen, you were looking for a Dairy Queen blizzard earlier this week, so maybe John Gordon will have to buy you one.
Absolutely. Butterfinger blizzard, please.
Jen, any reports you're seeing? You're our reports queen today. Are you seeing anything coming in at all?
Yeah, I want to kind of focus real quick on the flooding. I'm concerned about that. John Gordon mentioned it earlier about that northwestern corner. It's already flooding in parts of Franklin and Colbert counties, up into Lauderdale County as well. And we have flash flood warnings that have been hoisted for that area. And the storms are still building in from the southwest to the northeast across that area too. So it's just going to continue to be some very heavy rain, and it's going to make the flooding even worse. But we are getting numerous reports in Colbert County of some isolated flooding here. We've had depth of water about 6 to 8 inches in Franklin County. That was earlier, just a little while ago, north of the Hodges area. And then just to the west-southwest of Russellville in Franklin County, reports of some flooding with a foot or more of water on Highway 524 near the Highway 49 area, west of Russellville in the Bell Green community. So again, guys, we already have the flooding. It's just going to continue to get worse as these storms train in from southwest to northeast.
Yeah, there's no question. And our chaser, Lance King, is racing south now, of course, observing all speed limits on Alabama 14. He's moving back to the interstate, trying to reposition to the northeast and follow this storm as it continues. You see, we're continuing to keep an eye out on what the Weather Service says. One of our friends in the media, Richard Scott, great guy at WVUA in Tuscaloosa, just asking that question. John DeBlock saying that they had gate to gate on the BMX radar there for a minute. I'm currently sitting on the Columbus radar, so I'm going to switch over to the BMX radar on my GR here for a second and take a picture of that, because we're really getting a good view from both storms. The parameters are just really high. The probability severe on this storm is nearly 90%, over 95% on the older algorithm. The probability of a tornado very high at about 66%. So we've got that green spinny, John Gordon. I don't like that. There on the southern side of that polygon, right there on the Pickens and Greene County line. It's kind of riding the county line right there to the east-northeast, moving at about 40 to 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, there's almost two areas there on the east-southeast flank of it, so you wouldn't be surprised you get more than one tornado if one can come down. And I want to accent what Jen just said. The more I look at the radar loops, what I like to do is put the radar as fast as we'll go and look at the loops. And this is going to be a significant flooding event. This is going to be a significant flooding event across northern Alabama. You take the stuff that's going on now from Huntsville to Birmingham to Tuscaloosa, and you go southwest, there's a line of super cells there, Bill. Besides threats and big hail threats, we got significant flooding threat. And the latest scan continues to show on our Pickens County storm two distinct areas with two inflow knots, one distinct one right on the side right there, and then another one trying to go. This is one that touches down right now, recycle right away and cut off itself into triple. We get a cyclical storm. This kind of looks like a cyclical storm.
Yeah, that storm is beginning to approach the US 82 corridor very shortly. West portions of the Tuscaloosa metro area there, around the airport, up to Coker, through the Buell and Elrod areas, over to Holman, up to Gordo, down to Kirk. These areas, we want you to be in the same place. See, it's a classic Cook echo there. Looking at velocity data, very strong indications of residential close together, showing our storm relative velocity close together. What we got here, so you see there, as John was saying, it's kind of cycling on high-res velocity. This is coming off of the Columbus Rail, the GWX there at the top. And so that storm is kind of cycling, but you see it, the proximity to the city of Tuscaloosa is very concerning. And you know, John, we've been dealing with these brush fires. You know, this is new to us in Alabama. We're used to flooding spring storms. But, you know, like many other parts of the country, we've been dealing with these crazy fires. And there's a brush fire being reported now in Jefferson County because of some down power lines on Mary Munger Road in Charleston, according to Jefferson County. So, you know, as John DeBlock is saying, that storm continues to troll Scott Brown there in Pickens and Northern Green, getting ready to move into Tuscaloosa. Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, that's right. And real quick, I think Lance is to be muted. I think he may be causing some echo there. If you're able to do that on your end. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, so watching this one, we've got some strong signs of rotation there. The hail that was associated with this seems to be a little weaker, which is good, but definitely still seeing some hail there. Looks like we just got a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. I'm waiting for that to populate on my end. But let's see here. So the tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County will be in effect until 4:30 p.m. So about the next hour and 5 minutes. There we go. It includes the, let's see. Does it include the actual city of Tuscaloosa there? It's still not showing on my end.
It's just north of Tuscaloosa. It's going to kind of split the goalposts on Northport. It gets the airport. It's all the communities we just mentioned. It's like they drew the polygon, Scott, on what we were saying.
That's right, yeah. So this is a very populated area, obviously. So if you're anywhere within this polygon, you know anyone in this polygon, definitely need to make sure they are in their safe space right now until the warning is over. Like I said, this warning will be in effect until 4:30 p.m. That's when it is expected to move out of Tuscaloosa County. But we are seeing some pretty serious signs of rotation there. Nothing in terms of debris like we potentially were seeing earlier, but just know that this could drop a tornado at any time if there's not yet one on the ground. So we're going to keep a close eye here. I don't know. Do we have access to any cameras in this region? I could try to look.
Oh, yes, we do. We got a chance to look. Our great friends at Barron have given us access to their fabulous Barron Institute cameras. And just a second ago, we were showing the one from Tuscaloosa. We don't have the ability to control them, but you know, here is that camera from downtown Tuscaloosa, and you can see we're looking back to the southwest. You see the approaches to the Warrior River bridges to the right, and you can see Very, very stormy look in Tuscaloosa. Nothing that, really scares us from, right here. I think I'd love to see a little bit to the right, Scott Brown, wouldn't you? You may be muted.
Yes,
It's
definitely.
the story of Zoom since the pandemic. We all have to do it at least 24 times every time we're on a Zoom.
That's right. And a new tornado warning was just issued. This is not in Alabama, up in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, that I'm going to look at now. This is actually my hometown. So I'm going to look at
Yeah, I
that
just
there.
looked at that, Scott. It's QLCS south side of Murfreesboro, maybe 5 miles. It's got a nice notch on it, and you see a mesovortice. There it is, that polygon, right? You're almost there, Bill, right on the county line there. I think that's on the ground.
Oh my goodness! Call your mom and tell her to make sure she's taking her tornado precautions. So Scott, has she learned to be tornado aware because of you?
She has. I mean, they've always taken storms very seriously. That's just where I've got it from too. They definitely took themselves into their safe spot and all the dogs into the safe spot as well. So I'm sure that's where they are right now, and I actually think they're just outside of this warning box. Good news for them, but obviously anyone downtown Murfreesboro is in their safe spot, as well as Indiana, and then moving into
Been a great example for you. We appreciate them turning you into the fine meteorologist that you're turning into, Scott. Yeah, so we're tracking a very dangerous storm this afternoon there in Tennessee. We've got problems in Alabama. We've still got problems back in Mississippi. Our problems right now in Alabama are in the Tuscaloosa metro area. We got a very dangerous storm now in eastern Pickens County and extreme northern Greene County, right there on the river, on the county line, just getting ready to move into the western portions of Tuscaloosa County. It's raining heavily in Elrod, beginning to rain in Coker. At the Tuscaloosa airport right now, their winds are slightly back to the south-southeast at 9 miles an hour. Not really intense, with this really low surface pressure. We don't have really strong winds there like we've had in some of these past events. But the dew point at Tuscaloosa now is up to 64 degrees. So the storm is moving into that 82 corridor. It'll then cross over the Alabama 171 road that goes up to Samantha's, to Morse Bridge and Samantha, and then we'll begin to cross over Alabama 69 as it goes up towards Jasper. So it's going to be a busy time. Like you mentioned, US 43. It's a busy, congested area. Really tight rotation just north of the river. Folks, especially from southeast of Gordo, from the county line through Elrod and Coker back to near the airport, tornado point. Right now, the storm is only a few minutes away from you. It'll be reaching US 82 sometime around 3:44 this afternoon. John Gordon, any thoughts on that storm?
Yeah, Bill, lightning has fluctuating a lot in the last 10 minutes. Hail has actually come down just a hair. I won't say probably $50 to hard hail. At least for right now, it's a good warning. You asked me what I thought they'd do. I told you I think they should tour. I would. It's really, if you really look carefully, you see that drawing where your number 17 is, right? You see that drawing on the back side. If that continues to it tries to keep coming around. Right now, it's kind of recycling right now, to be honest with you. I think you'll see a jump on that storm in about 8 to 10 minutes. We're another good pendant flow notch will form, possibly a hook again. I'd definitely be prepared. This thing will recycle, and I would not be surprised if it produces a tornado. It hasn't already, another one, but I think the hail has definitely come down. I think we're in a recycling moment. Torrential rain with this, and you won't, if you're driving on the highway there, it will go to zero visibility very quickly.
Sorry, I'm muted. I unmuted myself, toggling myself, thinking I was turning on my microphone jack. I'm gonna let you talk about the new mesoscale discussion from the SPC.
Yeah, they're kind of just reiterating what we were talking about earlier. In their summary, it says multiple supercells capable of intense to potentially violent tornadoes will persist into this evening. And they're kind of highlighting this exact area where this Tuscaloosa storm is, back into southwest Alabama and southeast Mississippi, right where all these supercells are just lined up. So it just looks like we're in for a rough couple of hours.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've expected. You know, John was talking about the lightning in that storm. It's definitely in an environment with decent instability. The instabilities are over 1,500 joules per kilogram there, and so that's definitely on the high end of the moderate side, and certainly supportive of storms. The SRH in that lowest 1 kilometer, which is very important to tornado formation, is over right at 400 meters squared per second squared. So that's a very, very dangerous storm. And we're used to these storms, becoming big rain producers in the spring and causing lots of flooding for sure. I know you made it to the interstate, Lance, and I see you racing to the north there. Are you where are you going to try to position yourself? When I got to unmute you, sorry, I muted you a second ago, so we wouldn't get your road noise. Let me see if I can find
Go to zero visibility. Very quick.
unmute you. I guess you've got to do it. I don't know if I can actually do it. You may have to do it.
You can actually
you
do
can
it.
see safely.
You can see safely. Yeah,
Unmute yourself.
Can you?
You may not be able to. We can see your screen.
You may not be able to, but we can see your screen. He's on
heading north.
Heading north at this point.
Yes, that's right. I see exactly where he is.
We'll see exactly where he is. Can you hear me?
He is just north of Knoxville.
He is just north of Knoxville.
Passing Ralph over on US 11. He'll be coming into the southwestern portion of the Tuscaloosa metro area very shortly. Identify our, following safe speeds. Very good job. I can see your speed there.
Very good job. I can see your speed there.
That's pretty good. Scott Martin, you're watching stuff back to the southwest. How are things looking now in southeastern Mississippi? I see a couple of big confirmed tornadoes.
Yes, and I was actually just scrolling the Twitter feed for the blog, and there are a few pictures that are in from Tylertown. It's one of the locations in Mississippi that have gone through several tornado warnings already today. And damage looks, there's a good bit of damage, mostly the trees, and it looks like maybe some outbuildings and stuff like sheds and other outdoor buildings, but houses so far look like, it looks like houses may be okay, but this is just one grouping of photos from that community, so we'll have to wait to see if there's any other news coming in. But back looking at the radar, let me switch back to Jackson radar here. The tornado warning for Jasper, Newton, and Lauderdale counties, it really looks like the rotation for that storm has dissipated, and they may be just getting ready to cancel that. There's another warning out that was to the southwest of that. That was also for Jasper, Newton, and Lauderdale counties. And the rotation on that one pretty much looks like it's gone as well. continuing on back to the southwest. Now there is a good rotation couplet on this one for let's see, where's it at? Jasper and Smith counties and Covington and Jones counties. This one has a considerable damage threat to it. It's an observed tornado. It looks like it is still putting down there's still lofting some debris. It still has a great rotational couplet. It's pretty much on US 84 to the southwest of Soso and directly south of Taylor, several miles south of Taylor. And that one's pretty much moving to the northeast. Let's see if I can get a speed on it. Speed's at 50 miles per hour to the northeast. And it looks like it is heading towards the community of May Springs, Heidelberg, Lewin, Stonewall, and Quitman. All right, let's see. And that pretty much does it for all the tornado warnings here in the southern part of Mississippi. We still have a line of storms that continues back into the southeastern parts of Louisiana, but none of those are really eye-catching at the moment. Matter of fact, once you get past the Macomb, Mississippi, none of those storms are severe. There's a severe thunderstorm warning on a storm for Marion, Forest, Covington, Lamar, Jones, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. And that one's just for quarter-size hail, not for damaging winds. So it looks like it's starting to calm down a little bit, except for that one tornado. Like I said, it's east of Collins, west of Laurel, and south of Taylorsville.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, as John Gordon just said in our chat, hit the deck, Bay Springs. Very, very concerning there. We've got concerns in Alabama. Got the danger storm crossing over US 82 there northwest of Tuscaloosa. Scott Brown, you got your eyes on this storm.
Yeah, I do. Watching that circulation there as it's moving into Tuscaloosa County right now. If you or anyone you know is in northwestern Tuscaloosa County there, within that polygon, they definitely need to be in their safe spot. This is not looking good right now. Definitely seeing signs of strengthening. I did a cross section on my GR here. Definitely got the presence of a bounded weak echo region, which is not good when we're hoping for weakening. That actually showing that we're getting some of that intensification. We've also got some pretty impressive VIL levels, vertically integrated liquid, along with this cell. So we're likely seeing some hail off to the north east of the main circulation there associated with this. I haven't seen any hail reports come through. I don't know if anyone else may have, but gonna definitely continue to watch this. The next, it's gonna go right north of Tuscaloosa, the main Tuscaloosa city. This circulation is right now headed towards Elrod, Coker, and then up to Samantha. And then long term, in the next probably hour or so, if the circulation can stay together, it will be entering into the Walker County, Jefferson County area there, around probably between 4:30, 4:40, maybe even earlier than that. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on this cell here, along with the rest that are going to continue to work their way into Alabama. John, I think we can go to you. Tell us about what you're looking at right now.
Hey, yeah, there's three storms of note. First one is south of Murfreesboro, going towards Woodbury. Got a tremendous mesovortex that's probably on the ground, maybe 5 miles southeast of Murfreesboro. Second is the Tuscaloosa storm. I couldn't agree more with Scott. You've got a really good bounded weak echo region right there. and the Ville really jumped up again. So as we said, Bill Murray, it's recycling and it's trying to get in there, and there's definitely signs of rotation on the southeast flank of that supercell. And the third one is, as was just mentioned, in Mississippi. Scott Martin nailed it. That storm on the Jones, where all the counties meet, Jones, Jasper, Smith, Covington. That thing, you said it was on the ground. Well, I agree. It's got to be on the ground. It's a nasty looking cell, and moving off to the northeast. So the air mass, as Bill said, is really evolving. That moisture is advecting off to the northeast. You've seen some of the dew points come up there in the western side of Alabama in the last 90 minutes. And if you look at the water vapor and some of the satellite tools, you get some overshooting tops. And that's one of them is the Tuscaloosa storm. What a surprise. So I'm waiting to see some of the storm chasers and what they come up with there.
Yeah, and they actually just went confirmed here. Let's see, Jack Rudden, if you're looking at it and want to talk about it, you can, or I can take over, up to you. But
It's kind of your zone. You can go, but there is a clear TDS now northwest of Elrod.
that's right, yeah. So we've got, let's see, if we could get that back on the stream here. The Birmingham office has just upgraded it to a confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado. We've got very clear indication that there is something on the ground right now that's going to be going just north of the Tuscaloosa metro, but staying within Tuscaloosa County there, kind of headed straight towards Samantha. It's going to go through Coker as well. Right now at passing over Elrod at the moment. So if you're in any of those areas I just called out, make sure you are in your safe place. Make sure anyone you know that's in those areas is in their safe space. This is a very dangerous storm. We don't want anyone getting hurt here in Tuscaloosa County there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're in northwest Tuscaloosa County, hit the deck. This is serious. It's confirmed. There's a huge lightning jump. There's big hail. Everything's bad. Pay attention to the warnings.
Yeah, John, there's a geographic propensity in this area too. I don't know if it's just coincidental or if it's meteorological or if it's geographical, but you know, every time storms seem to really intensify when they get into this northwestern portion of Tuscaloosa County. There's just a long history of it. So you know the drill, folks. They're along Alabama 171 from the Moores Bridge community back to the southeast, all the way. In Northport, you're safe right now. You're going to get strong winds as that rear flank downdraft comes along. The circulation is just northeast of US 82 right now. It's probably 7 or 8 minutes away from Alabama 171. It's got to go through Ecola. It's got to go through Shirley, Brownville. We want you to be in your safe place. Montgomery Lakes. That community needs to be really careful right now. It's going to eventually move up towards Samantha and communities to the northeast of Samantha. They're along US 43. Those are the ones that are under the gun. But this storm really ramped up really fast. It's been cycling, as we said. The hail really jumped, the lightning jumped, and then we've got this debris signature right now, just to the north of Elrod, getting ready to move toward Alabama 171. So a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Birmingham, confirmed by radar. So a definite debris signature there, and clearly showing that north of Holman on US 82. Ecola along Alabama 21. We want you to be in your safe place. Shirley, Brownville, these areas you can see where the storm is kind of heading. It's moving quickly off to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. And we've got an observed tornado. John Gordon, any observations from you on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a tornado on the ground, and I'm looking at what Jack had asked me earlier, so for about the next hour, it's still in a good air mass. Okay. Right now, it's 73 at the airport in Tuscaloosa before this thing came through. And as it moves off to the northeast, Muscle Shoals is 64 in a cold rain. So it's still got another hour to work with. The air mass will change significantly as you go up north. You see the rear flank downdraft, you got the CC drop. It's a classic supercell, folks. You know the drill. I couldn't agree more with. There's certain counties, for whatever reason, I'm not God, that don't that get these over and over and over. And Tuscaloosa County is one of those counties in the northwest side. Unfortunately, please hit the deck. Pay attention to the warnings. Big lightning surge in the last 2 minutes too. There, Bill.
Oh, that's not good news. This is what we feared. And we don't want you to panic. We want you to, you know the drill. You've got your tornado plan. It's time to execute now. If you're there along Alabama 171, southeast of Moore's Bridge, from the Brownville community down to north of Mount Olive, you see the circulation there now. It's crossing into western Tuscaloosa County near Holman. It's getting ready to move up toward 171. And those areas from, we mentioned these so many times, from Wynwood down to Skeleton Bend to North Riviera and Northwind and Rising Tide, Lake Cove along US 80, along US 43, and then hopping over to State Route 69 that goes up to Jasper. Such a beautiful ride up to Wynwood. Wyndham Springs. We want you to be in your safe places now. This is a very dangerous situation, and this storm means business. It's kind of drifting over to the left side of the polygon there, John. Does that give you any pause?
They may have to make an adjustment to that. I'm watching the loop there. Can you do a loop on the screen? Let's just look at that. There we go. Moving off to the northeast. They're still okay. They're still okay.
Yeah.
They've angled it enough. It may be a little close, but close is still in the box. They may do a little tweak on their severe weather statement, their SVS. The one thing you really see is that lightning surge. And when you see a lightning surge on that, that's usually a good indication the storm will maintain itself. And it's still intensifying. You see overshooting tops up um, on the latest satellite that came in. Very dangerous storm. And the other storm that just really gets my attention is in Mississippi. It's coming out of Jasper County, just east of Bay Springs. If you're in Jasper County on the east side of the county, that thing's on the ground. Hit the deck.
Yeah, if you're in the Birmingham metro area now, you're hearing thunder. It feels a lot different than it did 2 hours ago. The clouds are racing, the wind is blowing hard. If you go outside right now, the air feels much more warm, much more. It feels more humid, even though these observations still are dew points around 59 degrees. Scott Martin, as we track this thing onto the northeast, as it crosses over, 171 and then 43 and 69, it gets into relatively unpopulated territory there, around northeast Tuscaloosa County. But then we start getting it into southwestern Walker County, around Gorgas, around West Jefferson, around the steam plant, up to around Dora and Summerton, potentially over to Cordova. And then there's a potential that it gets into northern Jefferson County, and that's where you are. Northern Jefferson, southern Blount. Talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so looking at this, the direction will be taking it pretty much close to where I live. Might actually stay south of it, may head toward the towns of Warrior and Kimberly and over to Dora, Summerton, maybe as far north as like Oakman Parish and Cordova, maybe as far south as like West Jefferson, possibly Graysville, and then maybe, probably Mount Olive up to Kimberly, Warrior, and of course, like I said, in my hometown of Hayden. And it looks like it is on that type of path if this thing stays together. And I really don't see, I agree with John. I don't see anything that's going to make this thing dissipate within the next hour or so. It's a really hefty looking cell, and and it's feeding off of all the cape that is available for it right now.
Yeah, if you can give me Lance King's feed, he's on US 82 coming out of Tuscaloosa, and even though we can't hear him, he's got a good look at the storm there from the southeast, and definitely has a lowering on it. It's a bit of a challenge getting these live streams, these RMTP feeds into OBS, and I appreciate our director getting that done. But he's moving into a good position there in central Tuscaloosa County. He's got a wall cloud on this storm. Lance, if you can hear us, if you can unmute your stream, if you can safely stop for a second and unmute or whatever. I made the mistake of muting you through the control center here, and I can't undo what I did. It reminds me, I know you didn't, I did, unfortunately. It reminds me of the Weather Brains Monday night, John Gordon. We had Rich Thomas, and the title was, I'm muting as fast as I can. Span was trying to mute us as we tried to get Rich on the stream. It was pretty funny. It was a great show title, but it's not a funny situation tonight, this afternoon in Tuscaloosa County. No, Lance is actually on Alabama 69. He's even better off than I thought. He's approaching US 82 right now, and he's got a pretty good look at the storm there for the north. So if we get him unmuted. And I can't see that right now, but he's moving north along Alabama 69 right now, which puts him in a pretty good position to see the storm. You see the Tuscaloosa sky cam there. Also, we see the rotation on the radar approaching Alabama 171 at this moment. We definitely had very strong indications of a mesocyclone for several radar cycles here. This storm is getting ready to cross 171. It will then cross US 43, and then it will cross US or Alabama 69 right as it turns to the northeast and gets ready to head up toward the Jasper area. Lance, we thank you for your great work today. You're looking at good. You're looking at a good view right there. The storm has come through the Buell area, crossing over US 82 right now, passing just to the west of Coker. It's right over the Arnedra subdivision, the community of Mount Olive. Over that windy, stretchy area of Alabama 171, getting ready to move into the North Wind, the Lake Cove, and the Rising Tide communities, eventually into North Riviera and Skelton Bend Estates. Perhaps the rotation is not quite as intense as it was. It's a little more broad. I don't see any indications of debris right now. The hail looks like it's come down just a little bit. John Gordon, are you confirming those things, or do you see anything any different from your perspective?
Yeah, in the last about 2 minutes ago, 2 to 5 minutes ago, what happened is you saw almost part of the storm split, where part of the rotation went to the northern part of the county, in the northern part of the polygon, and then the southern one, the energy took over, and you're getting a cyclical phase right now. Right now, you're getting a complete, it's recycling. And so I agree with that. I think that will recycle. You almost see a hook echo. If you look, Scott, there, if you in the last scan, it's trying to come back around. Nice pendants trying to form. See, we're in a recycling. So it will take a moment, but there's big hail and wind, and it will try to get its act back together again. That's very typical. So it may have lifted briefly, and you may get a new circulation form as soon as I snap a finger. So you just saw that split. That's what I wanted to tell you, Bill.
Yeah, John, it tried to fake us off there. It moved to the left. You see that so often, and then it weakened, and now the more dominant circulation is on the right. These storms are sneaky, John Gordon. That is for sure. And that one right now
is very humbling.
Yeah, they are very humbling, that is for sure. But we have a strong circulation now, getting ready to cross US 43 there north of the city of Tuscaloosa, getting ready to cross over Alabama 169. So all those communities right there, you're in that bounded weak echo region. That's what they always talk about. When I was a kid, they always said, hey, you get worried when it gets quiet. when the rain stops and the hail stops falling, this area right there, Bachelor subdivision, around North River Country Club Estates, the Lake Cove area, the rising tide, back to the southwest. You see that really high reflectivity. That's that all too familiar hook echo. And that's where that rotation could be hiding, crossing over Alabama 169 right now, getting ready to cross over US 43, and then it'll be moving up toward Alabama 69. So we want everyone in these communities. Right now, you're getting very heavy rain in Montgomery Lakes, over to Samantha, over to Searcy Farms, down to Northwind. But you see, the strongest indication of rotation is there right now between Alabama 171 and US 43. And we're very concerned in the rising tide and Lake Cove areas. You got time, North Riviera, grab those helmets, those shoes, you get in your safe place. We don't want you taking time to find this stuff. That's why you need a plan. Do it the day before, do it the morning of, be ready. But you got time to dive in that safe spot right now. And be there. Scott Brown, are you seeing anything on these storms that concern you?
Hey, Bill, but can I butt in real quick?
Yes, Jen, that's what we're here for.
Okay.
Butt in, please.
No, I just want to tell you real quick. We did get a local storm report coming out of Tuscaloosa County. This is at 3:41, just about 3 miles northwest of the Elrod area. Train spotter did report a tornado, and he saw it cross US 82. At least one house with roof damage and a few trees were uprooted as well. Numerous trees were snapped. So we got to take this seriously. Obviously, we had the tornado and maybe recycling now, but I wanted to at least pass that report to you.
Thank you, Jen. That is very important because that gives us the validation that we're looking for. We've got a definite tornado touchdown, US 82. There in the Elrod community, right where we thought it was, and the rotation is intensifying. Scott Brown, is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. We're continuing to watch this rotation here, and like John was saying, it's starting to strengthen back up again. It's likely going to continue to strengthen. I don't see any reason for it to weaken over the next few minutes. And I'm also paying close attention to those warnings that are still in Mississippi. It looks like we're going to have to start preparing Sumter and Pickens County once again for another warning within the next hour and a half or so. This confirmed tornado in Jasper, Newton, Lauderdale, and Clark counties there in Mississippi. Looks like if it continues on its track, will make its way into Sumter, Greene, and Pickens County potentially. So I know those areas have already had a warning today, and I would not be surprised if they see another one with this cell that is currently still back in Mississippi.
Yeah, this tornado right now in Tuscaloosa County is right over Lake Tuscaloosa, on the northern portion of the lake. Right there, getting ready to. It's crossed over Alabama 171. Strong indications of a mesocyclone there. The rotation is very intense. It's just south of Samantha. It's going to continue to the northeast, crossing over US 4 or Alabama 69, south of Wyndham Springs. I think it will pass just south of Wyndham Springs. Then it's going to be moving up into the northeast or the northern parts of the county there around Williams Camp Road, Blue Creek Road, and Speaker up to Speaker Hill Road. Those areas moving into the Mulberry Fork Wildlife Management area there near the Bank Headlock and Dam. So if you're in any of those areas, that area along the Black Warrior River. This is very popular recreational area just to the southwest of Birmingham, northeast of Tuscaloosa. Lots of folks have vacation places out there and they get away. It's a good place to be. Now, we've heard reports today that the Birmingham Weather Radio was having trouble toning out the warnings. I don't know if that's been resolved. I haven't seen anything on that. If anybody has any information, let us know. But, this is why we tell you to have redundant ways of receiving weather information. And we want you to be a hero. We haven't talked about this today because we jumped right into the warnings. But if you're watching this stream, you're either A, very concerned about the weather, or B, you're a weather nerd like some of us, and this stuff has meant a lot to you all of your life. So take it and pay it forward. Let those friends, family members, neighbors know that may not be paying attention because everybody's not as crazy about the weather as we are. Let them know what's going on. If we're calling out these communities, you know how to read a map. Maybe they're not as geographically blessed as we are. Let them know this storm is coming. And all these communities that we see right here, along there, you can save a life. The Weather Service in Birmingham, has been a big ambassador of this. Share that important weather information from reliable sources. You hear all the time after the storm, we had no warning, and you feel so helpless as a meteorologist because the warning was there. And John Gordon, that's the biggest frustration. The warning is there, but we've got to get it in people's hands so it can be actionable.
100%, Bill. Please, folks, pay attention to this. Don't go and decide to go get a Slurpee. Stay home if you're in this storm right now. I want to tell you, look at the last two. Put up the velocity, if you would, of storm relative. It's tightening as we speak, right in front of your eyes. Look at the SRM. You had a rear flank downdraft coming back around. And you start. I got a more current scan. I may be one behind. There it goes. Look how it's trying to come in there on the backside. So it's happening right in front of our eyes, the recycling right now. Any moment it will be on the ground if it's not. Right by rising tide. Thank you. I got to update my radar scope and figure out how to put all these towns on. No, rising tide, north wind, Lake Cove, bad news, tornado, and the lightning really jumped. And you saw the hail core jump. Right there, definitely. And I want to, Scott, I'm in complete agreement with you. Pickens County, you're going to have more tornado warnings. Okay. Not yet. Mississippi stuff's moving off to the northeast, and that will be there before you know it. So be prepared. It's not over.
Yeah, this activity is definitely there in the eastern portions of Noxubee County, Mississippi, in Kemper County, and the drill. That's getting ready to move into the extreme northwestern portion of Sumter County and extreme southwestern Pickens County here. We're going to be worried about our friends from Memphis up to Pickensville, areas around Aliceville to the northwest of that. That's where we want you to be taking this very careful, very seriously, and be very, very cautiously watching it. Areas along Alabama 14 up to Carrollton, Reform, and Gordo. These are the communities we'll eventually be calling out with that storm. Scott Brown, you've got some power outage information, and I think we can maybe pull that up on the screen. But that's pretty crazy what we're seeing in Pickens County right now.
Yeah, right now it looks like there is 92% of the counties out of power, just over 10,000 people. And that's really concerning because we're likely going to see more warnings in Pickens County. So those people, if you're in Pickens County or anyone in Pickens County that is out of power, just make sure that you're conserving the battery life of your phones or laptops, whatever. That way you've got multiple ways to receive warnings if they're issued. Yeah, definitely don't like the idea of them being out of power and then having another storm work its way into their area. So hopefully these storms will weaken before they have the opportunity to move into those areas. But that's definitely something that we need to keep an eye on. And then we've also got the two counties there in northwest Alabama, Lauderdale and Colbert County, seeing some power outages too. Nothing as drastic as Pickens, but definitely something that we'll continue to watch as these storms move through the area.
Yeah, it continues to be a concerning storm in northern Tuscaloosa County. The velocity signature continues to ramp up. Storm relative velocity is very concerning. I'm correcting mine for the storm motion right now. And yeah, we've got very strong velocity showing up. It is now to the northeast of US 43. It is just now crossing over Alabama 69, and it'll be moving out into relatively uninhabited territory portions of Tuscaloosa County, but it's going to be near or just south of Alabama 69. So, this is going to be getting up into southern Walker County. The Weather Service in Birmingham, will have a decision about that extreme southeastern portion of Fayette County, that area southeast of Berry. But I would expect fully that we're going to see a tornado warning for areas up into Walker County, that are going to include places up there like Gorgas, Bethel, Pleasantfield, Littleton's, Pumpkin Center, Reed's Ferry. We're going to be approaching I-22, eventually Dodora and Summerton areas, West Jefferson. Those locations are going to have to watch this. John Gordon, you're continuing to keep a very close eye on this one and the storm approaching Sumter and Pickens. Any thoughts on what you're seeing?
Yeah, I was just want to re-echo what you just said. I really think that they will continue the tornado warning. If you look at the latest two scans, you're starting to get a beware again. You got a nice rear flank downdraft coming back around. It's trying to triple point there just south of Shelton Bend States there. Can't say it. Right there. And the lightning jump. I think that's a really prime area for a tornado, Bill, right there, just between North Riviera and the Skeleton. There it is, Bend Estates. Yeah, and I think they will continue to reissue it. That cool air mass in northern Alabama, it's still not there yet. It's still in rich air. It's got some more time to work.
Yeah, there's no question, and that boundary might be helping to enhance this situation just a little bit. John, talk about for a minute about LCL, that lifted condensation level, how important that is in tornado formation, especially in the South.
That's everything. The lifted condensation level with the level you first lift a parcel of air and condensate with the and form a cloud or whatever, and the heights are very low. And I remember the Enterprise tornado years ago, and I remember they were about 1,500 foot off the deck, and then they dropped to 1,000. So it's really, really important that the bases are low enough for a tornado. The wind shear is low enough for a tornado. We have buoyancy. We have a lot of lift in the atmosphere. We have a jet streak. We have everything you're supposed to do that we all studied in weather school, that Jen and I suffered in weather school. We all did it all. And everything bad is coming together. This is not, we're trying to interrupt your TV program. This is the real deal, folks. Big hail, big wind, and tornadoes, and life-threatening flash flooding.
Yeah, this is a busy day for a lot of folks in Alabama, but it's been a very well advertised event. A lot of people have been very concerned about it. So, it's all coming together now. We've got this very concerning cell right here in northern Tuscaloosa County, moving to the northeast very quickly. It'll be moving into southern Walker County. Here's here's the radar. You see it there. It is now in the process of crossing over and paralleling Alabama 69, that road that leads from Tuscaloosa through Windham Springs, through Wiley and Whitson, and moves up into southern Walker County and, heads toward Jasper and eventually Coleman. A lot of these communities have seen tornadoes before, all the way back in my history to April 3rd, 1974. Tornado that eventually hit Jasper and Coleman, started out in northern Tuscaloosa County and a lot of these same communities. So we'll be watching that very closely. This storm seems to be a little further to the southeast of that. So it looks like it's going to target more southern blunt maybe southern Coleman, southeastern Walker County, you see, as it's lifting to the northeast. So we want our friends, really, Oakman and Cordova, Jasper, down to Dora and Summerton, to be watching, this storm very carefully. Jasper, hopefully it will stay just to your south, but, we can't say that for sure. It's going to cross over. Interstate 22, cross over Alabama 5, the old US 78, and then it'll eventually be making its way into southern Coleman, southwestern Blunt, could touch the northern part of Jefferson County, perhaps north of the Sipsy River there. We'll be watching that very closely. But you see, there's that strong indication, that hook echo, all the lightning that John has been talking about, and that hook echo seems like it's tightening up with every scan. Don't see any debris on my correlation coefficient off the Birmingham radar, but do see that rear flank downdraft coming around very strongly, John Gordon, on that storm relative velocity. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's no question. It continues. I think there's also a hail core. Let's not forget about that with the storm. It continues to. The new SRM just came in. It definitely is trying to pinch on the southwest side. I'm sure they're seeing a minimum of a violent wall cloud there with some deep rotation. I would think this has got to be back close to being on the ground again as it recycles. They're south of Wyndham Springs heading. I'm trying to read your count. Their roads there, Bill. Just south of Wyndham Springs, right there. Lightning jump, hook echo, beware. Good southerly flow feeding into the storm, Gulf rich air. Everything's a go. Good warning.
Yeah, Jen, you've got some information. Jack, I want to go to you if you have anything, and then I'm going to try to raise Dr. Lance King, who is getting in good position down here in northern Tuscaloosa County as well.
I just want to talk real quick about the flooding.
Yes.
That continues to be a huge concern. Getting visuals now on social media out of Lauderdale County. County Road 393, just north of the Killen area, road is completely covered with water. It's starting to get washed out here. And another report in Red Bay of flooding in a public shelter. And watching some of the radar returns coming out of northeastern Mississippi, that there's a tremendous amount of rain there, and it's moving right back into these areas that are already dealing with flooding. So folks, there's just another concern here, and this is primarily, I think, going to be the big concern across the northwestern parts of Alabama, will be just the tremendous flood threat. A couple of more inches of rain, a possibility, and all of these areas will remain under flash flood warnings.
Yeah, there's no question. And when you're having to make a decision about where to shelter, whether to, shelter from the flood or the tornado, it's a difficult decision. Scott Brown, we've got a potential tornado debris signature developing on Alabama 69.
That's right. National Weather Service out of Birmingham, John DeBlock, is saying there's a TDS over State Route 69. And see a little bit on correlation coefficient, little signs of debris there, lining up out very well with the velocity couplet. Right now, just passed over State Route 69, moving to the northeast, up towards the Walker County and Jefferson County line. Yeah, definitely, if you're in this warning box, want to make sure that you are in your safe place. I'm sure that the Birmingham office is working on a new warning right now. I don't have confirmation of that, but I'm sure they're thinking about next steps and what they want to do with the storm next. But yeah, waiting just to get new scans in, but on at least one or two scans here, we did have some signs of debris, so definitely concerning there.
Yeah, definitely confirmed tornado in Tuscaloosa County now. To the east of Alabama 69, it'll be paralleling, and the highway turns to the northeast, and the tornado will be staying just a little to the southeast of it. We'll be following that. Dr. Lance King, if you can hear us, you are in good position kind of south of the storm. You may run into some potential damage right there if that was damage that appeared on our correlation coefficient product on the Birmingham Doppler. Lance, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Good. Yeah, I'm on State Route 69, heading north. I'm trying to outflank this couplet here, but I got a few people in front of me. I haven't seen any damage yet, except for just some branches in the road, although that could change at any moment. Yeah, I'm cresting over this hill, and people are starting to slow down, so I think we'll not be starting to see some damage here soon.
Yeah, the road curves sharply to the east there in about 3 miles or so. So you may get into some damage. Yeah, you may already be doing it. We're seeing brake lights ahead of you, and trees in the road. Yeah, definitely. Be really careful. But this is great imagery. This is where a possible tornado crossed Alabama 69 to the northeast of Tuscaloosa a short time ago. Dr. Lance King is right in that area. We saw a tornado debris signature. This is one of the miracles of Doppler radar, John Gordon, that we can see debris being lofted. This tornado is now potentially near or just south of Wyndham Springs. Talk about that miracle of seeing that debris signature, John Gordon.
The differential on the CC is really amazing. It really helps you quantify as a radar operator, emergency manager, storm chaser of how it gets lofted up there and how it gets vaulted up in the atmosphere and how much it gets vaulted in there. They're doing studies at NSSL to figure out the strength of the tornado. People are a lot smarter than me. One thing I agree, they're going to extend this warning. I'd bet a lot of money they're going to extend this warning. So even though you don't see it yet, that warning will likely go to the northeast. I don't know how they're going to draw it, but definitely moving up there. There's no question whatsoever they'll extend that warning up into, I guess, Jefferson, Walker, however they play it out. You see one thing, Bill, on the radar, the one thing you see CC drop there. If you look at the reflectivity, I always look for the drying reflectivity on the west side. And when you see that drying, the weaker DBZ levels, you see that's an indication of your surge on the rear flank coming back around, coming in there. So you got the forward flank, you got the rear flank, and a nice hook echo there. I guarantee that's a good warning, and they'll extend it. I know they will.
And the Birmingham radar, that mesocyclone now is at least moderate in the lowest scan, for sure. So, yeah, it's getting ready to cross into southern Walker County here very, very shortly. South of Oakland, south of Parrish, in those areas there. We're going to be watching, those communities like the Y and Fairview and Bluntstown, Bethel, Pleasant Field, up to Littleton's, Gorgas, Pumpkin Center, Reeds Ferry, Bradleyton, all the way up to Williamstown. These communities are where we're going to be really concerned. So we're watching that storm. If you're in Oakman, we want you to be in your safe place, in the area around Dixie Springs, moving over toward Parrish. These are, very familiar counties or communities in southwest Walker County. Of course, this was all mining territory, very famous mining territory. Lots of mines out here in this area from Oakman over to Parrish, up to Sardis, areas south of the city of Jasper. This is coal mining territory right here. And we've had definite signs of a correlation coefficient drop indicating debris. We saw it on Dr. Lance King's on his stream. A small tornado possibly passed through that area. Weather Service teams will be going out tomorrow. Men and women from the Weather Service offices all across the southern United States will be going out to survey damage and tell us what happened. But you see on the radar here, see that tornado warning. It continues for northeastern Tuscaloosa County. And there it is. It just popped up on the screen. New tornado warning for Walker County. Includes eastern Walker County until 5:15. This tornado is near Bankhead Lock and Dam. We called that out a few minutes ago. 20 miles southwest of Cordova, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. Currently radar confirmed. It has flying debris. It's going to be dangerous. Mobile homes, manufactured housing is going to be a dangerous place to be. Roofs, windows, and vehicle damage will occur. Tree damage, obviously. Some of the communities you see there: Good Springs, Barney, Gorgas Steam Plant, Empire, Rocky Hollow, Summerton, Burnwell, Beloit, Quinton, Sipsy, Gorgas, the Y, Powellville, Tutwiler, Parrish, Dora, Boldo, Cordova, Linz Park, and Jasper. If you're in any of these communities, we want you to go ahead and go to your safe place. Go through your tornado safety plan now. Take us with you if you can. Take your device. Listen to the stream. We'll continue to give you a play-by-play as the tornado goes to the northeast. We want you to have hard-soled shoes. We want you to have helmets, for you and the kids if you got them. But get in that center room. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you can. We want you to be in a small room, a closet, a bathroom. They afford the best protection. You obviously want to be on the lowest floor. A basement is best, but a lowest floor can save your life. Get in a hallway, a bathroom, a closet, any place like this. Close off the doors. Just put as much between you and the tornado as you can. This is a developing tornado. It's been cycling for the past several hours. We don't want you on the top floor of your home. If you got, if your kids are upstairs playing, Xbox or Minecraft right now, get them down. Bring them down. Go to an area with no windows. Exterior rooms with windows, they're not good protection. There's no place outside is safe. A car is not safe. It's an absolute last resort, to leave manufactured housing and be in a car or a ditch, those things. But, have your emergency supply kit there, be in your safe place. Mobile home, vehicle, certainly, folks, in Alabama, we're better than this. Don't be under a highway overpass. You've seen the movie Twisters. Don't do it. They're just not safe in tornadoes. Large areas like gymnasiums, large open rooms, those are not places to be. Manufactured housing, is very dangerous. And, the options are an interior room of a well-constructed home or building, a basement. The best place you could be is a storm shelter or a FEMA safe room. Let's go to Dr. Lance King. He's apparently run into some more tree damage up there along Alabama 69. But, in Alabama, standard piece of equipment is a chainsaw, John Gordon. I think about every fourth car has one in it. And in Alabama, people just jump out and clear the road. They don't wait on Public Works to come. They just get it done down here.
That's exactly what they did. I got my guys in front of me watching my back here.
Yeah, so John Gordon, Alabama knows how to get her done.
They sure do. Get her done. And Lance, thank you so much for the pictures. That storm's trying to recycle right now. You see a more dominant hook echo in the last couple scans. Mm-hmm. Probably another burst of hail. What is that? Oakman to the northwest side. But still a very dangerous storm. And I think that will once again dominate a better hook echo. You see it there at the last scan right there with another lightning surge. So I expect this to continue. I still think we got, 45 minutes to an hour of good air or bad air, depending on how you look at this. But I still think the environment is very conducive for another 45 minutes at least.
Yeah, there's no question. Looking at that radar, very concerning. That circulation is going to be passing near or just to the north of the community of Gorgas. Our friends there, Whitson, the community, circulation has passed you. Three Forks is passing you north. Brownton, it's right on your doorstep right now. We want you to be in your safe place. Bethel, looks like it's passing a little to the south of you. That's good. But the next row of communities, Pleasant Field, Cedar Lake, the Littletons, that area right there along 269, we want you to be in your safe spot. The next row, Williamstown, Standard, Bradleytown, Good Springs, Gorgas, down to Pumpkin Center. If you're hearing me call out your communities, we want you to be watching the circulation very closely from your safe place. Be in that spot that affords you the most protection. I had people calling me yesterday. Do I need to leave and go to another state? No. Stack the odds in your favor. Go. You make sure you are in the safest part of your home. If your home isn't safe, make sure that you're in a friend or a relative's place, or go somewhere safe and ride out the storm. You don't have to go, 200 miles to ride it out, or even 15 or 20 miles. Just be in your safe place and don't be in a dangerous spot. So, this storm is eventually going to be approaching I-22. Cordova, hard hit on April 27th, 2011. It's just hard to believe that was, almost 14 years ago. Parrish, it looks like it may miss you just to the southeast, but you're in the polygon. This tornado warning goes till 5:15, and our good friend, the eagle, the bald eagle, James Spann, as he will tell you, when you're in the polygon, you got to respect it. We're getting us a storm track drawn here. Good Springs about 13 minutes from now. As we do this at 4:29, let's make sure that scan is kind of up to date. That scan's about 6 minutes old. So, it's going to be in Good Springs there about 4:39. So that's only about 10 minutes away. Gorgas, it's going to be to you about 4:37. It'll be into Drifton about 4:37. Bradleyton, about 4:37. Aldridge, about 4:38. Gobbler's Crossing, one of the great places of Alabama, in there about 4:42. Cordova, one of the bigger places in the path of the storm, somewhere around 4:44, 4:45, as we hear big thunder here in Vestavia on the southern side of Birmingham. The storms in the Birmingham metro are not severe at this time. As a matter of fact, we're hearing more of the activity just to the northwest over northern Jefferson County. Big rumbling thunder. But there's our big rotation right now. They'll be clearing that northeastern part of Tuscaloosa County. Really, that southeastern flank downdraft is about all that's left there. Could be some strong winds. Still seeing a lot of lightning down in northern Tuscaloosa County. But the area of concern is right there south of Oakland in southern Walker County, getting ready to move up toward Cordova and the area near Dora. John DeBlock, just 2 minutes ago, saying TDS. What are you seeing over there, Scott Brown?
Yeah, so we've got a small TDS there. This rotation's definitely strengthening over Walker County right now, headed towards Sumiton. So if you're in this polygon, definitely need to be in your safe place right now, as this storm works its way through Walker County, kind of just north of the Jefferson-Walker County line there. But yes, the National Weather Service in Birmingham is saying that there is a debris signature there. Not a very pronounced one, but there nonetheless. So we need to take it very seriously as the storm moves through the area there.
Yeah, we're warning our folks really from, south of Cordova. It's going to be crossing over I-22 right there near Barney. It's going to be south of, I think that's exit 55 probably, north of Quentin, that area. This is going to be, moving up towards Sipsy. That means the Argo community right there on the Black Warrior River, Rocky Hollow, down to Hall. I call that Argo in Walker County. There's an Argo in Jefferson County too. But our folks from Sumiton, and Dora, Cordova, Burnwell, all these communities need to be in their safe places. High level, back to Gorgas and Good Springs. There's our rotation. John Gordon, what signatures are you seeing, and what concerns you?
Yeah, there's they're very distinct inflow notch right now, and you see the lightning on the northwest side. I still think it's on the money. I think it's a tight area. I agree with Scott. It was real tiny. CC area, TDS. Doesn't matter if it's tiny or big. It's definitely a tornado warning storm that I would warn on. I think Birmingham's got a good handle on it. See the surge coming back around the backside. The last reflectivity, the 2 scans ago, was what I think is an Oklahoma. There it is. That's an Oklahoma tornado in Alabama. If you want to know what, I used to work in Oklahoma, and you don't want to see that in the deep south because you have more moisture than Oklahoma has to deal with. And that's got a beautiful inflow notch and a little hook, almost a full quarter hook. So, Bill, I think this warning continues. Everyone on the northeast side coming up there, there'll be hail from Parrish up towards what is that, Jasper and Cordova, all the towns that Bill knows. I still think this is a go all the way. Once again, Jen's been telling you all, major flooding problem across the northern, from basically Tuscaloosa north, massive, going to be very heavy rain. It's big time troubles, big time, life-threatening flash flooding as well.
Yeah, John Gordon, I spent a lot of time my childhood in Walker County. My grandparents lived in Kansas, Alabama, and I love all those communities up there. Jen Nearmore, you've got reports from Tuscaloosa County.
A couple of local storm reports, one from broadcast media, thunderstorm wind damage, tree down blocking Highway 43. That's just to the southwest of Binion Creek Landing. And then also trees and power lines down on Alabama 69. And that is from a storm chaser report coming in here. So this is all from what we saw earlier. So it could have been a possible tornado. Right now they're labeling it as thunderstorm wind damage and possible tornado. So that's the report coming in from the National Weather Service right now. And we've had numerous flooding reports all throughout that northwestern corridor of Alabama. I mean, it's coming down in buckets. And so that is still continuing to be a huge concern here and will be for the next few hours, Bill.
Yeah, no question about it, Jen. It will eventually transition into a bit of a flood, a bit of a flood situation. But right now, and already that's happening in North Alabama. Very serious low-level lock on that storm in southwestern Walker County, down to the lowest level. That rotation is very, very concerning, passing south of the community of Parrish right now, and areas there. From Pleasant Field up to Aldridge, Bradleytown, Good Springs, all in those areas, from Drifton up to Big Ridge, Gobbler's Crossings, up to Cordova. We want you to be in your safe place. These places we've called out way too many times. The town of Cordova hard hit on April 27th. And of course, Sipsy is lined up right behind that. The tornado will, be crossing over I-22 very, very shortly. We don't want anybody traveling on I-22 right now, from west of Flat Top to the Jasper area. If you're coming south from Memphis, from Tupelo, we want you to get off the interstate at Jasper. They're great places for you to stop there. Let this storm go on by. Industrial Boulevard, stop at the Cracker Barrel, the Big Love's truck stop there. Ride this thing out. If you're coming from the southwest, from the southeast, from Birmingham, just get off at one of the exits there, like Flat Top. And just ride it out. Let it go by. It's not going to take long, 45 to 50 miles an hour, but it is approaching I-22. One of our friends right now in Good Springs and Bradleytown, you are right in the middle of this bounded weak echo region, and this is a very dangerous storm. Cordova, be in your safe place right now. We don't want to repeat by April 27th. There's that bounded weak echo region right there, indicating where that dangerous part of that storm is. Pushing to the northeast, it'll cross I-22, then it'll cross County Road 20, and then eventually over Alabama 5. That's the old US 78, before getting ready then to move up into southwestern Blount County, potentially moving extreme southwestern Blount County, riding that line along the Sipsy River there, between Blount and Coleman counties. Folks up to the Colony, Garden City, get ready. Huntsville, maybe up to Dodge City even. It's going to take that southern Coleman County route. We're going to be watching it carefully as it climbs up Sand Mountain. We've got a tornado warning now for Pickens County. Jack Rudden, why don't you take us down there and take us through that storm?
Yeah, this was just issued And I said it was on the BMX radar, but I meant the Columbus radar. A couple miles south of Carrollton, very, very intense looking circulation heading up towards Gordo. So it's past Aliceville, so Aliceville, you're fine. But if you're south of Carrollton, up towards Gordo, and south of Reform, you've really got to take this one seriously and get into your shelter. This is a very intense looking storm.
And this is going to pass very near where the earlier storm crossed over US 82 near Elrod, about where Highway 82 intersects Alabama 86 going over to Carrollton in Pickens County. So we want our friends. This is a tornado warning, as Jack said, till 5 o'clock. Some of the communities, Aliceville, Kirk, Dilburg, Pioneer, Benevola, Johnston Lake, Gordo, McMullen, and Lubbock are communities in the path. But take cover now. You see the circulation. It's in the Hickory community there, just north of Olney. It's going to be traveling over fairly rural territory. But if you live on any of these county roads here, from Hickory to the northeast toward Noland, we want you to be in your safe place right now. From Noland to Bostic, and especially to near Gordo, getting a storm track here to get some time. This is a 424 scan. I'm looking at a scan now that our radar Omega has been behind today, unfortunately. Oh, it's 34. It would help if I had new glasses, John Gordon. I'm supposed to get new glasses next week. Thank you very much. I was just 10 minutes off. So sorry about that, Radar Omega. You're not very far behind at all. This storm is south of Carrollton. It's moving toward Gordo. It will be approaching that US 82 corridor there around 4:54 this afternoon. So again, that's going to be really close to where we saw that storm report there on the Tuscaloosa and Pickens County line earlier this afternoon near Elrod. So, so many times we see these things repeat themselves on these storm days like today. But that, as Jack was saying, that is a very, very dangerous storm for sure. And our friend Scott Martin is kind of in the eventual track of the storm in Walker County. Here you see the Pickens County storm, bigger picture. You see the larger communities that are in the path of that. It's going to move into northwestern Tuscaloosa County again. A lot of those same communities that we called out earlier, are going to be in the same path. Eventually. Here we go. Spotters confirming a large tornado in Mississippi. Jen Nairmore, give us more.
Yeah, just seeing that quick report here. I was going to get ready to do a little bit of digging here, but that is looking nasty coming out of Meridian. But it looks like spotters are confirming a large tornado heading toward Meridian, and that's going to continue to move off to the northeast, eventually crossing over the Alabama line. So let me do a little bit of digging here and get you a few more reports, but I wanted to at least pass that to you, Bill.
Yeah, Meridian.
Yeah, Bill, Meridian's a big
John,
town.
go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Meridian's a big town. I'm telling you, Meridian, that's a bad storm. There's two areas of rotation. It's an HP. It's a high precip storm. It's totally different than the one that went out of Tuscaloosa up there towards Walker. This thing is you probably can't even see anything. It's totally rain wrapped. So, Scott Martin, you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I actually just came back from a brief outage in our internet. We took a power hit here, and it seemed like our internet took a long time to come back on. So I'm just now getting refreshed with everything here. But yeah, looking at that tornado cell south of Meridian, it looks pretty hefty, and I would say definitely that one's on the ground, and definitely people in Meridian and Marion and Pleasant Hill, Wolf Springs, Stinson, even the town of Increase and Vinmill need to be in their safe place immediately, as this one is heading toward you. Looking back down to Laurel, there's another warning in effect there, but that one on the Jackson radar does not look that impressive, and unfortunately, there's not really another good radar to be able to see that one from, as it's pretty much right there in the center of that location where there's a radar hole.
Yeah, Laurel, Mississippi seems to be ground zero for so many tornadoes and severe weather in southeastern Mississippi. I've always been a big fan of that HGTV show with Ben and Aaron. What is that show called? On Ben and Aaron Napier on their show. They kind of rebuilt that little town, and it is a cool little place. But they seem to get more than their fair share of severe weather for sure. That original tornado warning, and it's still in effect until 4:45 for just a couple more minutes for Clark and Lauderdale counties, was a PDS tornado warning. John Gordon, take us for a minute through those tags, the confirmed, considerable, and destructive, and how that interrelates.
Well, you will start off with your base warning. It's either you see it on radar or you get a report, a reliable report, like good folks that are on here, Dr. King and Brett Adair, et cetera. And then you go up from there. If you get a honest report, it's a team effort. At least in Louisville, in a lot of offices, you get together and you decide. No one makes a decision by themselves to go to considerable, to go to catastrophic, a PDS. We talk about it. We look at a lot of things. If it's in the middle of the swamp, we're probably not going to do that. If it's heading towards Meridian or Tuscaloosa or wherever, we'll probably do it. And we try to get people's attention. Plus, it will go off on your phone. We want people to take the information and go through that. That's a storm. If you're a storm chaser, do not chase the storm in Meridian. That is an HP. That's a heavy precip thing. You will see nothing. Okay. Now the storms, for the other chasers, you can see things on the discrete cells that we've been watching here coming out from the southwest. And I agree, Laurel's ground zero and Tuscaloosa's ground zero for some unknown reason. And I haven't figured that out, Bill Murray.
There's no question. Brett Adair is on that storm in Aliceville in Pickens County. He's been kind of working his way back over into Alabama. And now he's over there on that storm, and we see his feed. And Lance King apparently has come across a tree down across the road, and I'm going to try to get an exact location on where Lance is. But of course, Brett Adair is, if not the best storm chaser in the world, he's arguably in the top couple or three for sure. And if there's a tornado, generally Brett is on it. But Dr. Lance King is stopped now, and you see some folks getting out of their cars and going to help right there on Alabama 69. He's just south of Pleasant Field Road there in I guess he's still in northeastern Tuscaloosa County, maybe in southern Walker County, so he's probably come across some damage. He's south of Oakman, and has reached as far as he can go at this point. Brett Adair is there in Aliceville and taking a look. We're watching the storm here in Pickens County, the strongest part of the rotation. There's Dr. King going back to his car now, and maybe we'll get a report from him when he gets settled back in. But the strongest part of the rotation, even a possible debris ball maybe there, southeast of Carrollton, the Nolan community, up to Bostic. We've been calling your name out for about 5 or 10 minutes here.
Hey, Bill, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
The tornado warning has been upgraded to a PDS warning. There is a large, very large tornado on the ground with this, with a very large debris ball on the correlation coefficient. I don't know if you can put that on the radar, but this looks exceptionally dangerous.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, absolutely. The Weather Service in Birmingham going with a PDS tornado warning. We were just talking about this. This is the most dangerous tornado warning that we can have. It goes until 5 o'clock for East Central Pickens County. And there's that wording well, I guess there's actually one level above it, as John Gordon was just telling us. But this is the next to the top level of tornado warning, a PDS situation, a particularly dangerous situation, large, extremely dangerous tornado located near Carrollton, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So some of the strongest warning. Brett Adair's screen there, looking from Aliceville, is showing you, what's going on. And
We have
he's looking to the
multiple
northeast.
new
Go
warnings
ahead,
now
Jack.
that just came out.
What's that, Jack?
I said we've got multiple new warnings that just came out for northern Tuscaloosa, southern Fayette, it looks like, and then also for a good chunk of Coleman County too.
Okay, take us through the warnings, Jack.
So the one for northern Tuscaloosa and southern Fayette, that's for the tornado that's coming up on Gordo. The debris ball on that is over 2 miles wide. So basically the same areas that were impacted by the original storm are under the gun again. And then the original storm is now going to be moving up into the southern half of Coleman County, and this does include the city of Coleman. So if you're in the southern half of Coleman County, you need to be moving to your shelters as well.
And John Gordon, the effective shear on this storm has jumped substantially in the last hour. This environment right here, the effective shear has jumped 15 to 20 knots. Talk about why that's happening and why that's important.
That's really a good point. I was just looking at SPC. Yeah, there's a jet streak coming across right now. If you can see the water vapor, you can actually see it pushing across into the greenish bluish colors. So that gives you an exhaust mechanism, and you're seeing the low-level jet, the winds ahead of this, increase. What's really interesting, Jack, is what happened with that storm in Pickens. That had been worked over by supercell number 1, and yet it's still going. That shows you how much forcing there is in the atmosphere, that despite being quote, quote, worked over, it doesn't matter because you have so much forcing with that jet streak. You have strong low level push, you have strong upper level push, and it helps to keep all this shear going. And Bill mentioned quite correctly that the bulk shear has gone up, and the storm to the north, they put out that long warning, goes up to the Coleman. It's almost rope figure on the hook echo, whereas that storm, and here in Gordo, my nickname with the Hurricane Hunters was Gordo. I'm telling you, Gordo is a bad place to be. Do not, I'm telling you, if you're in Gordo and you hear Bill Murray's voice, hit the deck. Very bad, dangerous tornado.
Yeah, John Gordon, you're exactly right. This is a very serious storm approaching US 82 right now, near the community of Gordo. It's going to pass near and just west of that community right now. It looks very frightening on reflectivity. And I was looking for why. The mid-level lapse rates are just off the charts. These storms, once they get going, they're just going crazy, and they're tapping all of this shear. So, folks, this is a very, very serious situation. And right now, looking at the radar, you can see it. You can see that debris ball. It's approaching the Gordo community. If you're in Gordo or points to the west along US 82, we want you to be, as John says, hitting the deck right now from Gordo up to Bell along Alabama 159 as it goes up to Fairview. If you're in the Fairview community, we want you to be in your safe place right now. Bostic, you're in the heavy rain. The tornado is right on top of you or is just past to your northeast. We want you to be, still hunkering down till this thing is over. There in Gordo, the storm is right on top of you right now. The debris signature is immense, as Jack was saying. Brett Adair has the tornado on his drone. He says it is heading toward Gordo right now. Wow, it is huge. And if we can get his drone feed back up, of course, Brett is one of the best in the business. But you can see this debris signature on the radar right now. Debris is falling out of the sky. Oh, look at that frightening picture there. From I think he's in Aliceville. I'll check his location. Scott Brown, look at there, folks. There's Brett's feed. If we can get a stable feed on this RMTP right here, Brett Adair is so great to provide this to us. There's the ground feed right there, and I'll track where he is. But this is crossing US 82 right now between Reform and Gordo. He's sitting there watching. You see the low-flying cloud tags moving very rapidly from right to left. He's turning down the city street here. Possible tornado is just ahead and to the left there. Would you agree, John Gordon?
Yes, he's Brett's got it. You can start to see the edge of the base there over to the left. He'll be there in no time. Brett, be safe. I see your stuff all the time. Be safe.
Yeah, Brett is an amazing chaser for sure. He is right there in Gordo. He is absolutely in Gordo, Alabama, going through the town right now. The tornado is just to the west. He's passing to the north. Our friend Lance King is stopped watching the storm. You see the rain curtains right there, but we've got a huge debris ball. Tornado warning for eastern Pickens County, along Alabama 159 there from Lubbock down to Fairview, Gordo. We've called these towns too many times today, but we're going to keep calling them out. You got to keep going through your plan. Brett's moving into darker and darker territory there. This cloud has immense height. And so it's, you see that is a dangerous looking storm. There's Gordo feed right there. Brett's in very, very heavy rain, approaching the train tracks there from an earlier picture. He's looking around there in that area. The TDS vault, John Gordon says, is up to about 20,000 feet now. And debris is falling out of the sky on the image. Yes, look at there, folks. If you've never seen this is amazing. Brett Adair is watching debris fall out of the sky in Gordo. He's coming up on the northern side of town. This will be pointing back toward US 82. Simply breathtaking footage from Gordo, Alabama. Continuing to watch a very dangerous tornado. It's now crossing over US 82, near and north of Gordo, Alabama. Very intense rotation on the radar. A huge debris field, up to 20,000 feet. John Gordon, what are you seeing on radar?
An enormous couplet. That's the best velocity signature since I've been with you today. It's on, I'm guessing, 2 miles northwest of Gordo. Very strong gate to gate. Just a violent tornado. I guarantee this is not a little EF0. This is a bad tornado. Please take shelter. This is very serious.
Yeah, we want our friends in northwestern Tuscaloosa County, the community of Moores Bridge, up to Newtonville, there in southern Fayette County, up to Berry, and then into Walker County. Communities from Oakman to Parrish and Jasper, west along Alabama 5 and Interstate 22 there toward Saragossa. We want you to be in your safe places as this dangerous storm comes your way. You got time. You got plenty of time. The storm is still down here in northeastern Pickens County, but Brett Adair is on it. He's watching it very, very closely. John, what's the correlation when you start seeing debris to 20,000 feet? I've seen some stuff that tries to correlate that to EF ratings. I know that's not possible to do directly, but indirectly, can you infer the strength of the tornado from that, what it might end up being?
We had our tornado summit a few weeks ago, Bill, and a couple of folks from NSSL. They were actually doing research on this, on the vault. How high does it vault up, and the EF rating? That's at a higher level than I am as a meatball meteorologist. But the higher the vaulted the storm, the stronger the rotational couplet, the more violent the tornado. That I do know. And if you put that velocity back up there, you have two strong, very tight rotational couplets there on that whole beast, and a real strong RFD on the backside. You see that RFD, how it just wedges coming in from Reform over towards Gordo? That is a very tight couplet, all on the west. That's exactly right. Thank you, whoever's doing the arrow. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Very dangerous. Lightning jump too. If you looked and you're vaulted to about 21,000 feet, strong lightning thing, jump. And this is serious, folks. This is not, this is, and look at the CC. You guys see the CC on that one? Yeah, not good. Debris.
Yeah, this is a bad situation. This is a very favored area for tornadoes in Alabama too. The Weather Service in Huntsville. Also to the northeast is watching this cell that's in Walker County, getting ready to move into southwestern Blount and southern Coleman. Well, I guess it's actually going to affect mostly southern Coleman. But areas there from the Colony up to Dodge City, Hanceville, Good Hope. It's going to cross I-65 somewhere in the exit 299 area. It'll come across US 231 somewhere between Good Hope, Hanceville, and Garden City. And the Weather Service in Huntsville is going with a confirmed tag on this. That tornado warning is in effect until 5:30 this afternoon. Tornado moving to northeast at about 55 miles an hour. That confirmed tornado near Sipsy just a few minutes ago. And looking at the radar, we can see it right there. Strong indications of a couplet at the lowest level. It's going to be near north of Arkadelphia, just a little after 5 o'clock, near or just to the northwest of the Colony, a little about 5:07 or so, crossing I-65 about 5:14, 5:15, and be there near US 31, just nearer to the north of Hanceville, about 5:16. Eventually, it'll be somewhere up there around US 278, near or west of Holly Pond. So all these communities, we're giving you lots of advance heads up here. And I don't know what Brett's seeing. I think he's seeing a little bit. There's some roof damage at Brett's location there, probably in Gordo. So we've got some damage. Lance King, he looks like he's probably heading north. We'll check on him in just a second. Yeah, definitely Brett has some damage. Poor Scott Martin. We're going to get him a UPS. He's had another power hit up there, and I'm afraid he's getting some of that strong condition. But moving back, let's go back into our Pickens County storm real quick. We still have very strong rotation. Extreme northeastern Pickens County is north of US 82, north of Gordo. It's moving directly toward the Moores Bridge community. Fairview community, you're under the gun right now. John, it looks like it's kind of recycling. Maybe that rear flank downdraft's trying to come back around again there on Alabama 159. That's what these things do.
I completely agree. I want to just bring up too, don't forget the northern tornado warned storm, the one that came flying out of Tuscaloosa. That's going to be up near Colony and I-65, folks, south of Coleman. Yeah. The couplet has increased again. Thank you, Bill. I don't know those towns that well. There you go. It's near Fairview. Yeah, that's coming to the northeast. That thing probably it's either a strong mesocyclone or it's on the ground right now. And then you've got the Gordo storm, which they did. You saw how they did the tornado warning and they accounted for the northwest push on that. So that thing's wider and really good move from the Birmingham office. That thing is recycling, but I think it's still on the ground. I still think you see that it's not as bad as it once was, but give it time. It will. I think we're still in a very favorable environment because we have the 500 millibar, 18,300 feet jet streak that's over. It's 80 to 100 knots, and that's not a good thing to have in a buoyant air mass. So. And Jen, I guarantee you're getting flooding reports. You have to be getting flooding reports. There's some bad stuff in northern.
Yeah, it's been constant getting some of those reports further north, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see more further south. But on the bright side, it looks like at least some of the rain is starting to clear out of parts of eastern Mississippi. But yeah, it just continues to train over the same areas, and we are still getting a few reports. I'm not getting a lot of reports of damage from the current ongoing tornadoes. I continue to look everywhere to see that, but mostly from the earlier Tuscaloosa warning, we continue to have at least some trees that are reported down. We've had some minor damage being reported out of Walker County as well. But yeah, you're under the gun with a heavy rain. Franklin, Lauderdale counties, Lawrence, Limestone, all of these areas have reported at least some flooding. And again, things are starting to ease up a little bit into the northern and northeastern parts of Mississippi. So hopefully we can start to shut off some of the water, Bill. But I know you want to get back to some of the reports coming in with the tornado warnings and kind of give an overview to everybody of what is currently happening as we have multiple warnings out right now.
Yeah, Jen, but we've got a new flash flood warning for the northwestern corner of Alabama, for parts of Limestone, Colbert, Franklin counties in northwestern Alabama, as well as Lauderdale
Yeah, that goes till
County,
9.
Alabama. Yeah, and even into northwestern Lawrence County in Alabama as well. Yeah, so Jen, it's becoming a serious situation from that standpoint. We don't want to miss that. You see, all the way back through northeastern Mississippi, the Weather Service in Memphis has flash flood warnings in place there. The Weather Service in Jackson has big flash flood warnings across eastern Mississippi. But here in Alabama, we've got 2 very concerning confirmed tornado warnings right now. Our two storms of concern that we're watching very, very closely. The Weather Service in Huntsville has a tornado warning for Coleman County now for this dangerous storm that spent a lot of time along Alabama 69, getting ready to come up into Dodge City. Keeping a close eye on our friend Brett Adair. He's been watching the storm in Gordo. I think now Lance is falling back and trying to catch another storm. He got blocked by trees. But looking at, so first we'll take the first I'll take
Bill,
the
can I say this real quick?
Yes, John.
Okay, so that storm you got right there. So many people made bad decisions in interstates. I would wait.
Yeah.
If I was on I-65, I would wait for that thing to pass through when it gets there. And if you can't get past that stretch between Dodge City and Warrior in the next 5 minutes, I'd pull over and wait. That thing is still cycling, and we have so many people make bad decisions on roads. I just want to say
headed to
that.
Jasper.
Thank you, Lance. That's good news. You keep doing that. So, Scott Martin, where would you pull off on 65 North? Warrior, what exit right there north of Warrior before you don't want to go into Coleman County? What exit would you get? Smoke Rise? What's the best exit with somewhere to stop?
Yeah, I would stop anywhere south of the Colony exit, which I believe is 295. So anything less than 295, so say like 284, 286 or 7, I can't remember what the numbers are, but yeah, 284 in the Hayden Warrior exit, 281, 280, those exits, that's where I would pull off and just wait for at least probably 20 to 30 minutes until this gets across the interstate, because like John said, this one's recycling, and this is going to be a dangerous storm by the time it reaches 65 again, I believe.
Yeah, if you're southbound on I-65, you're approaching Coleman, that's where you want to get off. You got great exits from 310, where there's a ton of businesses. Stop and have a sandwich or a shake or something. But you got great exits at 310, 308, 305. But you start getting down to, about Good Hope. You're getting, you're starting to get into kind of a dangerous area. We don't want you to go too far to the south.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that, Bill. And especially with the main core of the storm as well, which is currently over Smith Lake. It's pretty much riding that top line of the polygon. And it's heading toward probably exits 304 to 310. So, yeah, if you can go ahead and stop at 310 now, that would be your best bet. And, go ahead and seek some sturdy shelter. Like, I know there's a Walmart there. There's a Lowe's at exit 304, stuff like that. Their bathrooms are usually considered tornado shelters. They're usually built to be tornado shelters in the case of a possible tornado coming. So, at least you can find some shelter there. And by the way, I am looking at Brett Adair's live stream right now.
Yeah, he's got definite roof damage. here in the Gordo
Yeah.
area. Yeah, so definitely. But yeah,
So,
Scott is right. You don't, if you're going south on I-65, we want you to get off at exit 310, exit 308. There's a rest area there after exit 304, but that's too far, folks. Look at the tree damage there, John Gordon, and significant damage to that house. That's why we were saying earlier, we don't want you to be on the upper floor of the house. You'd be on the lower floor, you would have been safe here. But you see first responders, law enforcement there. But talk about that tree damage for a minute, John Gordon. What does that
yes.
say to you?
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble with the Birmingham office, my friends, but that's a tornado. They'll confirm it. But you see the topping, the twisting. You see that insulation that blew out. I don't know which way Brett's facing, but that insulation, if you look really carefully, part of that house is in those trees. And the one that's right on the driveway, look at that metal that's twisted completely around the pole. There's just subtle clues and he's got a drone up and you can just see things like that. You see the snapping, the topping. If you look really carefully and get out your geometry from high school, you can see how the angles of the trees are facing in multiple directions. You see some uproots, some snaps. So I would bet my house that this is a tornado from the Birmingham office, but alleged. I'll let them rate it. But everything you look for is right there.
Wow, it's so incredible to have your insight today, John. Thank you so much for joining us. But you see that debris signature crossing over Alabama 171 right there now in the Moores Bridge community in northwestern Tuscaloosa County, continues to move to the northeast there over the northwestern part of Tuscaloosa County, getting ready to move into extreme southeastern Fayette County. And, watching that very carefully there. That storm is going to be south of Newtonville. It's right there in the Moores Bridge community at this point. I'm going to move my GR radar over here for just a second as I follow along as we watch here on the stream together. This storm is going to be passing very close to the community of Berry. We want our friends in southeastern Fayette County to be taking this very seriously. You're in the polygon. Newtonville, in your safe place right now, but you're probably going to be okay. We'll be able to clear you in just a few minutes. Concord, down to New Hope, up to New Lexington along US 43. These are the places we want you to be in your safe place. Up to Bankston, over to Berry, over to Bowley Springs, down to Gorgas and Wynwood. You're in the polygon, but you can see this debris signature, and we'll put the velocity up in a second. But here's a track for you. I'm tracking a 5:05 scan here. This scan's about 4 minutes old. It's going to be to New Lexington in about 11 minutes. You can see that circulation right now is in the Moores Bridge community. So, it's going to be 9-10 minutes into Concord and New Hope, and 11 minutes or so, 10-11 minutes in New Lexington, drawing a path on up toward Berry. How long will it take that storm to get all the way up there? You see that couplet in some gate-to-gate shear just west of Moores Bridge. In the lower south, on the lower left-hand corner of your screen, you're seeing the damage that this storm has done in Gordo. Right there. Lance King doing a yeoman's job today chasing the storm. Still got a strong debris signature on the correlation coefficient off of the Columbus radar there in northern Pickens, moving into southern parts of Fayette County. Here are those impact times. This scan right here, somewhere about 2 to 8 minutes old. So, New Lexington, this storm's on top of you in about 6 to 8 minutes. Err on the side of caution. Go now. Bankston, you're gonna be under the gun here in less than 15 minutes. Berry, you're gonna be under the gun in less than 15 minutes. There's over 1,000 people that live in this area. It's not highly populated, but each and every one of these lives is very precious to us. This storm has a history of producing significant tornado damage. Here's the reflectivity. Strongest part of that storm now is crossing out of northern Pickens County into southern Fayette County. It's to the east of Alabama 171, getting ready to approach US 43, moving up toward Berry in that area. I don't want to leave all my other friends out on the stream. I get all fired up here while we're doing this stuff because we want all these communities to take this very, very seriously. Anybody else got anything? Jen Nairmore, are you hearing anything on your various channels that you're monitoring?
Yeah, I'm watching chat right now coming out of National Weather Service Birmingham and getting a report here from John Talbot. Sipsy firefighter says he's searching houses with damage on Sipsy Road from 4th Avenue east to the first bend on Sipsy Road as well. And so that is, folks, we have to take this seriously. This is what we are watching. That's the same cell moving northeast and with a history of damage. So, and then obviously we've seen the damage in the Gordo area too. First debris in Pickens County got 21,000 feet. And, just continue to watch this. I'm not seeing it out of the reports at this point, but it's primarily we're getting the reports of what came out of Gordo and the Sipsy area too that we continue to watch coming off to the northeast. And apparently, Scott Martin, you want to hop on here? You said Adair's got more damage on his live stream.
Yeah, he's got his drone up right now in Gordo. And right now he's scanning a house that it's the same one that we saw earlier, but he was able to fly a little farther to the left on the screen as it sits right now. And there was plenty of more damage on past this trees that are over here in front of this house. There's another house that's on down that has a good bit of roof damage. Let's see if he starts to fly back down that way and I can give a better description. He's kind of just hovering over this one house right now. But there's like a plot of land in between these two houses that have a whole bunch of trees that have been uprooted and pretty much broke like halfway up the trunks and stuff. And let's see, now he's flying back over that way. Well, he stopped again. But anyway, over these trees, there's another couple of houses that are on down, and they have received a good amount of damage to the tops of the houses as well. So,
yeah, we're having a real hard time getting that big full screen image of what he's seeing. Jack, go ahead.
Hey, Bill, this is John. I was just going to say I-65.
I'm sorry, John.
I-65 is right now.
Yeah.
You're on I-65 and you hear Bill Murray's voice. Do not be driving across the southern part at all across Chilton County. This thing, I guarantee, you do not want to be on the interstate when this hits at all. Period. Danger, danger, danger. You've got all the good radar signatures there. Can you put the SRM up real quick? Any velocity of any type?
Coming off BMX.
It's not as much as it was. There we go. Yeah. I take this very seriously.
It is right there at that Alabama 269 exit, John.
Yeah, not good. So you got three main supercells. You got that one. You got the one northeast of Gordo, and then watch that stuff coming out of Meridian. It's not over. It is not over. This is going to go on a while. So, thanks for letting me be part of this, Bill.
Oh, John, we're so honored to have you here, and we have some fun news on Monday night. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Oh, hey. I'm just looking on my radar here. I don't know if this will feature just to my northwest. I'm coming into Jasper. I don't know if that's something starting to blossom. Just thought I'd point it out. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're never interrupting, Dr. Lance King. You're doing yeoman's work here. Yeah, that's beginning to get a little bit of that structure on it, John Gordon, right there near the airport on the western side of Jasper, for sure. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation at this point. Winds are actually, south at 15 miles an hour at Jasper, 64 over 64. But yeah, that's an interesting. Where are you in relation to that, Dr. King?
I am just to the east or east southeast of it, and I'm on 69 rolling into downtown Jasper now. So I'm waiting on that one that was to our southwest. I think that's the one that Brett Adair was on.
John Gordon, you think that might be a little bit of an inflow cloud into that storm that Lance is seeing on his feed right there? Or I can't tell.
Yeah, I think he snuck out.
Oh, did he? Did
Yeah.
he? Oh no! Thank
Yeah,
you,
he had to
John.
go.
That's awesome, but that's an interesting tail. I don't know if that's a beaver tail or an inflow cloud right there. Scott Brown might have a little bit of insight on that, or Scott Martin, or Jack. Where's Jack? Is Jack
Jack got
still
another
on?
power hit.
Oh my goodness, we're going to
I
have to buy
know.
everybody UPSs for everyone.
I wish mine was as simple as a UPS. It's actually the actual internet that's going out here, and not my Wi-Fi or anything like that. But looks like John DeBlock is saying that they are canceling the Fayette tornado warning as we speak.
Okay, well that's good news. We'll take it. The rotation definitely seems to have weakened.
Yeah.
There's no question. And this the cape in that area is less. The mixed layer cape is about 750 joules per kilogram. So that's great news. The lapse rates have come down a little bit, even though the shear is still very strong. This is very capable of producing a tornado still.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning that just came out for Sumter County.
Okay, let's take it.
Let me get that latest for you real quick. Right now it's radar indicated. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southern Sumter County until 6 p.m. tonight. Locations in the path of this storm include the Old Mallard Airport, York, Livingston, Belmont, Lolita, the University of West Alabama, McDowell, Bluffport, Bellamy, Ward, Coatopa. That's one of those pronunciations that get me. Doug Hill, Kennerbish, Cuba, and Epps.
Yeah.
And this storm is moving moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's definite rotation right there. Getting ready to cross US 280, southeast of York, right there in the vicinity of Alabama 17. It'll be passing near just to the west of the Lolita and Bellamy communities, areas near and south of Livingston, especially along Alabama 28, need to be especially alert. It'll pass west of the Maplesville Airport, and then going to be moving up eventually into the Forkland area. So this storm should stay south of I-59 unless it turns to the left, and generally south of US 11. But at some point, it's going to be approaching US 43 as it comes into Utah there from Linden and the south. So definitely have a new storm to worry about. This storm down here, the lightning is just beginning to ramp up on it. The effective shear is off the chart. The low-level velocity is off the chart too.
Very closely. John, what's the correlation when you start seeing debris to 20,000 feet? I've seen some stuff.
I don't know where we're getting some feedback from somewhere.
I know that's not.
Where's that coming from? Can anybody tell? I think I know. I'm muting as fast as I can. We definitely have a strong and intensifying storm in the same corridor again, south of York, in Sumter County. It's going to be moving to the northeast. We'll have to watch out eventually in Greene and Hale counties as well. And this storm will move eventually into potentially southern Tuscaloosa and perhaps Bibb County. And then this takes it on a path that could bring it up into the southern parts of the Birmingham metro area. So that's, a good couple hours away. Got plenty of time to watch it. Hopefully, I think what we've been seeing, Scott Brown, maybe a little bit all day, has been a bit of cold air damming still, a little, maybe the last vestiges of it. I know our winds had kind of turned to the south, but you could still see those lower dew points over eastern Alabama today, and the system having to fight to overcome those. But a system like this can make those things overcome, those low dew points very quickly, especially these really strong low-level jets that we're dealing with here. Anniston right now, 78 degrees, a slightly backed surface wind at 14 miles an hour coming out of the south. Southeast at 29 miles per hour, or 14 gusting to 29, got a dew point of 58. So, that's very strong southerly winds. Down at the Shelby County Airport, we've had decent sunshine a good bit of the day here. It's gotten a lot stormier looking now, but the dew point at the Shelby County Airport now 59, with a temperature of 78. That wind just slightly back south-southeast, 23 gusting to 45. And that's why we got a few trees down here and there for sure. But much of the northwestern half of Alabama is socked in. We've got three tornado warnings now. Let's go to the northwestern corner of the state and take a quick peek at what's going on up there. Even though that, the air mass up there is cooler, we've got, some active weather in that area. Going into the northwestern corner, we've got a tornado warning for central Lauderdale and southeastern Colbert till 6 p.m. And zooming in to take a quick peek at that. Very strong thunderstorm activity from east of Cherokee down to the southern part of Colbert County. It's going to be approaching the Quad Cities here very soon. Areas from Florence and Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. It's past Cherokee now, but it'll be riding up US 72 and approaching US 43 there. So. Places like Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Florence, you're all in the polygon all the way over to the airport in the shoals. So got a tornado warning there. That's our first tornado warning. Our second tornado warning is for Coleman County. We've been tracking that storm. It did damage in Pickens County. Still got broad rotation. East of I-65, east of US 31, approaching US 278, west of Holly Pond. It's going to be moving up into the Fairview and Baileyton communities. Eventually, we'll get up into the northeastern part of the county. We'll move into Marshall counties. It makes that climb up Sand Mountain from Arab up to Gunnersville. We'll have to watch it as it does that. And it's getting that elevation gain that sometimes can increase storms. The weather service in Huntsville has a severe thunderstorm warning up for northwestern Marshall, southeastern Madison, north central Coleman, and southeastern Morgan counties. That goes till 6 for all this activity up here. That's that big long polygon there. Storm moving rapidly to the northeast and at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So it's going to cover quite a bit of ground, over the next hour or so as it moves there. But the weather service going severe on that one, and that's fine with us. We'll take that. At this point, Jen Naramore, we'll take this transitioning to just a heavy rain event. We don't want flooding, and if we get by with just some scattered reports of tornado damage, there'll be a lot of criticism because of the high risk. But I'll take the criticism.
Yeah, I'm wanting to pass a couple of reports off to you. This coming in from ABC 3340, John Talbot. We've had a lot of problems in Walker County in the Sipsy area. Firefighters reporting houses damaged off of Sipsy Road with possible injuries here. And then we also have had Walker County 911 has dispatched Town Creek Fire Department to the Campbellsville Road area, reported several houses with significant damage and possible people injured here as well. So this part of Walker County has really had a lot of damage. I've not seen any photos at this point, but again, multiple houses have been reported damaged and possibility of some people injured as well. And of course, we saw what happened in the Gordo area on Brett Adair's stream as well. So I'm glad to see this trend. Let's kind of wind it down, but sadly, we still have these embedded storms that are showing rotation, and we still have numerous flash flood warnings, and we're going to have to continue to watch this here. But it does appear, and I'm going to expand my radar out just a little bit to kind of see how things are looking in Mississippi. We still have, quite a bit of heavy rain right along the Mississippi-Alabama line, and those are going to continue to roll on through here, just really enhancing the flood threat on these areas that have already been hit across parts of Franklin, Lauderdale, Limestone, Lawrence counties, even into Morgan and Madison County, starting to pick up some of the rainfall rates as well, Bill. But sad situation here in Walker County around the Sipsy area with the reports of the damage on the homes and possible injuries.
Yeah, sad anytime.
It won't be long. That
That
thing was not pretty when it came through this side of town.
Night for sure. So hopefully this trend of
take a right. This is the gas station right here. That's at that intersection.
The litany of reports on the storm.
Or you could stay right here, right? Or no.
Across Walker. We kind of knew that was going to happen, unfortunately. That storm's up in the Coleman County area. We still have a tornado warning there. The Weather Service in Huntsville, though, deciding to go severe thunderstorm for the downstream portion of that, at least for the heavy rain and hail portion. I guess we don't know for sure if they'll continue the tornado warning portion of that area, but we know for sure there's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. And we do have those reports that Jen gave us. We do have a tornado warning continuing at this hour, for portions of Sumter County. That goes till 6 o'clock. And going down, let's see, what's my best radar there? I probably would pick the Birmingham radar to take a peek at that one. That's where I'd love to have that meridian gap filling radar at my fingertips there. But the Weather Service radar in Birmingham will have to do rotation there south of Livingston, south of US 11, south of I-59, moving to the northeast. It's right on the edge of the effective side of the radar. So being able to see that, even though it's at a really high altitude, about 7,800 feet at that point, gives the Weather Service in Birmingham some concern. We do have a tornado watch in effect till 8 o'clock for basically the northwestern half of Alabama, everything from Mobile and Baldwin counties in the southeastern part of the state to DeKalb and Jackson counties in the northeastern part of Alabama, including the Montgomery, the Anniston areas down into Monroe and Conecuh and Escambia counties in Alabama. So we're dealing with 3 tornado warnings right now. I think is still the case. Yes, Scott, what you got for us?
They just went confirmed on that Coleman County.
There we go.
So this new one, it includes
Yes.
northern Marshall County, southeastern Madison County, northeastern Coleman County, and southeastern Morgan County until 6:15 p.m. It was confirmed on the ground by weather spotters. So it is definitely on the ground right now. On radar, I don't know if I'm seeing any signs of debris, but definitely a tornado on the ground. So if you're in this polygon, you need to be in your safe spot. It looks like the next bigger population center will be Baileytown.
That's right.
Moving towards Arab and then Union Grove, and then eventually working up towards New Hope and Grant and potentially Woodville.
Yeah, this is a very familiar path. Jen Airmore, did you ever write about that tornado that hit the Arab, Hullico areas? I think 1994 that birthed the National Weather Service in Huntsville.
Yes. Yeah, we sure did.
And this is the path. The Weather Service in Birmingham missed that warning that night. It was, a busy night, and they had county responsibility for Coleman then, because the Huntsville office had been closed, and it created quite the brouhaha. And led to the National Weather Service in Huntsville being stood back up. And of course, John Gordon, who was super enough to be with us today, was the first MIC, the first meteorologist in charge. But yeah, I'm worried as this storm climbs up that elevation. Somehow that just seems to me, Scott Brown, to be, I don't know, a little bit of extra juice for these storms. So especially our friends in Fairview and Baileyton, passing near to the north of Holly Pond, a lot of our great meteorologists have come out of this area because they saw these terrible storms come through here over and over again. People like Tara Golden at the National Weather Service, Tara Goggins, Josh Johnson is folks from this area. So this is going to climb up into eastern Morgan, southeastern Morgan, and the southwestern part of Marshall County as it's climbing up Sand Mountain. Little town of Arab, town whose name came from a mistake at the post office. Union Grove, Cherokee Ridge, eventually crossing over US 231, moving toward Highway 431. You see it right there on reflectivity from the high top radar. This is the Huntsville radar. It's now in the process of it's right in the Fairview area right now. Baileyton, it's passing just to the west of you. So it's right in that area along Alabama 69. This storm has spent way too much time on Alabama 69 today. And that is a long road. I don't know where it ends. I don't know if it ends in Arab or if it keeps on going. But these communities like Hulico, Fairview, Birdsong, Baileyton, on up into the Union Hill, Pine Lake Village, really south of, Oleander, Cherokee Ridge, those areas. We want you to be in your safe places. And then it'll eventually move on up to the northeast toward Union Grove. Another place that's had its fair share of tornadoes. We've really got 3 tornado warnings in Alabama right now. We've got 1 tornado warning up in Tennessee. For parts of Fentress and Overton and Pickett counties off our responsibility area. One of ours is confirmed. It's this warning for southeastern Morgan and Marshall and Coleman counties. Scott Martin, you're watching the Skycam in Muscle Shoals. Seeing anything on that northwest Alabama tornado warning that concerns you?
Right now, I can't really get a good radar representation for that, just because it's kind of far from the Columbus radar, and it's still pretty far from the high top radar, so it's kind of hard to really get a good image. It's right there where you start to get the degradation of the signal, so I'm not really seeing a good rotation. However, I am looking at the Skycam from the EMA tower in Muscle Shoals, and there's a good little breeze blowing and some what looks like to be moderate rainfall at this point. That looks to be too heavy because you can still see houses.
Hold on, guys. Hold on just a minute.
Companies down on the street level. So
got a battery somewhere. There's my headset. But where's the drone battery? God damn.
Yeah, right now it's just kind of hard to see in that radar dead zone. If there's, good circulation, or if there's a good, CC on the ground or anything.
I don't like not having room.
I have been monitoring.
It's killing me.
National Weather Service chat, and
all right, Tim, that drone battery's back there somewhere,
really
boss.
Have not talked about that tornado warning much.
Here we go. I got it. You got it. You got it. Getting it clean.
10 minutes ago, they were.
Coolio.
There was some conversation about it being canceled, but they decided to leave it going. So apparently, they see enough.
All I got's one left anyway.
To keep the tornado warning
Thanks, sir.
Going.
And let's go back down into eastern Winston.
All right, we'll get the drone. Hold on, I'm about to get the drone up, guys, for y'all one more time.
There, that storm near Arley kind of has my attention a little bit.
There's nothing to see back there.
Ramping up just a bit.
Lightning
rotation
on that one.
Yeah, lightning's come up substantially. Got a little bit of a low level rotation,
prepping for takeoff.
Structure on it. certainly dealing with a tremendous amount of shear.
Here we go.
Its cape is not off the charts, about 700 to 900 joules of cape, but right there, north of Wadley, along US 278, that's going to be moving into northwestern Coleman County, northwest of the city of Coleman, perhaps moving up toward Beaumont. That could rotate up into southern Morgan County, there near Fall.
How do I change?
A problem.
Okay, ISO auto.
Scott Brown, looking at that storm, you think that could be going upscale, or do you think that's just going to be a sub-severe storm for the next 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an area to continue watching. With all these storms, the atmosphere, is just like we've been saying, quite ripe right now, and any storm that looks to be getting, more strong, is definitely something that causes concern. So we'll need to continue to watch that. But big picture right now, we've got the confirmed warning up in Coleman County, working its way into
Hey guys, this is a drone. We're in the air.
Morgan counties.
You can see.
And then
very substantial damage. This thing was
moving in Lauderdale County as well. So continuing to watch just all of these areas over the next little bit, especially as these storms from more southern Mississippi begin to work their way into our area.
I'm going to go to Scott Martin briefly. I want to come back to Brett Adair's feed as quickly as we can because he's got some interesting drone footage, and then back to you, Jim. So, Scott Martin, take it.
Okay, so just got a report from National Weather Service in Birmingham that they have canceled the tornado warning for Sumter County. Apparently, the wall cloud fell apart and has pretty much lost its circulation as of right now. So, and even looking at radar, it has become really messy in the area, especially from Utah all the way down to Butler.
Why people went down it?
Back over to the state line.
Because there's nothing blocking it.
And just want to say this real quick. The good news, there's nothing left in Mississippi.
It looks like it. That's what.
But I will say this,
the tornado path right here
just came out. And it is for the Winston County storm.
What was this the first?
There we go.
Was this the first tornado damage?
Yeah, look.
Because there's nothing blocking it.
Because there's a lot of traffic on US 82 that stopped in Brett's feed there. But yeah, the Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Winston County. The Weather Service in Huntsville, because of the way the county warning areas lay out, has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Coleman, like we thought, and southern Morgan County. So, that's why we kind of keep an eye on these things, because they can ramp up very quickly. And that one has. The strongest rotation is now in the Addison area. We've got a pretty strong couplet right there, and something that we've got to watch very closely. It is right there along US 278, just to the east of Addison, west of Jones Chapel. It's going to be moving up into the northwestern part of Coleman County. Should stay west of West Point, but we want you to be in your safe place if you're in the polygon.
There's
from Jones
lots
Chapel
of trees
over West
down.
Point up to Falkville, and then this polygon is going to come all the way up to the city of Decatur, almost all the way up to the river, to Priceville, to Somerville, to Hartselle, and all these areas. Again, I-65, we don't want you on the interstate. This tornado warning, this tornado will be around Falkville and Hartselle around 555, Decatur and Priceville around 605. Some of the other communities are going to include Lakin, Val Hermoso Springs, Crane Hill, Jones Chapel, Mooresville, Neal, West Point, Massey, Basham, and Somerville. Scott Martin, I sound like a train conductor when I start reading all those communities out. All aboard.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just sitting here looking at that.
And this thing,
and like you said, you pointed it out earlier. That storm really ramped up quickly. And, And as it's about to cross 278 right now, definitely people should not be on the roads on 278 right now, especially in Addison and just to the north. Places like Jones Chapel, Central, Dripping Springs, even up as far north as Clifty.
Vance wrecked.
Even just a little bit to the west of Inmanfield and Upshaw. I know that the main part of the storm has passed you, but you're still in the polygon. Definitely stay in your place of safety for right now until you know that the warning has been cleared. And then from there you go up Faultville, and my mouse kind of
project
messed up there for a second. Yeah, go from Faultville to Lebanon, Leesdale, Tanner Heights, Hartselle, and all the way up to Georgia. Y'all are in the path of this storm as well.
All right, guys. That was
get in your place
pretty
of
legit
safety
there.
now. I know it's several minutes away, but that'll give you plenty of time to get in there, adjust, get your safety gear on, and just to be sure that everything's all safe before you before that storm approaches your location.
How do let's see, effects.
If you got friends traveling on I-65 from the south, might be a good idea to call them. We want them to get off the interstate at Athens. Of course, Buc-ee's is already crowded, but go get a brisket sandwich and fight the crowds, and use the 1,000 gas tanks at Buc-ee's. Because it's just not worth it to drive into these things. I'm constantly amazed. We still have so many people that just drive into tornadoes, and I hate that. But if you're traveling south on I-65, we want you to get off before Decatur, and the best place is Athens. And if you're coming north, we want you to get off before exit 310 at the latest. Preferably 308, but 310 will work, the Moulton 157 exit. So it's getting to be dinner time, plenty of places to eat dinner. So if you're coming north on I-65 from Birmingham, get off at Coleman. And if you're in that stretch from, Lacon Hill up through Faultville and Priceville, still a good idea to, hurry up and get on out of there. I'd get off the interstate. If you're around 318, 328 in those areas, though, because you do not want to be caught on the interstate when a tornado is coming in. So, someone can be heard singing on the stream. That may be, that's probably Brett. So we might want to pull Brett's slider down too. Director, that might be that, because when you get toward the end of the day, these chasers sometimes get a little happy at the end of the day. So fortunately, it hasn't been a nasty, horrible, terrible day. If you were in Sipsy, if you were in Gordo, it's been a bad day. If you were in any of these areas that, had tree damage, and Jen Narramore's got, lots of reports probably. Jen, we can share your screen for sure. I may not have given you that. Yeah, I think I have. You should have the ability. We'll come to you in just a second. So get ready. We'll have that. I'll just touch on the couple of warnings that are in place right now. We do have that new warning. Really, there are three. Kind of two work in tandem. The one for northeastern Winston is still in effect for that storm northeast of Addison. It's just now crossing the line into extreme northwestern Coleman County, getting ready to cross the other county line into southern Morgan. And once it makes that little trek over northwestern Coleman County, the Weather Service in Huntsville can clear Coleman and just deal with Morgan County and areas really north of exit 318 all the way up to 340 are going to have to deal with that. From Faultville through Hartselle to Somerville to the Priceville exit, and then to exit 340 all that area is going to have to deal with that. And then we'll watch that, see if it can move over to near the Huntsville Decatur airport. Now, to the east of that, we got that long track storm that we've dealt with for several hours. It is currently showing up in eastern Morgan County right now. It's south of West Point, south of Union Hill, southwest of Morgan City. It is getting ready now to make the crossover into, at this point, into Marshall County, northwest of Union Grove. It's going to be moving toward New Hope, Owens Crossroads, eventually up toward Woodville and Paint Rock and Gurley along US 72. Grant, you're probably going to be okay. You're out of the polygon. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning. Limb Rock, you'll eventually deal with it. You're not in the warning yet there in Jackson County, but we'll eventually have to deal with that. Jen Nairmore, you've got some information to share with us, including, the Span is like a magnet for reports. He's a magnet for sunset and sunrise pictures and for damage reports, and we are grateful for every one of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to try to share my screen and hopefully my computer doesn't blow up. I'm going to see it slowing down. But yeah, one of the problem areas has been the Sipsy area in Walker County. Walker 911 reporting people entrapped in houses on Sipsy Road, and considerable damage as well in this area. And so, first of all, the first photos I'm going to pull up here is actually out of the Lake Tuscaloosa area. And this is an area, it's the Texaco. Can you see that all right, Bill? Is the photo showing up, or is that, am I showing?
It just showed up. Yeah, it took a second. Everything's a little slow, but now it's showing great.
So this is the Texaco, also what used to be called the Pump and Dine on Highway 43, Lake Tuscaloosa area. So just some damage here to that Texaco station. I wanted to scroll through real quick. Mainly the roof being peeled off here. And then some trees snapped as well. And so I'm going to close that and then kind of scroll up here to awesome to see the helmets getting ready here. And then also, here's some of the damage. This is on Sipsy Road. So we already have the fire department and the EM is there. They've been doing, going through the homes. Folks have been trapped. And so we have numerous trees and possibility of some power poles down here as well. This is, again, on Sipsy Road. And then this was in Cordova. So yeah, like you said, Span gets the reports, that's for sure. Again, this is in Sipsy. So
wow, that's significant damage, Jen.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage here. I'm going to scroll to this photo as well.
Well, we knew, even, this is the worst we see today. We'll be grateful. But this is still, these are life-changing events for folks that are, going through this damage today.
Absolutely.
It can have serious economic impacts. And, it takes a long time to dig out of a hole like this sometimes. But the great thing about people in Alabama, Jen, and you know this, you've been down here enough. Neighbors help neighbors.
Absolutely.
And it's a special place from that standpoint.
Yeah.
They come out in droves, and it's not just Alabama, it's the whole United States. But you see it in your tornado talk. You guys go for the human side of tornadoes, the impact, and the good side too, because a lot of times there's a good side that comes out after they're over.
Yeah, it's so hard to go through events like this because it happens so quickly. But, when people put their differences aside, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you believe or what it just doesn't matter. It's neighbors helping neighbors and helping them to quickly recover, because severe weather and tornadoes is certainly a part of life, really anywhere across the country, but certainly in Alabama. We are not exempt from severe weather. We have it all the time in the state of Alabama. So folks come together and help each other. And it's heartwarming to see. It's so difficult to go through it, but then people help each other get on the other side. So that's what's awesome.
Yeah, that's a great thing. People helping people, that's for sure. So yeah, we're still dealing with these two North Alabama tornado warnings here. Really, it's still technically three. There's a tiny, tiny bit of Winston County that's still in a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They have responsibility for Winston County. But you hop over a county, Coleman County is in the National Weather Service in Huntsville's area. And sometimes that leads to a lot of confusion. You know, we alluded to earlier why there's a National Weather Service in Huntsville. And people in North Alabama would fight you for that Weather Service office for sure. And it all stemmed from a tornado that we talked about just a few minutes ago. But that's why you see that two different warnings there. There's that one warning for Winston sliding out of there, sliding across northwestern Coleman County right now. About look in that area. Kind of see what we see. There's still rotation right there at the juncture of the county lines of Winston and Coleman and Morgan. The probabilities of that producing a tornado have come way, way down. The lightning flashes are way down. The capes are still about 500 to 900 joules. The lapse rates, the decline of temperature with height, which is important for the intensity of the updraft, has come down. But those shear levels are still off the chart. And, as that happens, as the shear, goes up and the instability comes down, you still can have some crazy things happen. And we may be seeing that happen right now northeast of Addison. We got pretty good rotation right there off the high top radar. It's actually kind of sliding into the southwestern portion of Lawrence County there near the Piney Grove community. So this storm's kind of curving back. It looks like one of my gutter balls in bowling there, Jen Nairmore. Maybe the Piney Grove community. We'll have to watch out also the communities of Penn and Campground. I don't know if you've ever taken that drive, Jen, from Muscle Shoals down to Coleman along Alabama 157, but it's a beautiful drive. And you come down from Campground over to Speak. But these communities here, you see like Clifty and Penn and Campground up to Danville, over to Thomas Place, over to Lebanon. We'll get them all through. We'll get this storm through there, make sure nothing happens, and then we'll deal with the US 31 corridor areas from Faultville up through Leesdale and Tanner Heights into Hartselle. So you see, putting the rotation in motion, you can see where that thread is. It's passed through Upshaw. It's approaching Piney Grove right now. You're not in a tornado warning, Piney Grove, but you're close enough. I want you in your safe place. You should have already been there. As you watch that southeastern part of Lawrence County, is getting the left side of this left turning tornado. Weather Service in Birmingham has cleared that warning now, and good. So that's good. We've got that warning out of the way. Now the Weather Service in Birmingham has no warnings. Someone can confirm that for me in the chat here, but Weather Service in Birmingham has no warnings. We do have a tornado watch that continues till 8 o'clock. It is a PDS tornado watch, which has been a function of this, high risk that we're in today. But no warnings for the Birmingham County warning area, none for Mobile, none now for Mississippi. Even those active storms in the southeastern part of Mississippi, nothing there. You do get a severe thunderstorm warning, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there in southeast Louisiana. But we still do have active weather in North Alabama. Of course, we've still got flash flood warnings for the northwestern corner of the state. Lots of flash flood warnings back in Mississippi where they've had very, very heavy rain. And we still have our tornado warning for a good bit of Morgan County into northwestern Coleman County. And then a severe thunderstorm warning for that strong reflectivity in the eastern part of Morgan County that is just sort of skirting the extreme western part of Marshall and moving up into Madison County. That should stay southeast of the city of Huntsville, but I would expect that our activity moving through Morgan County at least coming along Alabama 157 right there, is going to have to swing up through Huntsville eventually. So we'll see how that goes. But zooming in here, here's our tornado warning, and taking the high top radar. Our circulation on that tornado warning is sitting right there on the juncture of the county lines of Morgan and Lawrence and Coleman and Winston, getting ready to cross over Alabama 157. It's going to move over all this beautiful territory here in southern Morgan County, approaching US 31, near north of Falkville. No debris signatures, anything that makes us real concerned that we've got anything on the ground. But with this high shear, anything can happen at any time. Storm relative velocity values are not off the chart. Got maybe a new little rotation down there southeast of exit 318 around Falkville. Is that backed up with some reflectivity? Yeah, it is. So that's not out of the question. No real normalized rotation that gives me any tremendous heartburn at this time. Of course, I'm coming from the Birmingham radar, and I'm going to switch over here on my GR because the director's got us over here on the high top radar, which is actually a much, much better place for us to be. And you say, well, how do you know which radar to look at? Well, you go to the closest one. Because the curvature of the Earth defeats the purpose of the radar. The radar goes out in a straight beam. We haven't figured out how to send a radar in a curved fashion. Although Scott Martin's so smart, he probably already has figured that out. But maybe in the military they figured that out. But us meteorologists haven't figured that out yet. We're still using 1970s era technology, and we're grateful for it because it helps us, warn the public substantially. But you can see we don't really have anything there that makes us go crazy. This is the tornado warning. It covers that northwestern slice of Coleman County. Scott Brown, that makes me think of pizza. We're going to be getting hungry here, I think, as I eat a Fig Newton. Northwestern Coleman, Morgan County, tornado warning goes until 6:15. So we got about another 20 minutes in this morning, and still got to deal with it along I-65, along 31, areas from Decatur and Brookmead down to Hartselle and Falkville. On the I-65 side, everything from Mooresville down to Priceville and Hartselle, Somerville, Falkville. Then you get out to the eastern part of the county. Maybe as far east as Valhermoso Springs. We called out your name a little earlier. But again, we just don't see anything in there that gives us tremendous pause at this point, or anything that makes us, really worry too much. There's a little bit of a rotation down there on 231 near Morgan City, maybe in the southeastern part of Morgan County. That might be trying to do something. That is coincident with some decent reflectivity. The probability's not too bad. Probability of a tornado still in that system up to about 20%. So that's kind of come up a little bit, but not anything that makes us go wow at this point. So still, Huntsville's got one tornado warning at this point, and I think that's the only one we're dealing with. There's one up there in Tennessee, in the Chattanooga area. But I tell you what, Jen Nairmore, if and Scott Martin says he's got pizza. So Scott, you need to share.
Yeah, you better get it up here to Ohio fast. I'm starving.
but Jen Nairmore, if we get out with just this, I know I feel terrible for the people that have, had damage today, but if we get out of this without loss of life, I'll be really grateful.
Me too, absolutely. And I have gotten some reports. I got to get back to the right space for this, because last night was so awful with all the supercells that went through Missouri and Arkansas, and I think those were Mississippi. And we've got the latest report coming in on how many fatalities have occurred from all those storms last night. We actually have had This is coming in from Weather Fatalities on X. Mid-March 2025 storm complex fatality total of 23 people.
Oh,
And there were 12 in Missouri, 4 in Texas. And I think that was because Bill, those winds were so bad with the dust that was blowing. I think there was a traffic accident. I'll correct me if I'm wrong on that. But then we had 3 in Arkansas as well. And so it was just tragic last night. A parade of supercells that went through so many different areas. There was also, looks like there was 3 in Mississippi. That may have actually been from today. I need to double check that because we had the damaging tornadoes in Mississippi earlier today, and then there was a fatality in Oklahoma. Again, this is a combination of the tornadoes and those type of fatalities, but also I think they're from the dust storm. I mean, some of those wind gusts in Texas, 80 to 90 miles per hour. So it was just so hectic. This storm has just really been packing a punch.
yeah. The scenes yesterday, I think it was Amarillo,
Yeah,
were
Amarillo area
just
was, yeah.
shocking. That sort of a dust storm is just an unbelievable thing. And it was shocking. But that really shows, this has been a very impactful event, for sure. And if we get out lightly today, I'll be grateful. It's not over. We've got a PDS tornado watch until 8 o'clock for a large chunk of Alabama. We'll take a big. Oh, here's our storm reports. Thank you, Director. That really kind of shows what happened yesterday. Obviously, a family of maybe a long track tornado or a family of tornadoes across north central Mississippi, and several paths of tornadoes there across northern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, into southern Illinois, and even into southern Indiana. It's always amazing to me, Jen Nairmore, how these things line up. You see them there. But here's our big picture, and maybe we can even go to a composite radar, because a lot of folks are watching from all over the state, and want to know what's going on in their area and kind of what they can expect. Because we get in the heat of the battle, we start focusing on individual storms. But you've got light to moderate rain covering basically the northwestern half of Alabama at this hour, from the Florence, Muscle Shoals areas over US 72 to Huntsville, down to Moulton to the Coleman area, down through western Blount County. Raining heavily now in the western half of Jefferson County, eastern Walker County. It's raining heavily in eastern Marion County. Some heavy rain coming into the western part of Marion County as well. They're going to be approaching the Hamilton area. Jen, that's where you're supposed to be tonight. You're supposed to be in Guin. But
That's right.
This weather kind of derailed your plans.
Sure did.
Heavy rain there across a good bit of Bibb County. And we get into the main kind of action that's going on in Alabama right now, in eastern Pickens and western Tuscaloosa counties. But you get into some really heavy rain now across a good bit of Greene and Hale counties, down into Marengo County, southern Sumter County. It's raining to beat the band right now in Demopolis. The rain has let up along I-59, finally getting a break down there south of Utah between Livingston and York. The heaviest rain has pushed south of the interstate now. But boy, it is pouring all along US 43, near Demopolis, near the Lock and Dam. They've got a 68-degree dew point. Very warm, very moist air is just pouring into that rainfall activity there, and they're going to be getting some incredible rainfall amounts through there. You move down into Choctaw County, down into Butler County. We've got all kind of activity there. Linden, Myrtlewood, it's getting ready to pour down there. Pennington, Lisbon into Butler. Good bit of lightning also from the Demopolis area down to Myrtlewood, down there into the northern part of Choctaw County. There around the beautiful community of Butler. You're going, wow, wait a minute. It's shake, rattle, and roll here, but it's not severe, folks. I don't know if you heard James talking about it this morning. It takes 1 of 2 things to make a storm severe. I guess really 3. It's got to have 58-mile-an-hour winds. It's got to have 1-inch hail, or it's got to have a tornado. It can be any of those 3 things. There's a little more isolated cell out there crossing US 84 between Coffeyville and Grove Hill. in Clark County, passing to the north of Jackson. But boy, you get back into southeastern Mississippi and it is coming down there. You can see it. Laurel, it's east of you now along US 84, be coming into Waynesboro. Hattiesburg looks like the worst is about over. Boy, I wouldn't want to have been driving on I-59, but it's getting better now. Areas there east of Hattiesburg, really, really heavy rain, but we're grateful that we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have flash flood warnings all the way from the Philadelphia area down to Meridian, down to Laurel, and all those counties. And there are some also in the Slidell area on the northeast side of Lake Pontchartrain. There's a big severe thunderstorm warning as well there. In the western counties of Mississippi, there in Hancock County, back into the parishes of northeastern Louisiana, eastern side of New Orleans. Fortunately, Mardi Gras is over. The main line of storms is now passing through the city of New Orleans right now, and it'll be over for them very shortly. And things will get much, much better. 6:05 now. Many thanks to everybody who's kind of put this stream together. I know it was a rocky start because we were trying to get so many voices on here, and I'm thankful for each and every person and their contribution. Jack Rudden is such an amazing meteorologist and such an incredible work ethic, Jen Airmore. He's just been an amazing addition to the blog, and you were responsible for finding him. So we're going to blame you.
You're going to blame me? No, that's
Yep.
all right. No, he's a great kid. He's a hard worker. He likes to learn, and I really got to know him. I would go to the Mid-Atlantic Chaser conferences, and I actually did a tornado talk at one, and I was so nervous. And he sat next to me on the first row, and he goes, "I'm just going to sit here." And he was like my person to watch. So I stayed calm because I had never done a big talk like that before. So when it came, as we were looking for people to work with, I knew he would be just a really go-getter and really enjoys learning. And so he's just a great kid. I've enjoyed working with him.
Yeah, well, I'm so grateful that you found him because he's so fun to work with. And of course, I know Scott Brown's mom and dad. Scott's mom is probably the most famous cabling person. All hotels, the most important amenity in a hotel, there are two, is hot water. You got to have hot water. That's number one. And secondly, you have to have high-speed internet. And sometimes I think the high-speed internet's more important than the hot water. But his mom, Lori, is probably the most prolific and best cabler. Her and her husband, they have a great company that does that, and that's how I met them. And she said, "Hey, my son's into meteorology." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness! Well, send him my way." Next thing I know, he's walking out of James Spann's office one day. And Scott Brown, I'm so glad that I met them. And your mom and dad are fine, fine people. And I'm even more glad I met you.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed my time here at the blog. It's been a great opportunity, and I'm very thankful for that connection and getting to know you and the whole team. It's been really great.
I think you should explain all of those things on that bookcase behind you. There's some crazy stuff back there. It points out some of the many things that I love, and especially baseball and Rickwood Field, and things that history, other things. The little town of Natchez, Mississippi. I see that. There's lots of. It's funny how you get all these things, and to your right, Scott. There's the Ben Franklin Hotel. Do you know where the Ben Franklin Hotel is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, the Ben Franklin Hotel is in Philadelphia, and it was in the Jackie Robinson movie, and that portion was filmed at the Tutwiler Hotel, which I was running in Birmingham. We acquired it in 2006 and renovated it, and they turned it into the Ben Franklin Hotel, and I got that little piece, so that was pretty cool. So. Scott Martin, you and I have been together a long time, and I don't know. You walked up to me in the library parking lot at Birmingham after I think a National Weather Association chapter meeting, and said, "You think I could ever work with you?" And I said, "Yeah, you start Monday at 8 o'clock." How did that turn out, Scott?
Well, I'm still here, and it's 2025. So really, what happened there is I was a late in life career change. Started off as a professional graphic designer. That's what I went to college for. Graduated from what was then known as Tech in '97, and started working for a mail order school supply company designing their catalogs, and went from there. Stayed there until pretty much they decided that they were going to move their company up to Wisconsin and consolidate everything and have it all out of one place. So at that time, it was like, what can I do? There's not really any more art jobs in Birmingham that were available at that time. And my beautiful wife, Amy, she said, well, hey, you've been a weather nerd for your whole entire life. You can sit there, you can look at the clouds and tell what's about to happen, and you haven't even taken any educational classes toward it. And she said, why don't you go back to school and become a meteorologist? So I took the long trek back from, started back in 2012 and, did classes half-time instead of full-time. So it took me 8 years to get my degree instead of 4. But 2021, finished Mississippi State with my meteorology, bachelor's in meteorology, and love it. I mean, I love meteorology. It's my passion. And, I was so thankful that, I got the encouraging words from James Spann, and then, with you willing to take me on the blog, that was sort of a miracle, because I'm like, well, I have no experience coming into this. So, but I greatly appreciate you, Bill.
Well, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you and your expertise, and we see you are a tremendous graphics artist, and that's a great combination, Scott, because communicating the weather is a critical part. It's one thing to be able to forecast it, and one thing to be able to warn and talk about it, but to be able to communicate it is a different thing. And you are so good at that. So, and last I'm going to talk about Dr. Lance King. He's been a longtime friend of mine. He missed a wedding for this today. His family's in Auburn at a wedding, and his wife finally said, "You're not going to be happy till you go, Chase." He went with me to Hurricane Helene last year, and he got the bug because he had been, saying for years we were going to go do it. And I'm like, "Hey, come on, go with me to Helene." And we had the best time. I know he's probably listening. I can see him on the live stream, even though he can't talk right now. But he dropped everything and came up here last night. We're pulling him up on the live stream. I know these RMTP feeds have been really difficult to pull up quickly, but they're really valuable. We've seen some amazing work from him, and of course, Brett Adair, has grown up before our very eyes in the last 10 to 15 years. Right here, Central Alabama Chaser. Lance, you dropped everything to be here. Please give your wife Laura our best. They live in Pensacola. He is a neurologist down there, and has a love for weather and a passion for it, like we do, and skill. There's no question about it. We got a tornado warning now, southeastern Mississippi, southeastern Jones County. A little bit of that Ben and Aaron Laurel magic beginning to unfortunately work itself there. It's going to be moving into Wayne County, another place that's all too familiar, and then we'll eventually have to watch it as it potentially affects the southern part, or maybe southern and central parts of Choctaw County in Alabama. But that area down there is, of course, a lot more it's got a lot more instability to deal with in that area. So, we're going to keep a close eye on that for just a little bit longer. Scott Brown, what's your thoughts on the rest of the night? What do you think? How do you think all this is going to evolve?
Well, that's what I was just thinking about, trying to figure out what we can expect next. Like right now, it looks like the most interesting storm is there in Marengo County, coming out of Choctaw County. Sub-severe right now, not seeing anything concerning yet, but I know a few minutes ago the National Weather Service said that they were keeping an eye on this one. But elsewhere right now, not seeing any major signs of severe weather, just a lot of rain up in northern Alabama. So it looks like a little bit too much rain got ahead of these storms, and maybe that's pulling some of the instability away from them. But this secondary little line there in southern Mississippi will be something to watch too. It looks like they just extended that warning way up
through Wayne County.
Microphone.
No, you're coming through still. I hear you.
Okay. They extended that warning up to the state line for Wayne County, including Waynesboro, Mississippi. So that's going to be in effect until 7 p.m. This evening. And then once it moves through there, if it can hold on to itself, it'll be moving into southern Choctaw County.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it holds on. We'll take a walk. We'll take a walk in a few minutes through the HRRR. We'll pull it up and kind of follow the reflectivity and some of the other parameters. Look at some soundings to see if we think this is going to continue. Be nice to look at the latest convective outlook from the SPC. It came out today, of course, at 11:30. There was an update. At 3 o'clock? Is that right?
I don't think the next one comes out until 8 o'clock tonight.
Is that right? So there's not an afternoon update. And I think Jen's got some stuff she wants us to look at in just a minute as well. But I'd love to kind of get an idea on what we think is going to happen over the next few hours. Jen, you want to take it and show that, because the Weather Service does some amazing things with some of the initial potential tornado tracks, and that's really very, very helpful for us. It looks like now maybe 5 potential tornado tracks in Alabama.
Yeah, I'm going to let you. I'll pull this up and I'm going to have you kind of talk over it. But Weather Service in Birmingham is on it, and they already have their outlines for where they're going to go do the surveys. So they're looking at 5 potential tracks.
Yeah, that is just amazing. Can you zoom in just a little bit for more detail, or is it can we look at there?
This is that I know, and I got to figure out how to.
That's fabulous. But you see that storm that came out of Pickens.
Mm-hmm. So this is the Gordo
that
storm.
moved over the Gordo area,
mm-hmm.
and that may be our 4th tornado track there that moved up into northwestern Tuscaloosa. You remember there was a second tornado that potentially formed just to the east of that. I guess that was actually the earlier storm.
Yeah,
that was the first tornado.
Yep.
We had that reported, that tornado, wasn't it? Was it near Elrod, Jen?
Yes.
And so that tornado straddled the Pickens-Tuscaloosa County line. And then, of course, there were those reports along Alabama 69 there near Lake Tuscaloosa. And then that's track number 2. And then there's the track that goes up into Walker County. That is potentially track number 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to where I was before. Oh, see, I was trying to be cute with my annotation, Bill, and that didn't work.
What were you trying? I'm so tone deaf, Jen. It's like,
I was
so
trying
literal.
to be cute, and now I screwed up everything, and so now I got to zoom back over here. I was trying to be cute, label it, and make some drawings, and
I thought it was fabulous.
Yeah,
you did a great
me.
job. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's me trying to be cute.
I love it.
So anyway,
and I think you didn't use it during the show, and you should have, while we had the incredible John Gordon, which you were responsible for. was coming up with a new tornado index that we may have to use going forward.
That's right.
The Weather Channel has the Torcon, which of course really rankles span to no end. And you think there should be a new one?
Yeah, I think we should go with the John Con.
Yeah, I like that.
No Torcon, just go John Con.
Yep.
He was fabulous. I mean, just hopping right in and just look at this. And I just love the way he describes things. I mean, I learn so much every time I talk to him. So, but yeah, this is potential track number 5 up here.
Yeah. So that touched down north of the old US 78, near the community of Argo, which is right on the that's the Locust Fork of the Black Warrior River, or is that the Sipsy Fork? I can't. That's the Mulberry Fork. I should know that. But beautiful twin bridges over that river right there on Old 78, now Alabama 5. That community in Walker County pushed on off to the northeast and moved into the extreme southeastern or southwestern part of Coleman County. So see right there, you see graphically, what we dealt with. And Scott Martin, this is where we so often see action in Alabama. It just seems like, and I just kind of had a feeling this was where it was gonna fall today.
Yeah, and and I'm really surprised that it really hasn't been more active than what it has been today, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing. I was actually while y'all two were talking, I was actually looking at this tornado over here in Mississippi.
And it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and I just asked National Weather Service Mobile to double check to see if that wasn't a CC lowering on the scan, or if that might have been side lobe contamination. But it does look like there's a good rotation with a lightning core, and there is a CC lowering right there, and it's just southwest of Waynesboro in Shabuda. So, can you see that?
That activity is a lot. It's got access to a lot more instability.
Yeah.
1,600 joules of CAPE in the mixed layer, most unstable portion, and really good lapse rates down that area. Colder air aloft, obviously 26 flashes a minute now. So that storm's on the ramp up right now for sure.
Yeah, and I just got an answer back from Mobile, and that actually is just where the rotation is in the storm. It's just a dead spot. So, wow, look at that rotation shot from your director.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crossing the Wayne County line right now. Heading right for Waynesboro, maybe a little west and north.
Yeah, a little north of it.
Communities generally east of Whistler along US 84 over to Woodwards, up to West King and Boyce, down to Waynesboro, over to Tokyo. We want you in your safe place. We've called these spots out so many times this early spring and late winter already, Scott. And Mississippi's had more than their share. They had a significant tornado outbreak earlier this year. We've got a mesoscale discussion. Maybe we can go take a peek at what the SPC is saying, because that'll have a lot of bearing on what we're talking about here. So maybe we can use our radar Omega to pull that up and take a peek at it. And I can pull it up over here. I just saw a sneak peek, and both our state teams went down to defeat in the SEC tournament today. So there'll be no Alabama teams in the SEC basketball championship. So I guess we're all just heartbroken.
Yeah, I think Florida is going to be the team to beat in the SEC tournament. And going into the NCAA.
Yeah, we have a really special Weather Brain show coming up Monday night in Huntsville. Many thanks to our friends at Barron, spectacular people. Bob Barron, what he's done for the world of meteorology. When I say the world, I mean the world, because Bob's products are now, powering weather services around the world. He started out taking over television, and now he's taking over weather services around the world, creating weather services in countries that never had anything like that. And they ooh and ah over the products that he's creating. And he's done all this from Huntsville, Alabama, all from a little 1989 tornado that devastated Huntsville in November of 1989. And they're having us all there Monday night. And Rick Smith, Troy Kimmel, myself, James, Brad Adair is going to be there. Ben Luna is going to produce the show. Jen Nairmore is driving down. When are you driving down, Jen?
Tomorrow.
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 We're going to have a fabulous show. Kim Coco McLean is flying in. And it'll be show number 1,019 years of this insanity. But if you're a weather nerd, and you probably know about it already, but if you don't, it's worth a watch. And we sure do love doing it. But here's the mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll kind of read it together. The threat continues. Environmental cues are quite favorable for strong tornadoes. Everything's going to depend on storm mode. Is it going to be a QLCS? Is it going to be broken supercells? Is it going to be QLCS with embedded supercells? Are there going to be any isolated storms that can form out ahead of it? Right now they're kind of transitioning into a small mesoscale convective system, really from west central Alabama into eastern Mississippi. Got some discrete cell mode over far southern Mississippi down to the Louisiana border. It's a little disorganized, but sheer moisture and instability is still very favorable for conditionally strong tornadoes at any point this evening through early morning. So in addition, dew points and instability will continue to increase across the remainder of eastern Alabama into Georgia later tonight as the low-level jet persists. And it's possible that reorganization may take place later this evening as a transition out of the daytime diurnal heating regime and more into this driven by the lower-level jet at about 5,000 feet. But any robust and discrete cells that can form will have a high conditional possibility of becoming a tornadic supercell. So the threat continues with these, especially this effective storm relative helicity. That's kind of a new term that's really taking a lot of favor now. That ESRH term at around 500 meters squared per second squared. But thank you, Director. That's very helpful. And maybe we can pull up the SPC. We got a mesoscale precipitation discussion too. We might want to take a quick peek at because this is coming out of the Weather Prediction Center in College Park, and they're talking about the threat of flash flooding because soils are already pretty wet. This very complex system that's here, this low-level jet, all these things going on. I noticed when I was sampling the precipitable water on that cell there in that was in Jones and Wayne County, Mississippi, the precipitable water is 2 inches, and I'd have to look and see where that rates on the scale, but that's high, and that's got to be pretty close to the climatological record for this time of year. So given that some of these most unstable capes are going to continue to increase, continue to feed these cells, you're going to have some 1 to 1.5 inch per hour rainfall rates. It's going to be falling on fairly saturated ground. So flash flooding is going to continue to be a problem. So that's a mesoscale precipitation discussion from the Weather Prediction Center up in College Park, Maryland. And
I have a video for you, Bill.
Jen, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to show you. This was on Span's stream here on Twitter, X, whatever. This is the Sipsy tornado.
Wow.
Let me.
There you are.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Or I'm sorry. Let me see if I can share my audio. All right, can we see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And we hear the audio.
I did not check for language, so hopefully there is none. I'll have to mute fast.
But look at the power flashes.
Yeah, there are power flashes in that.
And probably some hail falling, maybe, or at least heavy rain. Oh, wait a minute. We're not. I'm seeing it on the Zoom, but it's not making it to the feed.
Oh, it's not sharing on the feed?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay.
I think somebody's, I don't know if they're cheering for the tornado or what there, but that's
well, we wish you all could see it, but you can't. So
it is impressive.
We're
getting some impressive thunder here in Birmingham.
Yeah. So that's the Sipsy tornado.
I wonder why that won't come to OBS.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'll hold on to it here just in case, but this is the area that I've seen the most reporting of damage has been in this part of Walker County. So quite a bit of damage. And also down toward Gordo, I just got some photos from Jack, who sadly could not get back on. His computer was about to blow up. So it was overheating. And
I think all the computers were about to blow up about 1:30.
But he's still working, Bill, and he is looking at some damage photos, and I'll see if I can pull that up in a little bit here. But that was out of the Gordo area, so yeah, quite a bit of damage. And now I think it's just that one cell moving out of Mississippi is that we're still kind of monitoring here, and then the heavy rain potential.
Yeah, and we may transition back into a blog night and just and handle the rest of the night with posts.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get a peek at the SPC, kind of what the latest outlook is. I haven't done that, so I'll kind of hop over here and see if I can grab the SPC outlook. Yeah, there we go. I guess this is currently still the latest one. Has not really changed. We've got that, that large hatched area there, possibility of significant tornadoes. So, the threat continues, and nothing's really changed in that. At this point, we've got the high risk. That's all on the 3:00 update. The next update will occur tonight at 8 p.m. as someone astutely noted before. But I tell you what, when you wake up, and really, we saw it yesterday when we went at high risk, it's always kind of a chilling thing, because it's such a rare thing. You can count on, your fingers and toes how many times you've ever seen one in your area. And, even in a busy place like Alabama. And it still gets your attention for sure. And it had everyone's attention here. People were in hysterics. I mean, I had literally people yesterday that I was having to talk off of ledges, and just saying, my wording was, it's going to be bad, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And, so fortunately, we came way short of end of the world, because, you always fear we're going to go through another generational outbreak. Someone used that word with me Thursday. And, it's like, no, we only can have those every 4 years. That's not true. We can have them anytime. You could have 2 years in a row. But I've lived through 2. And,
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but we got a new tornado warning.
Yep, there we go, Scott. It's not over. It's not over. I heard the siren.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this off for you. We have a new tornado warning for portions of Marengo County, Perry County, and Hale County over in the west central part of the state until 7:30 tonight. We have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was currently located near Demopolis and moving northeast at 55. Locations in the path are Judson College, New Bern, Radford, Baden, Old Spring Hill, Morgan Springs, Gallion, Folsom, Faunsdale, Heiberger, Okmulgee, Sprott, Chickasaw State Park, Marion, Laneville, Cedarville, Ellards, Demopolis, Greensboro, and Uniontown.
Yeah, Dr. Lance King's driving south on I-65. He may run back into it. For sure, he could probably pause down there about Clanton and probably see another storm. But yeah, let's see what we see on the velocity here. This is the Weather Service Doppler radar from Birmingham. And you see the tornado warning. You see the rotation there between US 43 and US 80. The magic number today, Alabama 69. That's been the road for tornadoes, right there in the Galleon community, near just south of Oak Grove. Kind of putting the radar in, keeping it in motion. This is just a radar. This is a radar indicated tornado. I think the rotation seems to me like it's kind of increasing as it approaches US 80 there. What do you think, Scott Martin?
Sorry, I had myself muted there again because my dog's whimpering in the background. But anyway, yeah, looking at this, it does look like it is starting to ramp up, especially as it's approaching US 80. It does look like it's beginning to ramp up, and it is literally just southeast of Demopolis. And looks like New Bern, and let's see if there's any other smaller towns like Oak Grove, Casemore, Alfalfa. It's there now pretty much. Galleon, I would say probably as far south as Allenville, but I believe it'll probably go north of you. And then we head on up to Cedarsville, Whitsett, Sunshine, Laneville, and all the way up to New Bern. All these communities that I've just named, please go ahead and get to your place of safety now. For now, it doesn't look like anything is on the ground. It still looks like it's radar indicated, but we'll keep our eye on it, and we'll let you know if we start to see anything or if we hear anything from National Weather Service Birmingham.
Yeah, a little bit of another rotation up there in the central part of Hale County, outside the warning, in between Akron and Greensboro, almost like a little MCS is trying to form right there, approaching. That's approaching the area north of Greensboro. I'm not sure what highway that is. Yeah, Alabama 69. I should have known. I didn't even have to look. That's another rotation up there we'll have to watch. But the tornado warning includes the community of New Bern, which was hard hit by a tornado exactly 1 month ago. Exactly 1 month ago in Hale County. So we want our friends in those areas, as Scott Martin just said, to be in their safe places. Here are times coming off this 6:35 scan. Prairieville, this tornado is going to be on top of you momentarily. Allenville, you too. Laneville, you've got about 5 minutes. Go ahead and take that time right now to get in your safe place. Whitsett, you're probably somewhere in the neighborhood of you've got about 10 minutes. New Bern, you got about 12 minutes. Coleman, you got about 15 minutes. So use this time wisely. Get to your safe place. If mom's house is just down the road and it's safer, if it's more well constructed, take this time to do it now. If you're leaving manufactured housing, time to call your friends. Be the hero we've been talking about today. Make sure that they know about the storm. System seems like it's spinning down. We told you it's not over. We're watching that storm coming out of Wayne County, Mississippi, and up pops this. The Storm Prediction Center is telling us it's not over. This is crossing US 80. This is a very busy tornado corridor in Alabama. This area all the way, all the way from Demopolis over to Selma and Montgomery to Auburn, all the way back to Meridian, Mississippi. Very, very active. The most dangerous part of the storm right now is passing into southern Hale County. We're going to be able to give you the all clear, pretty shortly in northern Marengo County, where that tornado warning is still in effect. But for right now, we want you to be in your safe places along US 80 in the polygon over to over to Uniontown, and then up to Newbern, and eventually up to Greensboro. Greensboro, you're not in the polygon, but you're really, really close.
Just to let you know, it looks like that rotational couplet is actually starting to get a little stronger.
The one on US 80 or the one further to the north, Scott?
Let's see. This is going to be the one on US 80.
Okay, that's the one that's in the tornado warning polygon for sure.
Yes.
That one's kind of drawing my attention to the north there, Scott Brown, the one that's north of Greensboro, there between Akron and Greensboro, because it almost looks like a little MCS. But, I think we'll have to watch that as it continues to rotate onto the north there toward Havana Junction, and eventually up toward Moundville. That could get into southeastern Tuscaloosa County. We'll have to watch western Bibb. We're certainly going to have to watch Perry County eventually, because this rotation along US 80, it includes this polygon into Perry County there around Marion. So, yeah, Newbern, you're up next. You've already done this once this year. You're prepared. Go ahead and take those tornado precautions right now. In those areas. The tornado is approaching the intersection of Alabama 69 and US 80. Time for you to go to that lowest floor of your home, into a central hallway. Put as many walls between you and the outside of the building as you can. Let's get in that smallest room, that bathroom, that closet, hallway. Close all the doors. We don't want any windows. You don't want to be in any outside walls. We saw pictures today from Gordo. We certainly don't want to be on the second floor of any house. If you got a basement, that's the best place. Tornado shelter is even better. Manufactured housing is just not safe in tornadoes. It's wonderful, affordable living for many, many Alabamians, and we celebrate it, but it's not a good place to be in a tornado. Some of our chaser friends are in this mess down around Moundville. It's just a high precipitation supercell. It's a mess. You're not going to see much. But that strong rotation has crossed US 80 into southern Hale County. It continues to move to the northeast. It'll make the trek across southern Hale County and cross over into western Perry County, and will eventually be moving near the community of Newbern, right there near the Perry Hale County line, and then it'll move into Perry County, where it'll cross Alabama 14 there near or west of the community of Marion, and then we'll start up Alabama 5.
Hey, Bill.
Heiberger. Yes, Scott.
So I just got a preliminary local storm report from the National Weather Service Birmingham. This is from 4 miles south of Livingston in Sumter County. It looks like we had 7 to 10 large trees down blocking County Road 13 near the Alamuchee Creek Bridge. It's possible tornado and time estimated by radar. And it looks like that occurred at roughly 5:28 p.m. Sorry, I thought it was more recent than that, but yeah, so we got that local storm report.
Yeah, and John DeBlock reporting that the updraft is definitely intensifying on our system. Scott Brown, do you see anything about that storm that you think is noteworthy?
Yeah, definitely seeing that rotation, strengthen there. Even looking at higher tilts, you can see it as well. So we need to definitely keep on watching. Not seeing anything concerning on correlation coefficient just yet, which is good news. But anyone that's in that warning area, which they just trimmed to take Marengo County out of the warning.
No drone and just drive into it.
Anyone in the warning within Hale and Perry counties definitely need to be getting into their safe spots. This rotation is headed towards Newbern, probably within the next couple of minutes, and then it's going to likely go just north of Marion. But if you're in Marion, go ahead and be in your safe space just in case it decides to take a more southerly track. But we'll continue watching this one. This is the only active warning in the state of Alabama right
Have you heard
now.
from Ben yet?
So watching this here in Perry and Hale counties, and then got another cell there in Wayne County, Mississippi, that's currently tornado
I think he's
warned.
fixing to pass out
That
if he hasn't
cell
already.
will be working its way into Alabama shortly. Now we'll have to wait and
What's
see if the National Weather Service decides to continue that warning into Choctaw County, or if they'll just do a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll wait on that. We'll see what they decide to do there.
Are you sure?
That one's not looking too terribly concerning at the moment.
What had happened was,
Well, let's see here. Yeah, I guess if I swap over to the
Tim, we're
mobile
fixing to
radar,
teach you this
you
new
see
science
more
of jungle
the
doors.
rotation there with that storm in Wayne County. Nice little couplet there. So that's going to be
Hell
something
yeah,
to
I'll take
watch
that
as
as a
it moves
compliment.
into southern Choctaw County there.
March.
But
You know
yeah,
what?
these two
Hell,
tornado
it's almost
warnings
the
are what we're
anniversary.
watching right now. And something I did want to
The
mention,
day
this
he
is kind
almost
of
got ate.
unrelated, but I thought it was interesting. McGee, Mississippi had a 3.0
Yeah, and it
earthquake
got,
this
what, y'all
afternoon
get stuck
in the
in a ditch
midst
or
of
what?
these tornado warnings earlier this afternoon. So thought that was an interesting thing to have happened today. McGee is in southern central Mississippi. So
Yeah, it seems like every one of these outbreaks we've had this year, there's been an earthquake somewhere in the mix. That's crazy. Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Yes,
Bill,
Jen.
can you get us up to the Huntsville radar? I just
Yeah.
want to show you what they're talking about here in National Weather Service chat out of Huntsville. Up there in the northeast corner, zip up to Jackson County, up into southern Tennessee. These little baby cells here they're spinning a little bit. And so that's just there's weak rotation with some of these. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. There was one there, I think, that still continues here for, let me go over here. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning up in that area. And then it's been extended up into, this is northwestern Jackson, Franklin County, Tennessee as well. And then a new one for Franklin and more counties in Tennessee. But they're watching this in the broader rain shield, these little spinnies. And a little bit some broad rotation. And the Storm Prediction Center has a mesoscale discussion for that area too, for that potential. They're saying there is still the possibility we could see a tornado form.
You're right, Jen. Yeah, it really is, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning that is there. Got another 27 minutes till about 7:15. Madison County's been trimmed out of that warning, but it still continues for northwestern Jackson and Franklin counties in Tennessee. So yeah, this thing is not over. So often when you have one of these high risk events and you get toward the end of it, you start to go, okay, well, you breathe a sigh of relief, and the thing says, I'll show you. What did John Gordon say, Jen? It can humble you. And,
yes,
that's what the weather is unfortunately so good at. And I was looking, at some of the parameters up there. The shear is just off the chart. I think these CAPE values that I'm getting off the prop severe product are not representative. But back to our central Alabama warning at this point, because it's an active tornado warning, and it continues for eastern Hale County and northwestern portions of Perry County. Our storm is now approaching the New Bern area. Let's kind of get a zoom in here and see where it is officially. That strongest rotation on that. We're coming off of the Birmingham radar here. Take a peek at where that is. Looks to me like the strongest rotation is still just southwest of New Bern, but it's not very far away. As a matter of fact, I think it's going to be in the New Bern community here just momentarily, just in the next minute or two. So if you're in New Bern, I know you're already taking your tornado precautions. You're already taking this very seriously. There's your rotation right here between Whitsett and Sunshine, moving into New Bern, getting ready to cross over Alabama 61. It's already gone over Alabama 25, and then it'll make the jump over into Perry County, and we'll watch it as it tracks kind of to the northeast, and kind of keeping a rotation or a loop on this, crosses through New Bern, probably passes to the northwest of the Marion community along Alabama 17, kind of hugging that Hale Perry County line as it continues to move to the northeast. The latest speed on the storm cast, the path cast from the Weather Service in Birmingham, is about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So still dealing with a tornado warning here. Nothing big from the National Weather Service, I don't think, in Birmingham. Jen, are you seeing anything from Birmingham that is interesting?
Let me go back in there real quick. They did mention this coming out of Sumter County. That might be the sixth tornado track.
Maybe.
So I think they're going to probably look at that. But outside of that, not a lot of reports coming in on that.
Hale County Fire reporting their power is out, and they have concrete power poles that they're not usually prone for losing power. So that's usually a sign they've got some pretty intense weather. So that's interesting. No reports of damage yet, though, from Hale County, and they've got, of course, firemen at 2 locations there in Hale County, and they are right in the most intense part of the storm right now. Here's Storm Track, thanks to our director, right on top of New Bern, as we said. Folsom coming up here in about 7 minutes. Heiberger going to be less than 15 minutes. And then to Levert in about 15 to 18 minutes. It'll be getting ready to cross Alabama 5, that road that you take as you're coming south into Marion from the north. You see the rotation. It is getting ready really to cross through New Bern right now. And there's a Selma camera. From our great friends. Again, thanks to our wonderful friends at Barron for letting us use their Institute cameras today. They were invaluable with what we've been doing, and we appreciate that so much. Of course, County Road 5 comes out of the Brent Centerville area, goes down through Heiberger, and you see Lance King. He's hightailing it back to Auburn. He's going to have to probably get his wife a nice dinner. Scott Brown, maybe some flowers for missing this wedding. I think he's going to have some splaining to do about this. I think he had a ball. What do you think, Scott Brown?
Oh, I'm sure he did. Yeah.
And he was such a great sport. Yeah, I hope he's hearing us. He said he's going to leave his stream on. So yeah, I don't know. Scott Martin, there's something hypnotizing to me about just watching Storm Chaser video. Watching. Our old friend Mark Sudduth, as he's chasing a hurricane, or Brett Adair, or Lance, or any of these guys, it's kind of hypnotizing, I think.
Yeah, and I even used to have fun watching old Brian Peters chase a little bit as well.
Yeah, usually saw him chasing a Popeyes or something. We're going to see Brian Monday night. I am so excited. Brian, I guess.
Don't say too much.
Bill, I think you put on the stream too long.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Bye.
So I do have a quick update, real quick though. So hey Dottie, how you doing? So can y'all hear my dog?
I think she likes our stream.
I think she does too. So the Wayne County, Mississippi tornado warning was allowed to expire.
Good.
And it was not carried over into Choctaw County as there was a good weakening in the circulation. National Weather Service Mobile is going to continue to monitor it for any reorganization, but right now looks like it's starting to fall apart.
That's great news, Scott. Thank you for letting us know. Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning now there in southeastern Mississippi. And we'll take severe thunderstorm warnings, that's for sure. Coming out of George, going into green into western, northwestern Mobile and Washington. Jim, what you got?
Go back to the Huntsville radar. There's a severe thunderstorm warning out for Franklin, Lauderdale, and Colbert counties.
Yeah.
That area is moving at 80 miles an hour.
Ooh.
And the Weather Service confirmed it. Yeah, they said it's a deviant left mover from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. So that's really enhanced there.
Yeah, look at that long polygon right there. It's moving really fast.
Yep, it's zipping it.
I will never forget the night of April 3rd, 1974, when the Weather Service in Birmingham came on and said that there was a storm in Marion County with 5 hook echoes in it moving at 110 miles an hour or something crazy like that, Jen.
Yeah.
That's when I about turned off the radio and just said my last prayer and went to bed because it was like the world's going to come to an end.
Oh my gosh.
I can't even imagine. So, but yeah, I think any storm moving at 80 miles an hour should be labeled as deviant for sure.
Agreed.
But 60 mile an hour winds, maybe higher even. Central Lauderdale, Colbert, northwestern Franklin, those 3 counties. We've named them too many times, but a lot of those communities in there. All aboard for Posey Loop, Pogo, Red Bay, Mount Hester, Cedar Creek, around the reservoir, Cherokee, Sugarly Church, Oakland, Barton, and Halltown. I think I heard some snickers out of Scott Brown over there. Scott, what you got?
Yeah, so Richard Scott, he's chief meteorologist there at WVUA in Tuscaloosa. He's just said that a tornado is down in New Bern and it just crossed 61. Let's see. That's where that rotation is, right over New Bern right now. So that makes sense. This isn't confirmed by the National Weather Service just yet, but it has apparently been seen by at least someone. Let's see, not seeing anything. Well, yeah, not seeing anything convincing on correlation coefficient. Still got some rotation there, but this is definitely something to keep an eye on. If you're in New Bern, definitely need to be in sheltering right now. Anywhere in that polygon. The next big population center looks like it'd be Heiberger. It'll pass between Greensboro and Marion. So definitely an area to continue watching.
There's hardly a television meteorologist in Alabama that's finer than Richard. He's right up there with our very own James Spann for sure. And they think the world of Richard. So if he says there's a tornado there, I'm telling you, there's high probability there's a tornado there. And we knew that. We see the rotation. New Bern's been through it already this year. It's the second time. As Scott said, this tornado is now approaching Alabama 14. They're northwest of Marion. Scott, what you got?
Yeah, I also just got a report on National Weather Service from Hale County Fire Department. It has been sighted crossing 61 in New Bern.
Yeah, there's a confirmation. There's a confirmation. So we knew it. This is a very favorable area geographically too, somehow, and we've got a tornado on the ground now. So we got to take it seriously. It's right there at that little juncture of Western Perry, southeastern Hale County, southeast of Greensboro, just near and northeast of New Bern, getting ready to cross over Alabama 17, west of Marion. We want you to be in your safe place if you're anywhere between Greensboro and Marion in the polygon right now, off to the northeast toward Heiberger. Maybe we can do a quick storm track on that. But our folks that are in any of these communities that you see on the screen right now, from Coleman up to Folsom, Curbville, Heiberger, Jericho to Ellards, and through the rest of the polygon, up to Adler and Bethlehem, want our folks on the other side of the polygon in Harrisburg and Abercrombie to be watching out for it. This scan completed at 6:57. About 4 minutes from now, Folsom tornado is going to be on your doorstop. Or your doorstep. Heiberger, about 12 to 13 minutes. Leeward, you're only about 14, 15, 16 minutes away. So you got a little bit of time, but it's time now to move into your tornado precautions. Remember, that lowest floor of the house, a center room, a hallway, a bathroom, a closet, the smallest space you can get into. We want helmets. We want hard-soled shoes because, we want good thick clothes on in case you have to walk out over a debris field. That's the worst thing you'd have to do in open-toed shoes or bare feet, So survive the tornado and then have to go through that. But here's where you go. We don't want to be on the top floor of any second-story houses. You want to move to an interior basement, a basement if you have one. Tornado shelter, those are the best. But, a lot of people don't have those. If you're in manufactured housing and you have time and you know where you're going, go to a safer place. You don't want to be caught on the road in one of these. You don't want to be caught outside. We've seen too many times people get killed, making their way from their manufactured home to their car to leave, and the tornado catches them. Remember, the radar is delayed information. Mobile homes, vehicles, underneath highway overpasses, those are the worst places to be. Next, you don't want to be in a gymnasium or manufactured housing. You want to be in the interior room or the basement of a well-constructed home, or even better, be in a public tornado shelter or your own tornado shelter or one of those FEMA designed safe rooms. That's when you got that peace of mind. A lot of people built those after April 27th, and this is why. Just for days like this, you can just take a few steps, have your emergency kit in place, everything you need right there. Whistles to signal for help, everything you need, flashlights, your all your devices charged so you can listen to us. So, going back to the radar, that rotation is right there on top of Alabama 14 right now on the Hale-Perry County line west of Marion. It's to the northeast of New Bern. We've had several confirmed reports now, and this is our only tornado warning in Alabama, but we've been very worried about it. It's right in the Coleman community. The director is circling it for us there. It's going to move up along County Road 23, County Road 24, moving toward Alabama 14, on up toward Kerbville, and then eventually along Alabama 5, Alabama 47, from Heiberger to Jericho to Ellards, and that's where we're tracking it. Scott Brown, you see anything on the radar signature that looks interesting to you?
The radar. I was actually looking at current fatalities. Looks like we've had 3 reports of. Sorry, I was muted again. I keep doing that. No, I've been looking at reports of fatalities, and unfortunately, it looks like there were 3 fatalities reported in Mississippi earlier today. Looks like the overall death toll is up to 26 people. So very unfortunate news. I know our main goal is to always protect life and make sure that everyone has the information that they need to stay safe. So it's very disheartening when we hear that weather caused the death of people. So we always want to work to prevent that and to keep those numbers down. But looking at radar, we have the active tornado warning here in Perry and Hale County. The rotation is just kind of between Marion and Greensboro, almost northwest of Marion, headed toward Heiberger. The newest scan just came out. It looks like it's holding on to itself pretty well. And there were reports of this tornado being on the ground. Now, there's no debris showing up on radar just yet, which is a good sign, but still need to take this very seriously. It looks like the National Weather Service just trimmed this warning down So Hale County is no longer included in this warning. It's just the northern portions of Perry County now. And this will be working into Bibb County probably in about 30 minutes if it stays with this rotation. So Bibb County, this is the time to prepare. Centerville in those areas right there.
That's really good advice, Scott. Thank you for giving a heads up for our downstream communities. The hail is really ramping up on this Perry County storm. So that's a concerning factor. John DeBlock was saying earlier that the updraft was really increasing, and I think we're seeing the product of that now. Crossing Alabama 14, getting ready to move into the Heiberger community. Those areas along Alabama 5, it's through Curbville now, crossing over Alabama County Road 16. Oh, now we're going to come back in just a second to some damage reports. We want our friends County Road 16 up to Heiberger, through Jericho to Ellards, in that area to the Bibb County line to be especially alert, over to Levert, areas from Adler down to Theo, the Talladega National Forest. We'll start watching Bibb County. And Jen, I'm gonna give it to you for a second. I'm gonna use the restroom, and you can toss it to Scott Brown and Scott Martin when you get through. But I'll be right back in just a second.
Okay, yeah, we're just continue to peruse social media and looking at some of the damage photos. If you could pull that up, Director, that photo again. That is just some of the damage that is being reported. And that is, again, in the Sipsy area. So Sipsy and Gordo continue to be the areas that I've seen the most damage for. And in fact, I'll send this over to you in just a second, a set of videos out of the Gordo area. It is very widespread. Trees down everywhere. I mean, mowed down. Quite a bit of structure damage as well. So I will send that to you too. But I just wanted to let folks know, I mean, we've had numerous reports of damage in what possibly now is up to 6 tornadoes in the state of Alabama. And that's just from the National Weather Service Birmingham office that they are going to be surveying. So anyway, that's pretty significant there in Sipsy. So the Scots, what you got? What are some things that you're looking at right now?
Well, I actually was just perusing the X feeds myself on Span's account, and it looks like the just the wind alone ahead of the thunderstorms and everything is causing some minor flooding on the Mobile Causeway down in Mobile, going across the Mobile Bay. And waves are crashing up against the wall of the causeway, and it looks like, a tropical storm was affecting the area. But other than that, just looking through, seeing if there's any other damage. There's a video showing trees down all along Highway 86 in Gordo. And also, another person has posted some drone footage of damage all the way through Gordo. Multiple trees down everywhere, damage to houses, and it also looks like some kind of large plant, maybe a farming building, or maybe like a chicken coop or something like that.
Yeah, I just threw that. I threw that. Yeah, I threw that into the chat. I don't know if we can pull that up or not, but that's the video I was just alluding to. That's the most damage I've seen out of the Gordo area at this point, other than what we saw earlier from Brett Adair. But yeah, that's quite a bit. And then Scott Brown, you said you have a new mesoscale discussions come out.
That's right. This new mesoscale discussion, it kind of includes the other half of Alabama that we have not yet been talking about so far, but it includes eastern portions of Alabama, western portions of the Florida Panhandle, and western portions of Georgia. They say 95% chance of a watch being issued, which translates to a watch will be issued at some point for these areas. The SPC is saying that it should be issued within the next hour, it looks like. And they are saying that per the recent mesoscale discussion, the expectation is that this activity will continue to pose a severe wind and tornado risk heading into the late evening hours as it moves throughout the state of Alabama. Recent models are showing that eastern Alabama will see an uptick in the severe threat between 1 and 3 UTC, which is, do mental math, 8 to 10 p.m. UTC, or Central Time, if I did that correctly. SDP values between 2 and 4 will spread east with time and will continue to support the potential for long track and or significant tornadoes, as well as damaging and severe wind gusts. So yeah, that's the latest mesoscale discussion. We expect a watch to be issued downstream of our current watch, there for west or eastern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle.
One good thing that I see with this mesoscale discussion is that it's not mentioning the wording of PDS or potentially dangerous situation. So it sounds like they might be stepping down from that a little bit, but still mentioning the threat of long track destructive tornadoes still being in there and damaging wind gusts, still points that it's going to be very important to stay weather aware through the rest of the night and keep any sources of getting your warnings close by being very important.
Yeah, that's very true. Let's see. Let's go back to the tornado warning here in Perry County. I'm going to grab the Birmingham radar real quick. So still an active warning until it's got about 18 minutes left on it. The reflectivity values are kicking up pretty well. They're, let's see, just north of Marion. The velocity is, let's see, not as impressive as it was earlier, but still need to keep an eye on this as it moves closer to Bibb County. The Weather Service will have to decide soon if they want to extend this warning into Bibb County. Not seeing anything just yet, or they actually said they are watching and leaning towards potentially going ahead and doing a tornado warning, but they still got to finalize that and decide if that's what they want to do. So we'll continue to watch this and see what they choose to do there. But this area right here is definitely the most concerning area in the state of Alabama. Otherwise, up to our north, just a lot of heavy rain. We do still have some cells up to the north, so that we need to keep watching. So we're not completely out of the woods just yet in our northern areas, but we are getting closer and closer with every minute. So just have to keep an eye on everything. Don't want to rule out anything too soon and then have something happen and people not be expecting it.
And there's some damage right there.
Yeah, that's the Gordo. That's the video out of the Gordo area.
There you go.
Very
some
widespread.
Big trees on US 82 there.
Mm-hmm.
And Brett Ager just texted me a photo of the tornado. That's significant damage there. Very significant damage from livestock. You can tell some extremely heavy rain on top of the wind damage too. But that's some very, very impressive tree damage there. Very familiar drive along US 82 near Gordo. in Pickens County, Alabama. Very wide tornado. And he sent me a picture of the tornado from the drone. It was a big tornado. It had a very big wedge look to it. I'll have to see if we can get that still image on there. But you can see all these trees snapped off.
They just extended the warning, by the way, on that.
They did, Scott. Thank you.
Now it's up in the Bibb.
Yep, here we go. Tornado warning now for Bibb County in central Alabama. It goes till 8 o'clock. Tornado near Heiberger, which we've been calling out, about 10 miles north of Marion, moved to the northeast 55 miles an hour. And zooming in on that now. You can see the storm coming out of Perry County. Moving to the northeast, as we said, 55 miles an hour, moving across Talladega National Forest. Going to move near Trio, Centerville, Ashby, Briarfield, Ironworks, West Centerville, Brent, Marvel, 6 Mile, Bibb County Airport. Kind of zooming in to see what we see. Birmingham Airport, the Birmingham radar here at the Shelby County Airport. You kind of see the communities that are in the polygon from Brent, be crossing US 82. Of course, Centerville and Brent are very famous places in Alabama history, Alabama tornado history from the May 27th, 1973 tornado that devastated much of the community of Brent. It's going to come very near and up Alabama 5 there, Harrisburg, over to Abercrombie, Goodson up to Brent, Vic, along Alabama, or along US 82, over to Trio. Gary Springs, eventually Antioch, 6 Mile, Thomas Mills, and eventually into Bibb Mill, Oakley, and Ashby. Taking a little track on the storm here at this forward speed of about 55 miles an hour. This scan, we'd have to take off about 5 minutes. So Abercrombie, it's going to be on top of you momentarily. Fairdale, you've got about 6 or 7 minutes. Centerville, you've got about 9 minutes on that west side of the polygon. Gary Springs, about 11 minutes. Trio, you've got about 12 minutes. I would think, Vic, you're sitting about that same time. It's going to be crossing US 82. We don't want anybody driving on US 82 right now from Maplesville up to Centerville, really up to Brent. We don't want you to be in there. Of course, all these places have such such a terrible tornado history. Places like Eoline from April 27th. But there you see the northeastern part of Perry County, where that warning still exists. This storm has a history of producing a tornado at New Bern. They're back on the Hale Perry County line, as we talked about earlier. Crossed over over Alabama 5, and is continuing to move to the northeast. So anyway, it continues. West Jefferson, Birmingham, watching it very closely. I like what John DeBlock said. It's shape shifting. The storm is shape shifting. Scott Martin, you're a big fan of Doctor Who and stuff like that. Is that a Doctor Who reference, or what is a shape shifting thing?
I guess really shape shifting goes back to Terminator 2, when the I guess it was the T-1000. I guess that's what they called it. Used the liquid metal, and it was able to form into different objects and everything, and could heal itself real quickly. Doctor Who. Usually, what happens is when the body that Doctor Who is currently in gets to a point where it's about to die, it will regenerate into a new body, and it'll stay as that body until the next regeneration. So.
Sounds like some of our pulse thunderstorms from today.
Exactly, right?
But that storm is concerning. It has high probability of severe. These numbers have come up. High probability of a tornado as well. So the West Jefferson, Birmingham, very smart. The lightning, John was talking about this, has really, really come up on this storm, generating about 30 lightning flashes a minute now. So you're getting a lightning flash about every 2 seconds in places there to the south of Centerville and Brent. You're getting a little bit of a lightning show. So if you're in the northern part of Perry County, we want you to be in your safe place. It's past you now in Heiberg. We'll be able to clear Perry here pretty shortly. The rotation is not real evident. I don't know, where you would kind of say it is, I guess in the Abercrombie community, most likely just over the county line. So the Weather Service in Birmingham will be able to clear Perry here shortly. It's going to continue to the northeast, crossing over US 82 there, probably somewhere between Trio and Vic and the Brent Centerville area. So we don't want you to be on US 82 in any of those areas. So, all right. This tornado warning continues. It is the only tornado warning in Alabama. The Weather Service in Huntsville only has flash flood warnings at this point. Weather Service in Mobile has severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You can see we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sorry, I just told you a story. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in the Shoals area for that. I guess it fell off. Okay. Good. Did that happen while I was looking at it, or was it already off?
It dropped off as soon as you mentioned it.
Oh, I guess it minded me pretty well. So it minds me about like your dogs do. So that's pretty good, Scott. That's pretty good. But that line of thunderstorms on the back edge of this, a lot of, you see a lot of convergence there, is swinging eastward. I know one of our other live storms media chasers is in Greensboro, and it is a lightning show down there right now. There's no question about it. But you can see that higher reflectivity from eastern Colbert and Lauderdale down through Franklin, Marion, into western Fayette County. So that activity, I bet there's going to be some decent wind with that as it continues to push to the east. Then we've got this seems to be intensifying to me now. So this thing is not over. But, moving into the southern portions of the Birmingham metro area, into Shelby, southeastern Tuscaloosa, now most of Bibb County socked in with heavy rain. Marion County, you've got very heavy rain. We've got that tornado warning right there. Zooming in, you see the lightning. It's centered there in southern Bibb County, approaching US 82. Right there south, just a little to the east. Brett Adair is on that storm. I'd like to see where he is. Let me pull up his location real quick. It would be good to see what his spot is.
The best lightning storm I've been in a long time.
I don't know if I have a good location on him at this point. If anybody can see that, I don't see that. So I don't know, but he's got a lot of lightning where he is. That kind of looks like it's US 80. Is that would you think that's what that is, Scott?
Telltale precursor.
I will actually go to his website and see if he has a better placement of where he is by GPS. So let me check that out real quick, and I'll get right back to you.
Yeah, I think it just updated, so you'll be able to see quite a CG there just a minute ago, a cloud to ground lightning strike. Jen Nearmore, I want to get you out of here. You got a lot of traveling to do. Any last words from you? And many, many thanks for everything you've done today. You've been a calming presence in the middle of this harried, hectic day.
Well, thank you. No, and I really have been glad to be on and just hang out. This is a great team, and to be able to be a part of this. So thank you for having me. I'll do one more local storm report. This came in from the National Weather Service in Birmingham out of Hale County, just to the north of the Laneville area. Fire Department and Rescue reporting some trees down on Alabama 25 and County Road 57. That's in the southern part of Hale County. Possible tornado as we were watching that come on through. More than likely, they'll probably see more of the spinny type damage there. And that's the report coming in. Outside of that, no additional reports. Of course, we're still watching. Actually, just one just popped up as I'm speaking here into the New Bern area, again in Hale County. Trees are down in this area, too, due to a possible tornado. Alabama 61, County Road 16 as well. So that seems to be the rule here in Hale County, mainly some trees down, Bill.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I got an update for Brett Adair. He's close to Centerville, just east of Brent, and he is on US 82.
Excellent. John DeBlock commenting in the National Weather Service chat, we mentioned Eoline there, that there's a little rogue circulation there, perhaps a little comma head developing, sort of like we saw earlier, maybe the same one that we were talking about. And I know you want to know where this is in the bigger scheme of things. If you're sitting in Birmingham, you know, what is this to me? You know, it's to your southwest. And it's going to be moving into the extreme northwestern portion of Chilton County, coming across Shelby County. So for our friends in Shelby County, we've already talked about this, but you're going to have to be, beginning to think about this in places like Montevallo, in Calera, in Alabaster, up in Pelham, over to Columbiana. You're going to have to, start thinking about this. This very heavy rain now, southeastern Tuscaloosa County, and Bibb County is going to move into Shelby County, southern Jefferson County. It's going to get extremely heavy rain. We're already getting rumbles of very elevated thunder. Rolling through here. The storms in Birmingham area are not severe. That doesn't mean they can't become severe for sure. But the threat of that happening, is certainly a little less than it was. But it's still there. These storms are going to continue to produce warnings throughout the night. As we go through time, we still got a tornado warning for Bibb County. We'll be able to clear Perry County here shortly. This storm is approaching US 82 right now, nearing just east of Brent. Our friend Brett Adair, who's been doing a magnificent job today, along with Lance King. They both got decent lightning shows. Brett's is winning the moment right now, as he is near Brent and Centerville. He's probably moving east toward this storm, I would think. Wouldn't you think, Scott Martin? He's probably pushing east.
Yeah, he's most likely pushing east. Just got a update from John DeBlock at National Weather Service Birmingham. They are actually going ahead and pre-preparing for a possible need to shelter in place at the office within the next 45 minutes or so. They've called the Storm Prediction Center to expedite the next watch update and let Peachtree City know they might need to get ready.
Yeah, this is a real thing. So many times Weather Service in Birmingham, many other weather service officers are threatened by the actual tornado. And, these men and women have their heads down, selflessly producing these warnings and forecasts. And sometimes the danger comes right to them. And they're right there where you see that KBMX, the little green thing along I-65. That's right where their office is, right where the radar is our director is circling right there in Calera at the Shelby County Airport. And it is on a track that will carry it very near that. So folks to the northeast of this, here from the Brent Centerville area, northeast along Alabama 25, back over toward Wilton and Montevallo, over to Clara, up to the Shelby County Airport. We want you to be doing like John DeBlock and the team is there now. For different people, it takes different amounts of time to get ready. The rain is coming down in sheets right now in Centerville. I mean, it is really coming down, pouring. And we can see Brett Adair there just east of Centerville and Brent. His I don't have his feed right now, but his feed was showing a very tremendous lightning show. We're starting to pick up a tremendous amount of lightning and thunder here. You can see his feed right there. Very frequent lightning. Pouring down rain in Brent and Centerville and Gary Springs up to 6 Mile along County Road 2, Alabama 25, County Road or Alabama 26, 25 where it goes up to the northeast there. You see, this is our tornado warning that covers most of Bibb County at this point. Looking for rotation, kind of a like John was talking about. Maybe a little MCS here, big comma head.
It ain't ready yet.
That's approaching US 82 area. There, perhaps to the northwest of Centerville, in the Eoline area. That's going to be up there to the northwest of Brent. You almost see that little tiny blue area, this is going to be southwest of West Blockton. We'll keep an eye on that. But the main circulation is over there in the tornado warning polygon. Lance King continues to spread speed to the southeast. Godspeed to you, Lance. Thank you for being with us today. Let us know if you run into anything. I'll take a peek where he is in just a second. But I think he's going to be south of all this activity pretty quickly this evening. I tell you, that picture that Brett has is just impressive. I don't know if I can. I'll have to find a way. Maybe the director can tell me how he would like me to share that with him. Because this is an impressive picture. Maybe next time I'm on screen, I'll know what's the best way to do that.
God almighty. That's why the lighting's the way it is. There's a hole up there.
Okay, I'll throw it in the
where it should be spinning.
That may be a good way to do it, but I'll do that in just a second. You see this big area of thunderstorms now to the south and southwest of Birmingham, between Birmingham and Selma and Demopolis. That's where our main focus is right now. We've got a tornado warning straddling US 82 in Bibb County, crossing over Alabama 85. Rotation is probably somewhere, right there, just to the near or just to the northeast of US 82. We don't see any indications of debris on radar. That's good news. Base velocity, nothing really spectacular stands out there. Look at that lightning coming from Brett's feed. Scott Brown, you see anything on the radar that stands out to you right here?
Yeah, these storms are dragging instability.
Other than the tornado warning we have there in Bibb County, nothing else is really standing out to me at the moment.
Oh wow. Hold on.
We've got some really heavy rainfall in Perry County there in Marion, but not seeing anything severe there. Luckily, they just had that tornado warning storm go through there, so now they're just seeing some heavy rainfall after that.
Into that flow region.
Yeah, otherwise, the only other warning that is active in the state of Mississippi, besides flood warnings, is the severe thunderstorm warning that is down just north of Mobile. That warning is in effect until, let's see, 7:45, so it's got about 14 minutes left on it. It's warned due to 65 mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So if you're in this polygon, just be careful and watch out for any hail or those strong wind gusts. If you've got anything outside, now's the time to make any final preparations to prepare for this severe thunderstorm warning there.
We got multiple damage reports down there.
But yeah, other than those two, not seeing a whole lot right now. Up in Tennessee, they are still having a few tornado warnings. They just issued one for Cumberland County and Fentress County, and they've got a confirmed tornado right now as well in, let's see, Knox County. They're near Knoxville. Give me just a second to get this radar here pulled up in eastern Tennessee. Yes, confirmed tornado there in West Tennessee. It's actually been on the ground for a while now. It's kind of been in the back of my mind here, and I know that is something they're watching very closely, but I do think they may be letting this warning expire soon, so that's good news. It looks like they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning downstream of it, which is good to see. And then there's just a couple of tornado warnings off to the west of that in Cumberland County and Van Buren counties. So pretty active day
We're not going to mess with this
up in
too much
Tennessee
longer.
too. I know They were not included in the high risk, but some portions of Tennessee were in the moderate and the enhanced risks from the SVC. So definitely we were expecting to see some stuff up there, but we've almost seen the same amount of warnings issued in Tennessee as we have Alabama today, which is pretty interesting.
About being to
that
being to
really
Birmingham,
is.
being shot to
We've
Florence.
definitely seen action up there. Several confirmed tornadoes for sure, and the action continues up there. We certainly that's probably more along the effective warm front. We still got our tornado warning here in Bibb County. I can't find anything that's exceptionally concerning, but the statistics, the parameters are still pretty high on this one. It's putting out a ton of lightning, almost 30 flashes per minute. It's in an area with extremely high lapse rates, meaning that the thunderstorm updrafts have really robust energy to draw on. The Cape is good. You know, the most unstable Cape is about 1,400 joules per kilogram, and the mix layer is about 1,000. So, you know, it's not lacking for energy for sure. So, and it's, you know, dealing with nearly 500 meters squared per second squared of low level helicity. So, you know, it's a dangerous storm in Bibb County. It's really dangerous still down into Perry County. You know, we'll have to keep an eye on it. No signatures down there to really worry about, but you got really intense rain falling. This is going to be moving into Chilton County as well. There's probably some small hail, especially now in the southwestern portion, or I'm sorry, the northwestern portion of Chilton County, extreme southeastern portion of Bibb County, there around Lawley, along US 82. You know, I kind of worry about that area. It looks like we've got a little bit of an inflow notch developing right around Lawley. Kind of keep an eye on that. You know, this is a pretty dynamic storm, and it's really the storm of the hour for central Alabama. We just got a new tornado warning there for northern Chilton, southeastern Bibb. It goes till 8:30. This tornado is over the Talladega National Forest, 11 miles southwest of Centerville, southeast of Centerville. That's an important designation for your compass there. Southeast of Centerville, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So, you know, Manuka Park, Lawley, Jemison, the Chilton County Motorsports Park, Thorsby, Waxahachie Creek, Randolph, Maplesville, Lay Lake, and Calera, all in the path of this storm. And I think that kind of is the one that we were just looking at, Scott Brown. Is that true? Am I imagining that?
No, I think it is, yeah. Right there, let's see. Yeah, starting to see a little bit of rotation there. Um, we're gonna have to continue to watch that as it moves through Chilton County. But let's see. So we've got two warnings here right next to each other. This storm is going to work kind of along the middle of that. Uh, Basically, like we were saying earlier, right on track to go over the Birmingham National Weather Service office. I know earlier they were saying that they were pre-preparing for sheltering if that was needed, and it looks like if the storm can hold on to itself, they may need to shelter on down the line as it works its way towards their area. Now, I will say the Birmingham National Weather Service chat, John DeBlock is saying that the next tornado watch that comes out for the rest of Alabama will not be a PDS watch like this previous one was, but it will mention that a few intense tornadoes will be possible. But let's see, and they're also just now saying that winds are surging into Chilton. Let's see. So likely pushing that storm into the Chilton County area as well.
Yeah, and I think that southern development may bail them out of having to shelter at the weather service office. I'm sure they would prefer not to have to do that. So maybe that southern circulation takes over. So we've got two parallel tornado warnings here. One in Bibb County, one in Chilton, or one in southeastern Bibb and Chilton County. This is all south of Birmingham. It's approaching I-65. Now the southern warning is the first warning is clear now, really of I-62 of US 82, and it's going to be moving over northeastern parts of Bibb County, and that all that heavy weather that's over Bibb County now is going to be approaching Shelby County. That's what's going to go into the Calera area. It's going to go into Wilton and Montevallo, and up into Alabaster. You're going to get lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning and thunder. It'll be interesting to see if the Weather Service in Birmingham maintains a severe thunderstorm warning on that. But we were looking at that interesting circulation right there along US 82, and you can see that. You can see if you look at it, the wind is bowing or surging right there along Highway 82. Northwest of Maplesville, and that's caused the Weather Service some concern. Our director showing that right there. That's where you could see a little small spin up, or certainly some strong straight line damaging winds. And that prompted this tornado warning. That may become the more dominant circulation here. It's passed through Lawley now. It's getting ready to go through Randolph, and it will continue on to the northeast. Right now, it's moving along Alabama 183, getting ready to intersect US Highway 18 or US Highway 82, and then it'll cross over Alabama 39 there as you come out of Maplesville up toward Cox and Tucker. Down the road there, folks from Posey's Crossroads down to Hubbard. Then we get into the US 31 corridor. Everything there from Thorsby up to Jemison, and really, kind of covering all the bases here, bringing, both the warnings sort of together there to cover parts of central Chilton. So that gets locations along the interstate there. So we'll start preparing our folks that might be coming south out of Birmingham. We don't want you to really go south of Alabaster on I-65. Get off at Alabaster. Lots of good places to stop there if you're coming north. We don't want you to go really past the Peach Park exit. I don't know what time they stay open till on Saturday nights. It's spring break, and I'm sure they're very, very busy. Roads are extremely busy this time of year. Lots of folks going to the Gulf Coast, either coming on or off of spring break. But some very active weather there. Watching that very closely. Looking back to the southwest, we have a severe thunderstorm warning still in southwest Alabama that we continue to track. That storm, fortunately, hasn't exhibited any tornadic tendencies in the last hour or so, at least since it left Wayne County, Mississippi, and we're really grateful for that at this point. We're looking at this storm now. The worst part of that storm is approaching McIntosh along US 43. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect at this point until 7:45 for southeastern Washington, and it did clear. Oh, there you go. Well, thank you. See, as soon as I look at a warning tonight, it clears. So that's my new job, is to just look at the warnings and vaporize them. We'll just take that. So heavy weather now through southeastern Choctaw County into Clark County, one of my favorite places, Jackson, Alabama. Heavy weather up there on the north end of the county. Lots of lightning in and around Thomasville. Moving into the southern part of Marengo County, there around Sweetwater and Myrtlewood. Linden, you're about to get very, very heavy rain. This is going to pass along US 43 south of Demopolis, going up toward Uniontown there in southern Perry County. Eventually, all this can get over to Dallas County, and Selma, you'll eventually deal with it as well. Wilcox County, right now, it's kind of skirting you to the north. Places like Pine Hill, you'll get the edge of it. Thomasville, you as well. You're hearing some lightning and thunder now. But for right now, all those areas are in pretty good shape. continue on to the southwest, down through Washington County, and then into the southeastern part of Mississippi. Those storms are not severe. But the threat continues. We got a tornado watch. It is a PDS watch. It's kind of backed off of that PDS idea, but it is still officially a PDS watch. It goes till 8 o'clock. National Weather Service is getting ready to issue a new watch. It will not be a PDS watch. We know that from the chat. Not to mean that we couldn't get a surprise, but the word is that it won't be a PDS watch, and that's good news. So here is our tornado watch now, or tornado watches. This would be multiple watches. That's a good sound. And there we go. Is that what? I don't know if that's a WIA or a WIA going off, huh? New tornado warning.
That's a tornado warning for Shelby County.
Yeah, there we go. This is close enough to us to trigger WIAs. And there we are for Shelby County. So this is in the Birmingham metro area, southern parts of the metro area. Tornado sirens are going to be sounding in Shelby County. And Weather Service in Birmingham issuing a tornado warning for Shelby County at this hour. And we think there is a TDS on this morning. Scott Martin, why don't you take it?
All right, yeah, so just saw that John DeBlock posted that there is a TDS in Bibb County right now. It's very hard to see, but it looks like it's right up above 6 Mile. If I'm looking at it correctly, I could be wrong, but it's up toward the top. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, there it is, right there. Let's see. Let me read let's see what the warning says here. The Southern Shelby County tornado warning goes until 8:45 p.m. At 7:43, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Talladega National Forest, or 10 miles east of Centerville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Places in the path of this storm include the Alabama 4-H Center, Columbiana, Highway 145 and County Road 46, American Village, Oak Mountain State Park, Camp Branch, Hoover Veterans Park, Siluria, Alabaster Veterans Park, Maylene, Chelsea, Gaston Steam Plant, Oak Mountain Amphitheater, Saginaw, Indian Springs Village, Alabaster, Inverness, Beeswax Creek Park, Ballantrae, and Wilton. And,
that really has spun up quickly, Scott. They're just to the west of Alabama 139, south of Ashby. You're exactly right. It's north of Randolph, in southeastern Bibb. It's going to clip that extreme northwestern part of Chilton, and then it's going to swing straight up into Shelby County.
Yeah.
Scott Brown, you got eyes on that TDS?
Yes, it looks like the National Weather Service just updated the warning in Bibb County to confirmed, radar confirmed tornado. Let's see, it's a very impressive couplet. This happened in the matter of, seconds almost, like just out of nowhere. But yeah, there's a pretty clear debris ball there, a lot of blues on the correlation coefficient, which we don't like to see, especially when it lines up so perfectly with the velocity couplet like it is. Let's see, so just something to note too, the National Weather Service said that there may be complications with them issuing the next tornado watch. So it may not be issued in time to replace the old one. So that's an important thing to know, but I'm sure they're working hard to get that worked out. But this tornado warning here that's confirmed, it's going to be moving up towards Ashby, probably going just east of Ashby, if not right over Ashby. And then we're looking at on down the line, almost a direct path to the National Weather Service office there, south of Alabaster. But if anyone inside of these warnings need to be sheltering right now, so this includes Bibb County, Chilton County and Shelby County. If you know anyone in these areas, this is getting into the more populated areas. So it's important that they are sheltering and in their safe spots as this tornado moves into Shelby County in the coming minutes.
Yeah.
New tornado watch is just issued.
Yep. They got it out in time, didn't they, Scott?
They sure did.
Yeah, it's going to cover those eastern Alabama counties. So I guess the question is about the replacement watch, whether they'll do a local extension for the existing watch, probably.
Yeah, I can actually give you the list of counties right now.
Okay.
All right, so here's the list of counties. This will include some counties that were in the previous watch.
Okay, good.
So it'll be Chilton, Talladega, Jefferson, Calhoun, Etowah, Lowndes, Dallas, Autauga, Marengo, Blount, St. Clair, Coosa, Elmore, Montgomery, Bibb, Perry, Shelby, Chambers, Clay, Lee, Cherokee, Bullock, Russell, Tallapoosa, Claiborne, Macon, Pike, Barber, and Randolph counties. Now that is just the Birmingham market. I don't see anything yet on Huntsville at this moment about what counties were issued there. I'm still looking to see. Okay, let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like any tornado watch issued for the northern counties.
Yeah, and that tornado warning for the continuation for Bibb County, that is an observed considerable tag.
Correct.
So that is listed as a particularly dangerous situation tornado. We see the rotation very clearly on the high-res velocity there, approaching Alabama 139, south of Wilton, approaching the Ashby and Oakley communities. It's just passed through Thomas Mills. New tornado warning now for Clay, Talladega, Claiborne, and Calhoun counties. So that is a new tornado warning that has just been issued. We got a strong rotation there north of Goodwater. So this thing is beginning to ramp up.
Yeah, that's the one I mentioned in chat earlier. I was watching that one in southwest Clay County.
Yeah, look at that, Scott. It's got the yin and the yang right there.
Sure does.
For sure. Why don't you go ahead and talk about it?
All right, I'll go ahead and read it out. All right, so this warning is radar indicated, and it's for eastern Talladega, south central Calhoun, southwestern Claiborne, and central Clay counties until 8:30 tonight. At the time that this was issued, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Sycamore, or 11 miles northeast of Sylacauga, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. I grabbed the wrong mouse. The locations in the path of this storm include the Anniston Army Depot, Granttown, Munford, East Aboga, Anniston Regional Airport, Oxford Lake, Sycamore, Camp Mac, Bynum, Talladega, Chandler Springs, Ironton.
Yep.
Never seen that one before. Ironton, Jennifer, Waldo, Hobson City, Roselle, Lake Chenabee, Oxford, Mount Cheaha, and Gunthertown.
Yeah, so this is a significant rotation as well, right there on the Talladega County line, swinging up toward Waldo, going to be moving toward Alabama 21, passing near just east of the city of Talladega. It's in the Taylor's Mills community right now, just north of there, passing just west of Chambers Springs. The community is Smelly. You're up next. We'll be watching those communities along Alabama 77 up there from west of Chandler Springs to Waldo and Carrera. Bernie's, I think you're okay, but there it is. You see that sitting on the county line right there. And this warning was issued by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. So they're watching out for the Weather Service in Birmingham. You see the part of the polygon that includes the northwestern part of Clay County. It's going to clip that northwestern portion and may travel just along or to the west of the border between Clay and Talladega counties. But you see, it is not very far from Oxford. And Scott read out Alabama's highest point, Mount Cheaha. But it won't take this storm long to get up to Interstate 20. And it's going to affect areas along I-20 there from about mile marker 172 all the way over to about 185, really exit 188. If you're coming from the east from Atlanta, we're going to want you to get off probably somewhere around the Speedway or Heflin and just wait this one out. If you're coming from the west, we're going to want you to get off Pell City or Riverside or Lincoln and sit and wait it out. You can see how that's kind of spinning. Scott Martin, it seems to me like it might be spinning a little more to the left of the polygon, might be part of a bigger MCS or something there. Might be developing its own little environment. So, might be a little to the east of there, kind of toward the Speedway. You see that weather station. It's got those back southeasterly winds, there. The ASN, at the Talladega Speedway, the airfield there. I think Pell City, you're probably okay. I think you're clearly out of it, but those communities like Lincoln over there will be watching. Well, I guess that Lincoln's probably okay too, but that rotation is pretty decent there. So, anything else in chat?
I just saw something from Christopher Vaughn at the Alabama Fire College. He just sent out pictures from what looks like the tornado damage from close to the Black Warrior River. And there's actually fish laying in the middle of the road next to a tree, or maybe out in the ground somewhere. But it looks like some fish was picked up from the Black Warrior River and deposited out onto the roadway.
That's an old, wives' tale and part of weather history. It's littered with reports of, fish falls. And they're fascinating, but, they really happen. And here's an example of it.
Yeah, and there's another picture with multiple fish. Probably, I can count at least 15 just right offhand.
Yeah, those are fish I could catch right there, Scott Martin. But Weather Service in Birmingham worried about quick cyclone or tornado genesis in extreme northwestern Chilton. Keeping a close eye on that. We got a tornado warning in East Alabama for eastern Talladega, western Clay County. It's moving up toward the Oxford area. We've got a confirmed set of tornado warnings there. A very dangerous storm. Got a strong mesocyclone just south of Wilton and Montevallo. Really good rotation there, just southeast, about 6 or 7 miles southeast of Wilton. This storm is going to be moving toward Alabama 25. It's going to cross between Montevallo and Kera. This thing is really targeting the Weather Service in Birmingham, and that's prompted the National Weather Service in Peachtree City to have to take over their warning responsibilities. So we've got this big cluster of tornado warnings right here that includes several counties. We're worried about quick cyclone or tornado genesis there in the northwestern part of Chilton County, according to John DeBlock, the warnings coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Birmingham, and that may be happening. So folks there from Montevallo over to Kera, along Alabama 25, we want you to be in your safe place. Right now, the storm is on top of you. As a matter of fact, it's going to be on top of the highway there in the next 2 or 3 minutes, so you don't have much time. It's going to be approaching I-65 sometime about 8:12, 8:13, and then crossing over US 31 about 8:14. So about 14, 15 minutes to get your act together there. This is going to be coming up through Shelby County near the American Village. and all those beautiful communities along Alabama 25.
So I just seen the latest day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and they have dropped the high risk completely out of the picture, and now it's a moderate risk that covers pretty much everybody in Alabama south of the I-59 corridor, and it goes over into Georgia just a little bit and covers the extreme southeastern parts of Mississippi.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. And here is that amended. This is the day one tornado outlook. The tornado threat now is basically over for Huntsville. It's over for Coleman, pretty much. I mean, I don't think there's any much of a chance that we'll see a tornado on that back end. You still got a 5% chance, so it's not totally out of the question. But it's pretty much over. For Huntsville, for Decatur, for Jasper, for Coleman, for Tuscaloosa, for the Florence and Shoals areas up to Hamilton. But areas there along I-59, as Scott said, from Birmingham to Gadsden to Fort Payne, along I-20. The further east you go, the higher the threat is. Gadsden, you're still in the moderate risk. Talladega, Anniston, Oxford, you're still in the moderate risk. Alex City, Montgomery, Tuskegee, and Auburn, Greenville and Troy, Monroeville, back to Jackson, over to Evergreen, Andalusia, Enterprise, Dothan, and back to the Mobile, Fairhope, and Gulf Shores areas. You're still in this moderate risk. Effectively, this is the tornado probabilities right here. And those probabilities are in the highest in that red. The hatched area that you see indicates that there's a high probability, a higher probability of F2 or greater, EF2 or greater tornadoes. So that's good news that we've gotten the high risk off the board, but still this is a significant risk, this moderate. This is a pretty significant situation. So the threat continues. We have tornado watch that still continues for a good bit of the state of Alabama, really from Jefferson and counties to the east. But we've got these two primary concentrations of tornadic cells now that we're concerned about. Talladega and Clay counties, and also northwestern Chilton and Shelby counties in Alabama. This is off the Birmingham radar right now. I guess that hasn't really updated there. But this is kind of what you see, that surge of velocities coming into the Montevallo and Wilton areas. Some high wind, possibly some damaging winds in those areas. Not sure where Brett Adair is right now, but he's in some pretty heavy rain still, and some and a good bit of lightning. But kind of zeroing in on what you might expect, kind of getting into the cone of silence of the radar here as this storm approaches the BMX radar. Got 68 over 66 at Birmingham. Got a nice southeast wind still there at 6 miles an hour. Kind of calming down, but definitely out of the east southeast, 69 degrees at the Shelby County Airport. So tornado warning for a good bit of Shelby County. Sirens have been sounding there. One siren sounded in Jefferson County. Weather Service over in Peachtree City mentioning that the storm to the south and east of Talladega looks a little more disorganized now, and they're going to keep the tornado warning active for the time being. And you can see it right there on the loop. That is true. That does look a little less organized. That's great news. We will take it. We will definitely take it for sure. So keep that. And I don't think we've got anything else very big right now. Heavy rain continues from southern Calhoun County through Talladega and Clay counties, all through Shelby now, over into Coosa County, Chilton County. Got very heavy rain in Bibb County. The further south you go, it continues into Perry, into Dallas, certainly into Marengo County and down there in Clark County. Very, very heavy rainfall.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Just reading National Weather Service Huntsville, they extended the tornado watch in time for all of their counties.
I see that. It extends all the way back. So that's interesting. Yeah. And did you see who issued the new tornado watch, Scott Martin?
I did not.
Our friend Bill Bunting.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, I did too. And here's rainfall right here. Storm total precipitation. The amounts are, getting pretty significant. Sample some of those down there around Demopolis, approaching 4 inches of rain. Not surprised by that. So, your red areas are approaching 4 inches. Some of these up here in northwestern Marion into Franklin County are, 4.5 to 5 inches nearly. So, some pretty significant rains. There in Marshall County had some decent rains around 4 inches. So, these rainfall totals are starting to add up, for sure. Right now, the reflectivity. This is all coming off the Birmingham radar, so it's kind of centered on central Alabama, showing that heavy thunderstorm activity there in Talladega and Clay counties. We're shifting down here into southern Shelby. There's our rotation coming up from South Calera, approaching the Calera area right now. It's gonna kind of do a little hook up there into the Dargan and Varnins area near the Shelby County Airport. So when our friends all around that area, this is a rapidly developing part of Shelby County. To be in your safe place, our friends at the National Weather Service already are. The Walmart in Calera. A lot of folks shopping on a Saturday night. We want them to be in their safe place because this is a very very dangerous rotation. Clearly, there's something going on the velocity presentation there, and the reflectivity is very, very pronounced gradient, and that's something that we look at very strongly. Searching for debris signatures, nothing really stands out right now. Scott Brown kind of, going over the radar, the Birmingham radar there. Do you see anything in southern Shelby into Chilton counties that makes you concerned?
No, as far as debris signatures go, I'm having a hard time picking out anything in particular just due to the how close it is to the Birmingham radar. I just swapped over to the names, the KMXX Montgomery radar, sorry, to try to look and see if anything's being picked up there. Maybe a little bit there near Calera, but the National Weather Service still has this as a confirmed tornado, so we want to be taking this very seriously there for Shelby County and northern Chilton County. Make sure that you are in your safe place if you're in anywhere within these polygons, especially if you're in Jimison, Calera, Columbiana, Alabaster, and Chelsea. A TDS was just observed southeast of the Birmingham radar. That's from the Peachtree City office, who is currently covering the Birmingham County warning area. Let's see. I'm going back to the Birmingham radar here. While I'm waiting on that to load, a very interesting report out of Sumter County. They have reports of fish being sucked out of creeks earlier. So very interesting report there. I guess the wind was strong enough to pull fish out of the water. But let's see here. Going back here to the Shelby County storm. I don't know. I mean, what do y'all think about? They're saying there's a TD signature.
I see that couplet just southeast of exit 231 on I-65. It's pretty strong. John DeBlock was saying it was, I think it was called 107 inbound and 41 outbound. So, that might have been a brief, strong tornado right there, and it disappeared just, it's rotated up to the north.
And it's just outside
it's
of
now
just
crossing
east side of the
over
radome.
State Route 70 along the US 31, and it's, really close to the radar. So it's just east of the radar. I see that debris signature just northeast of exit 231.
Oh, a bunch of stuff up to the north. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think we may have had a brief tornado there. What do you think, Scott Brown? That might
It's
be
about to cross 25 right there, isn't it? Isn't that what that is? Is that 25 or is that 70? There's a bunch of houses and stuff out there.
I want to see what the Weather Service says when they get out tomorrow and survey these areas of interest here.
I don't know yet.
Yeah, they're saying the Shelby County 911 Center has reports of damage in Kera. They're downtown. They're saying an entire trailer is gone, so that's very concerning. Let's see here. The Birmingham office is still sheltering. The storm is pretty close to their office.
The shopping areas and stuff down there.
If you're anywhere in this area, definitely need to be sheltering. Some scary reports coming out of Kera there.
It just went over some stuff.
And then we've still got our other tornado warning active.
It's still on the ground on the east side of the
County, up into Calhoun County. I'm not super
you saw that too, didn't you?
Concerned with this. Not seeing really any signs of rotation there. I think the Peachtree City office is keeping that warning there just as a precaution because it could spin back up rather quickly.
Yeah, so it looks like we've had a damaging tornado at Kera, downtown Kera, just west of I-65. It spun up to the north, past just east of exit 231, right there on I-65. And it is probably hugging the cone of silence on the east side of the radar right now.
Sorry to butt in. The Peachtree City said they are watching northern Dallas County very closely, and I just looked at it, and that is pretty concerning. Velocity signature there. I would not be surprised if a warning is issued within the next minute or two. It's pretty clear velocity couplet there.
This is one of the craziest storms I've ever been in.
We just got a word from the Kera Police Department that the trailer park in Kera has been hit. No words on damage or injuries yet, but it's on 13th Street.
Oh wow, Kera PD saying it hit a trailer park.
But yeah, definitely, if you're in Dallas County there, northern Dallas County into Atuga County,
Till 4 debris.
There appears to be rotation right past Mildred Jones.
It is, but look at how deep that debris is at Till 4 there.
Okay, they just said a warning is coming soon. So let's go ahead and say if you're in Jones or anywhere near that, you need to be in your safe spot right now.
Fully black.
They're in northern Dallas and northern Atuga County. Right on the county line right there. We just got the warning on. Let me see. The warning is going to last until 9 p.m. It's moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Still just radar indicated rotation. No signs that this is on the ground, but it could drop down a tornado at any point. So we need to take this seriously. And if you're in this polygon, go ahead and get into your safe spot. Some locations in this, Fletcher, Lomax, Jemison, Maplesville, Thornsby, Clanton, the I-65 rest area, Valley Creek Junction, Barrett Creek, Dawson Mill,
and Hooper. It's so close to the radar you have to go up numerous tilts to see it. There's debris in the radar.
Yeah,
oh my God.
We had a little bit of a lull there earlier, but now we're starting to see these storms fire back up here in central Alabama. Still got the confirmed warning for Shelby County there, and then right behind it, in Chilton County. A new warning issued through
Yeah, it's
this
dark right here.
velocity couplet. It's passing right over Jones right now.
Yeah, we got this storm coming out of the Valley Grande area, passing near Jones, and we moved on to the northeast into southern Chilton County. We still got a very dangerous storm right near the radar in Shelby County. It's caused damage in Kera, maybe significant damage at the trailer park and in the downtown area of Kera. The storm has passed probably just to the northeast of the Shelby County Airport right now. It's going to be continuing to move on to the northeast, and we'll move up near and east of Longview and Saginaw in the next few minutes. We'll watch it as it continues to move up long and east of I-65 areas to the east of Alabaster. So we still have a tornado warning for a good bit of Shelby County. We'll watch and see how that goes for the next few minutes. So the activity's definitely ramped up in the last few minutes. The low-level jet may be kicking in. These effective shears are going through the roof again. And, it's almost effective shear now, almost 80 knots. And the low-level effective helicity is just off the charts. And our capes are, substantial, still 1,000 to 1,500 meters squared per second squared. So the parameters are actually increasing. And tornado watch is in effect. We're still in a moderate risk, so this continues. Our Autauga County storm is showing up clearly on the radar, southwest of Pletcher, southwest of Billingsley. It's moving to the northeast. Folks in Pletcher, we want you to be in your safe place. It's going to be approaching the US 82 corridor there. About 3 or 4 minutes from now, moving rapidly to the northeast. It's going to be arriving in Clanton around 8:30, crossing over I-65 near exit 212. So again, we'll be going through our, the drill. I don't want you on I-65, north or south of Clanton as this storm approaches. So we still got our tornado warning for Shelby County, watching it very closely. It's very close into the radar, almost too close for us to really, be able to tell what's going on. But this storm has passed the Shelby County Airport. It's somewhere in here, northeast of that KBMX symbol. Folks there from northeast of the Shelby County Airport up toward Alabaster and areas over southern Shelby County need to be in your safe shelter right now, all the way up to places like Indian Springs Village, all the way over to Chelsea, Columbiana. The storm is well to your west, but you're in that very heavy rain. You got a surge of wind coming into your area right now, and you really can't rule out that you could see a quick spin-up tornado on the northern end of that comma head.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Got a report on National Weather Service chat there was a touchdown in the Kera Walmart parking lot via ham radio. And also John Talbot just reported that more Shelby County deputies are headed to Kera right now.
Yeah, so Kera may be the hard hit area. So the Weather Service hitting that very, very hard and doing a really good job with that. So yeah, John Talbot, one of our great friends and great folks on our Alabama WX chat, our Skywatchers, doing a great job tonight. So we'll continue to follow those reports very closely. This rotation is kind of buried in all this mess right here. It is somewhere to the east of Saginaw and Alabaster in southern Shelby County. Probably moving up toward Deerhurst, Jonertown. You're in the polygon, anywhere over to East Saginaw. We want you to be in your safe place as this system is rolling to the north and northeast. I'm not sure where you can really pick out, except going back and extrapolating where the damage has come from. There's not really a good significant debris signature. Maybe there's a lot of lofted debris there east of Saginaw at this point. We're just so close to the Birmingham radar that we're not getting a great look at this point. So,
Hey, Bill.
yes, sir.
Shelby County 911 dispatch reports that 1060 Riviera Drive in Calera reports people screaming for help.
Yeah. That's not the kind of report you want to see right there. Not good. Birmingham is back online now, but we have significant damage in Calera. First responders are all heading that way now because this apparently has been a significant tornado that has hit Calera. This storm is somewhere here northeast of the Shelby County Airport in central Shelby County, perhaps between Saginaw, Longview, southwest of Joinertown. If you're in these areas, we want you to be in your safe places right now. If you're in this polygon in Shelby County, you got to take this storm seriously because it has produced significant damage. And this includes communities all the way up to Simsville and Watkins, even over to Chelsea along US 280, Indian Springs Village along Highway 119. We're just watching this storm very closely right now to see where it ends up as it crosses through all these county roads through Shelby County. These areas up here from Joinertown back to Longview, places like Tuscaloosa Road, County Road 26, County Road 331, those locations. If you live in any of those areas, or you have friends or relatives, anybody that you know from work that lives in these areas, we want you to call them and let them know. So the police in Calera are on their way out to help. First responders are coming in from everywhere now. And hopefully the damage is not extremely widespread or as severe, but it sounds, Scott Martin, like it may be pretty significant.
Yeah, I looked up the address, that 1060 Riviera Drive. That looks to be a pretty large neighborhood there in Calera. So hopefully hopefully that is an isolated thing and nothing happened to that entire neighborhood there. It's a pretty good distance from the Walmart, and the reports of the touchdown was at the Walmart. So we'll just have to wait and see what kind of answers we can get as to that report of the people screaming for help. But looking at my map here, looks like the Walmart is kind of near the like downtown area, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of residential areas right next to the Walmart. Yeah, like I said, we'll just have to wait and see
to the left right here.
What kind of answers we can get as officers get out there and try to see what's happened and who needs help tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of commercial activity there near that Walmart.
They're running code
in Calera for sure, and hopefully, hopefully we don't have a lot of injuries, and hopefully not any fatalities. But a lot of help is on its way. Brett Adair's heading north through Chilton County. You see some really blue lightning popping up in that area. It's a new tornado warning for the northern part of Shelby County. Now it's going to carry those areas northeast of the existing warning from US 280 all the way up into the Vanderver, Sterrett, and northeastern parts of the county. So this warning just issued. It goes till 9 o'clock. We've got a storm producing a tornado near the Shelby County Airport, near Columbiana, moving to the northeast, 35 miles an hour. So this new warning includes everything from Lake Purdy and Meadowbrook down 280 to Westover and Harpersville, up to Vincent, over the mountain to Sterrett. So, this is kind kind of continuing this morning onto the northeast. It'll eventually be heading in the general direction of Pell City. So if you're in Pell City around Lake Logan Martin, and we know we have a lot of friends out there that are in manufactured housing, some of them in older manufactured housing, we want you to go ahead and take this time to go ahead and, you know, be thinking about where your safe place is. The storm is surging on out to the east. You kind of think you would, you know, believe that your circulation might be kind of there at the top of that comma head.
Hey, two things. Firstly, we've got a new tornado warning down near Mobile. I'll come back to that though. The second thing was that there's reports of heavy debris on I-65, I assume south of Birmingham here, and heavy debris on Highway 31 in Kera. So right now is definitely not the time to be traveling, especially within these polygons, with there being heavy debris on the roadways. But yeah, so this new tornado warning in southern Alabama, for parts of Washington, Clark, and I'm gonna butcher this, Conecuh counties. This new warning will be in effect until 9:15 p.m. It's going to be moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let's see, it's still radar indicated rotation. And as far as cities within this polygon, right over Citronelle right now, going to go north of Mount Vernon, McIntosh, and then later on getting closer to Jackson and Chrysler.
Yeah, the reports coming in from Kera are disturbing. The Walmart is right there at exit 231. Of course, that's right where the Cracker Barrel is, the Hampton Inn, and a lot of other commercial activity. A very busy exit right there on 230, exit 231 on I-65.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Please watch Brett Adair's stream. There's power flashes up ahead of him.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All right, so let's get Brett's stream up. I think some of those blue flashes I saw just a second ago may have been power flashes and not lightning. So, and the debris on I-65, you know, is, you know, now we have a person entrapped in a vehicle on I-65 south of the 231 exit. They are not injured. That is good news. But I think that's where a lot of this damage may be.
Yeah, there's another power flash.
I-65 and 31.
Plenty of them.
Homes damaged.
See where Brett exactly is.
And that's where we were just at, wasn't it? Near 65 and 31. I think it's just north of the highway.
On the northern side of Kera. At this point.
Tornado. It did. Look.
He is really, he's approaching I-65 right now, so he should be coming to the damage area immediately.
Yeah.
All right.
The damage area is going to be on your left. The Walmart is. Because this right here, he is on US 31.
Yeah, I know.
There's Alabama 70 going off to the east. He's turning to the east.
Okay, so since I had that little power outage, I was a couple minutes behind. So I was actually watching the stream instead of our Zoom chat. So I was actually a little bit behind. But yeah, there were tons of power flashes.
Yeah, and he was actually north of the damage at that point. By the time he got to Alabama 70, he was north of the damage. But yeah, look, you can see the storm to the northeast because he's traveling east now in Alabama 70. And you saw that intense lightning. I tell you, this 3-in-1 just does not like the RMTP feeds, does it? Takes it so long to connect. That's just crazy. He's at the red light right there on Alabama 70. So Scott Brown, that damage on Riviera Drive was it along Alabama 70, or where was
I mean,
it
all right.
in relation to US 31 and the Walmart?
It was, give me just 1 second here. It was south of
Person
the
trapped on a
Walmart
vehicle
there.
65 south of
Um,
exit
probably,
231. They're not injured. Heavy debris on I.
let's see
Go,
if you
go back to
just-
I-65 and 31 because I didn't see it. Did you? Did we?
Yeah, it
did
was
we miss
south of the
something?
Walmart, right off
65 and
of
31.
65 there, probably 3 to
65
4
and
miles
31 was
south.
right.
So it looks like
Yeah.
maybe it went.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're saying. There's heavy damage.
The way the storms are moving,
Person entrapped in a vehicle at
there-
exit 231. That's at the
I don't know,
weather service.
the Walmart and that report of the
Oh
person
my
screaming
lord,
for
the
help
tornado to the south.
doesn't. It seems like maybe two separate things. Maybe the person screaming for help there in that house, maybe a debris fell or something of that
The one that's
nature.
going through,
But yeah, a little
About to go through
confused
Clanton.
there. I'll have to wait and see any more reports that come out.
Yeah, we've got really strong winds moving into the Sylacauga area, approaching US 280 right now. Gant's Quarry area up to the Sylacauga Airport. Some of those winds are certainly
Cell
approaching
signal and
60
everything
miles an
down here.
hour. So we want you to be in your safe place as that surge comes
See it?
along. Plus, we could have
Yeah,
small
I know
spin
it.
up
I know
tornadoes
it.
anywhere along the front line of that. You can see that very strong gradient there that has
The
moved from
wind's about to get
Wilsonville
insane at the house.
through Talladega Springs. This is part of what triggered that tornado. And really, you see the spin, the comma head right there, northeast of
There he
4 Mile,
goes. That's an ambulance.
just north of
Look
Wilsonville.
out, let him go.
This is spinning up toward
Sheep it out,
Harpersville.
buddy.
So,
There you go.
we could have a
Yeah, there
tornado
you go.
right there along County Road 61, County Road 109,
I don't know what's going on.
just
but we're
north of
about to find
Alabama
out.
25. You see a bit of a reflectivity, weakness right there. Perhaps, that's probably where the tornado is. And, where is it going? As we put that into motion,
Watch out,
kind of getting an
planter.
idea, where
I
that
figured.
could be going.
I can't find the
Probably
damage here. They're
toward
saying it's at 65 and
Harpersville,
31.
areas between Westover and Harpersville.
Where at?
Right there, you see it. Put that in motion. You see that's a very dangerous looking
Where do I
spin
go,
up.
up 31
It
or
is in
what?
the southern part. Now, here comes Brett back up on, I think he just passed the Burger King. You can see most of the power's out where he is. I think he may have turned around and gone back, possibly.
Yeah.
Scott Martin, can you tell?
Go back toward that way, and you'll see advance on the
Yeah, when he was at that green light stopped, he went past the green light and turned around and went back in the opposite direction.
Yeah, they're hauling back over
Yeah,
there.
you see the traffic lights are out at the intersection he's at.
All right.
Hey, just
There's a
quickly,
ambulance right up in front of him.
Right here at Walmart. It
that,
supposedly hit the
apparently
Walmart.
has
Come through
turned
the
off,
Walmart.
went somewhere else, or either has gotten so far ahead that you can't see it now. But, oh yeah, it's because
At
they're stopping
231.
at the red light that is completely out. So,
Hold on.
but yeah, he is heading back in that direction.
Yeah, so go ahead, Scott.
just that tornado warning there north of Mobile.
Hold on.
It's been
I'm looking
upgraded
down
to
here. We have
confirmed.
power. I mean, it come right up
Added
through here. The
TDS
debris
there,
ball
which
was
they say is
big,
now
too,
weakened a
when it
little
came
bit.
through, so
But they still have it as a radar confirmed tornado there.
Yeah, so we've got a potential tornado approaching
all
US
right, I'm
43
going
south
down.
of
I'm going back down that way
McIntosh.
to see what I can find.
Here, north of Calvert, near the Malcolm community, is past Chestang. This is in South Alabama, down in the Mobile area. But that is a confirmed tornado warning. But we've got significant damage tonight in Shelby County, in the Kera area. So we're tracking this very bad situation here as well. But here's the tornado warning for that storm that is in effect until 9:15 tonight for southwestern Mobile, southwestern Monroe, southeastern Washington, and southeastern Clark counties in Alabama. That storm is going to be near McIntosh around 8:35 tonight. So, we continue to get these spin up tornadoes with all the shear. We got just enough instability to drive them, and the low level jet is making these storms become tornadic tonight. Tornado watch continues for a good bit of the eastern 2/3 of Alabama through the next several hours. So, police and first responders are beginning to come together in Kera. They're working at the Kera City Hall and beginning to get their instructions of where to go, and they're getting ready to move out and help people at this time. So, very serious situation. Keeping a close eye on our, right now, our warning is, we got two warnings that we're watching very closely. The one for northeastern Shelby County continues in effect. Zooming in on it, it's still a confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed, observed at this point. This tornado warning continues until 8:45, and kind of zooming in on what we're seeing there. We've seen confirmed tornado damage tonight at Kera. We've seen other rotations, one swinging up into the west over Abbott Springs and Harpersville area, approaching US 280, US 231. This is going to be moving up into the Vanderveer, Sterrett, and Vincent areas as well. And eventually we'll be moving into southern parts of St. Clair County. So, Weather Service in Birmingham just canceling a tornado warning for southeastern Chilton County. That's good news. We'll take it. I think that clears that warning out. But this is still a very dangerous storm from northern parts of Chilton County, all the way from the Clanton area up into southern Talladega County, near Talladega Springs and Sylacauga. We've seen very strong winds on the front end of that line going through Sylacauga. You probably got some small hail along US 280, maybe to the size of marbles. Weather improving a little bit, but still heavy rain at Childersburg, Harpersville, Vincent, in that area. Watching, that calm ahead, that northern part of that MCS. Because it could potentially be leading to some spin ups, and we saw that briefly there. Anything else, gentlemen? Scott Brown, what you see?
Yeah, going back down to the warning north of Mobile there for Clark County and Washington County. It looks like that rotation's weakened quite a bit, which is good news. They're keeping the warning active though. See, not seeing anything in the chat just yet. But if you are in that polygon or know anyone in that polygon, go ahead and get to your safe space just in case. This is still technically a confirmed tornado here near McIntosh, heading up towards Choctaw Bluff. Let's see, going back up to our Shelby County warning here. The National Weather Service in Birmingham, well, John Talbot in the National Weather Service chat is saying that the Kera Police Department is requesting that Highway 31 at Whippoorwill Drive be blocked off, I guess due to debris on the road. There's also large tree across the interstate at mile marker 230. Would that be Interstate 65, I guess? Yeah, I-65 there. So definitely do not want to be out on the roads right now, even if there's no longer a warning in that area. That be just due to the amount of debris or the amount of debris that is on the roads right now. But yeah, a lot of damage reports coming out of Kera. Looks like there was a pretty serious event there tonight, and we're just gonna hope that there are no injuries or fatalities that come out of this. I haven't seen
that
any
was 9th
reports
and 10th. Okay.
come through so
Yeah,
far.
he messed
The
up.
911 center in Shelby County said a couple minutes ago that they hadn't
Let's
had
go to
any
the
reports
right.
of
Let's
that
get back to the
yet. So
highway.
that's very good
Go back down
news.
toward that center of town
Hoping
area.
it
I think
stays
that's
that
where I
way
saw
as we
damage
go
at.
through the next few hours.
Was by the intersection.
And yeah, another report from Calera is that the campers at Burton Camper are destroyed. So yeah, very disturbing reports coming out of Calera tonight.
Well, the good news is those are not occupied. That's a huge camper sales facility, and hopefully it's closed tonight, and hopefully nobody was spending the night there. But that points to, the damaging nature of the storm. Earlier, we had a report from Shelby County 911 from Benjamin Appleby that so far there are no reports of injuries in Calera. And that will be a miracle.
Tornado warning.
There you go. You got to have multiple ways to get your warnings. That one may be going in the delete bin. That unnamed app may be going in the delete bin right there. But anyway, it does point to the need for that. The weather service in Birmingham issuing a big tornado warning for Otaga, Chilton, Perry, Bibb, and Dallas counties now. 8:38. Got a storm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles west of Paul Grist State Park or 9 miles west of Valley Grande, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to affect places like Pletcher and Lawley, Maplesville, Valley Grande, a lot of the places we've already called out tonight: Radford, Stanton, Parnell, Clanton, the State Park, Summerfield Valley, Summerfield, Valley Creek Junction, Plantersville, Talladega National Forest, Suttle, Okmulgee, Chilton County Motorsports Park, Sprott, Isabella, Barrett Creek, and Randolph. A lot of the places that were affected by the 1932 tornado. So this tornado warning touches a lot of counties. You see the polygon here. One of the vertexes is Clanton. Maplesville sits squarely in the polygon. Valley Grande also in there. But the northern part of Dallas County, over into eastern Perry County, into the southwestern part of Chilton County, even clipping the very far southeastern part of Bibb County, southeast of Brent. US 82 is going to be affected again. Areas there from southeast of Brent down to Billingsley. We don't want you to be on that highway tonight. So, just kind of zooming in, another one of these comma head looking things. The low-level jet seems to be spinning them up. This one seems to be just to the northwest of Valley Grande. You can kind of see it there, bounded Weak Echo region, kind of over the Summerfield and Stonewall communities. That is concerning. Moving to the northeast there, Valley Creek Junction, up to Jones and Vine Hill, the Plantersville area, Ryderville, Parnell, and Dixie. Panhandle, Perryville, Radford, you're going to be in very heavy rain, some small hail, but the real tornado danger exists in those areas. So that's your tornado warning there. It's going to be crossing up into southwestern Chilton County, moving along Alabama 22, taking a quick track on this storm as it moves off rapidly to the northeast. Kind of getting an idea of where it's going to go. This scan's about 4 minutes old. And, peaking at, that northeastern motion that's at about 48 miles an hour. It's right on top of you now in Summerfield. Stonewall, it's right on top of you. The Vine Hill community, probably about 6 or 7 minutes. Plantersville, less than 10 minutes. Ryderville, you're, less than 10 minutes now. Bethel Grove in about 10 to 12 minutes. Parnell in about 12 minutes. Stanton in about 16 minutes. Up to Adams in about 17, 18 minutes, and Pletcher in about 17, 18 minutes as well. So you can see it'll be crossing US 82 there in less than 20 minutes. So it's going to cover a lot of ground, moving to the northeast, just a little bit less than 50 miles an hour. You can see that, really the primary track of that rotation, but you can see the entire area that's in the polygon. You can see the reflectivity increasing along Alabama 219. This storm is intensifying, and it's moving into an area, to an environment that has been conducive of producing other tornadoes. Here's the Ville. You can see small hail probably now beginning to fall just along and west of Alabama 219, Alabama 14 there. In the southwestern part of the warning there in southeastern Perry County, clipping the far northeastern part of Perry County, of Dallas County. So this is a strengthening storm. It's going to catch that far northwestern part of Watauga County there as it swings on up into southwestern Chilton County. We've got so many counties here that come right together, and lots of beautiful communities down there, where lots of good folks live, and we'll be taking this very seriously. Scott Martin, what you got?
New tornado warning for central Talladega County and east central Alabama until 9:15. Yeah, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Winterboro, or 7 miles east of Childersburg, moving northeast at 60. Locations and the path of this is Granttown, Montford, Winterboro, Alpine, East Aboga, Talladega Superspeedway, Honda Manufacturing of Alabama, Sycamore, Camp Mack, Jackson Shoals, Talladega, Ironton, Jennifer, Waldo, Lincoln, Talladega Municipal Airport, Howells Cove, Oxford, Childersburg, and Logan Martin Lake.
This is a really strong circulation. Things continue to kind of ramp up. It is right near the intersection tonight of Alabama 26 and Alabama 21, right there at Winterboro. It's moving to the northeast. It's going to parallel Alabama 21 as that road moves up to Talladega. So, folks, really from Talladega, all the way up to Curry, on into the Munford and Jennifer areas need to be ready. Scott Brown, what you got?
Interstate on this road 31.
Yeah, reports from the National Weather Service
down there across from Walmart.
debris signature over Wintersboro there in.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yep,
it's looking
clearly.
Good. It's going for
clearly
Clinton.
have a debris signature.
Look at the lightning output.
I see it. It's not showing up yet on our radar Omega scan, but it will on this next scan.
It's gonna come right
because
through
it is
there.
clearly there. The correlation coefficient goes down very quickly.
Yeah.
And that went right over Winterboro.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of debris here.
That's exactly right. So,
Yep.
These storms are getting active. They're getting more powerful, and they're causing problems.
To the right, yeah.
Storm chaser Brett Adair is in downtown Calera. You see the signals for the trains that go right through Calera right there down because the power's out. Not all the power's out, but most of the power. And you can see a lot of chaos in that area. I say the signals come automatically down. That one's not.
A good hook.
But he's just crossed over the railroad tracks there again. But we do have very powerful velocity radars and directions showing us here.
That's that one.
You got 85 mile per hour high res velocities. With on the other side of the couplet there, 50 miles an hour. If you if I took a sampling of this gate to gate shear right here, let's see what I would see. Yeah, that's what I wanted right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oops,
I was just
moving
about
on
to
off
ask
the
you if you wanted to
northeast
watch
now.
a big tornado between Maplesville, Clanton,
Yeah, I've
Billingsley,
got
and
about
Urbana in a minute.
90
We're going
or
south.
80 knots of gate-to-gate shear there. This is just south of Alabama 21. There in Talladega County, the debris signature is expanding. Scott Brown, can you kind of follow that to see how high it gets?
Take the interstate south right here.
As it's lofted. We have very strong rotation right now, straddling Alabama 21, just northeast of Winterboro. The statistics on this storm are pretty impressive. Getting 47 lightning flashes a minute, so it's almost getting to that strobing type of thing.
All right, let me call you back.
So this is a very powerful storm. The lapse rates are uniformly powerful throughout it.
Yeah.
Really powering the storm. The Cape is not overwhelming. It's getting up into northeast Alabama where the fuel is a little bit less impressive.
I'm going back
You
south.
got this kind of shear.
People trapped along 21 in
We're
Winterboro
getting into
looking
that,
for debris
now
signature.
into a low Cape, high shear event. And, like we talked about with John Gordon today, perhaps our LCLs were,
Right.
a little bit too high in parts of Alabama. And now that they've come down tonight, we're seeing the tornadoes develop. That may be what we're seeing. So we're here southwest of Talladega, Chaco Springs, the big Baptist, camp there. We've got a very clear indication of rotation just west of Bernie's along Alabama 21. This is taking a little bit more of a left turn than I'd like. You see the track here. The storm is going to be in Talladega momentarily. This scan right here is about 3 or 4 minutes old. So we want our folks in Bemiston, in Talladega, and Jonesville, and Chaco Springs to be in your safe places right now. As John said, hit the deck today when he was talking about it. This is one of those hit the deck situations. This is the beautiful town of Talladega. We might have a second circulation forming. The storm could be potentially occluding, but we have real clear indications of debris still. Scott Brown, have you been able to see how high that debris was lofted?
It looks like somewhere. Let's see. My GR here is being weird, but I can tell you at least 5,000 feet. It's still showing up on the 1.3 degree scan, but I'm not seeing it on the 1.8 degree scan. So I can say at least 5,000 feet, if not higher than that.
Yeah, we got about 91 knots of gate-to-gate shear right there, just south of Alabama 21, on the pure velocity. Let me make sure my storm relative velocity is taking its motion from the yeah, that's good, from the from the motion of the storm, and very clear, powerful rotation. It's weakened a little bit on that last scan. That's kind of good. Did you see that, Scott Martin? Did that come down a little bit to you?
It did look like it weakened just a little bit, but it is still an impressive couplet, and still getting a very impressive debris signature.
Yeah, Scott Brown, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way here. Definitely worried for the folks there in Talladega, in the actual city of Talladega. Those people need to be sheltering right now. Let's see, the CC, or the correlation coefficient, isn't as low as it had gotten, but the area is bigger, which is almost equally as concerning. So have to watch this over the next minute or two, see what it does once the next scan comes in. Should have a scan relatively soon. They've got Sales 3 on, so hopefully we'll get one momentarily. But those in Talladega, and then further along Curry, potentially up to Bynum, need to be prepared for this and in their safe spot right now. This tornado is headed that direction, moving at 55 miles an hour. So it's just racing through Talladega County there, just almost following Alabama 21 perfectly up to the city of Talladega there.
Yeah, and this is part of what appears to be a developing MCS to me. And in a second, maybe, Director, we can go out to a little bit larger view and loop it, and especially on your high res velocity, because I think you can see how that MCS sort of develops and seems to be becoming prolonged there. And so I think it's going to be a problem for common head tornadoes as it continues along this path. This may be a persistent problem up through Talladega County into Calhoun County, perhaps near the city of Anniston, Oxford, up to Jacksonville and Piedmont. We'll have to watch that. We got severe thunderstorm warning. We got tornado warning right there, and we're watching that very closely. Of course, we still have a tornado warning to the southwest, or do we? Yeah, I guess let's make sure we do here before I say that. We do. Our strongest rotation is just south of Plantersville now. Very strong indication of an inflow notch, a beware, just south of Plantersville. Got very strong gate-to-gate shear right there. Velocity echoes are really powerful. So I'm very concerned for our friends there in the Plantersville area. There's your rotation being shown, the inflow, the hook echo. It's moving right into the community of Plantersville right now. Rydersville, Parnell, going to be moving up towards US 82, crossing near the communities of Adams and Pletcher, eventually on up toward Fairview and Isabella as it continues moving to the northeast. This is a tornado warning that continues for southwestern Chilton County, the extreme southeastern part of Bibb County. It's going to just barely come near the southeastern corner of the county. Kind of the good news is this is now out at this point of Perry County, really out of Dallas County too. So I don't think we have anything to worry about there. And it's pretty much, we got another little, yeah, I guess it's just going to clip that far northwestern part of Watauga County. That's what we've been saying. They're just southeast of Plantersville, probably a little north of Vine Hill, northwest of Bethel Grove. So this is down US 82. In southwestern Chilton County, northwestern Watauga, southeastern Bibb, moving out of Perry County. Still strong indication of a surge there. You can kind of see it. You can certainly see it on the reflectivity, on the velocity here. You can see it on the reflectivity as well. It's got that very familiar inflow notch. You can see it almost spinning in on itself there. And so folks there in southwestern Chilton, up debris signature. Yep, clearly.
Hey,
Yep, there we go.
really quickly, I think one of the chasers' speeds needs to be muted again.
Yeah, let's move the slider over and get them out of the way. Thank you, Scott Brown. But we definitely have a very clear indication of a debris signature now. I'm right there in that northwestern part of Watauga County, getting ready to move into southwestern Chilton County. Strong gate-to-gate shear indicated. This is a potentially strong tornado.
Yeah, that's quite the debris ball there near Plantersville.
This is 139 knots of gate-to-gate shear, just southeast of Plantersville. It's moving off rapidly to the northeast, and now is just leaving Watauga County. It's going to be moving into Chilton County immediately. It is just 4 or 5 minutes from US 82, somewhere between the Pletcher community and just south of Maplesville. So we don't want you to be on the highway in any of those areas at all. It's going to continue over southern portions of Chilton County. This storm is going to be up in the Clanton area, really probably reaching a low max by 9:17, 9:16, maybe as early as 9:15, crossing I-65 around exit 212. before 9:20 tonight. So it's going to be at one of those northernmost Chilton Clanton exits there at exit 212. And that tornado warning goes all the way to Clanton. It does not go to 31 and Thorsby and Lomax, but I think with the impressive signatures we're seeing now and the tight wrapping, this storm is going to, may become more of a long track storm that we're going to have to worry about. So that debris signature is one of the more impressive ones we've seen tonight. Scott Brown, you continue to track it, see how high it gets, because that always tells us, sometimes what the strength of the tornado could be. But you can really see that storm spinning up there. The overall circulation. It's really spun up. They're north of Ridersville, Parnell, Dixie. Maybe that may be where your primary circulation may spin up. That the one associated with the debris ball is down here north of Plantersville, moving into the southern part of the county. That's that circulation you see there, the purples and the blues and the greens. That's really up here now in southern Chilton County. You see that right there with the inflow notch. That tells you right there kind of where it is. The mesoscale algorithm is, putting it out now in southern Chilton County. It's in the lowest tilt. The TDS indicator, the algorithm says this is somewhere between a 2 and a 3. This is an EF2 or EF3 tornado approaching US 82. So we have a potential EF2, EF3 tornado approaching US 82 in the Pletcher, Adams, and Stanton and Maplesville communities. Here's our path, giving it a little faster forward speed. That's always a good idea. It is going to be on top of Pletcher right now. US 82, it's on top of it. It is approaching the highway as we speak. Folks in Pools Crossroads, you've got less than 5 minutes. Get in your safe place. Fairview, you've got about 6 minutes. Kinchin, you've got about 6 minutes. Highlands, you've got about 7 or 8 minutes. So don't waste them. Use them now. Go to your safe place. That's the lowest floor, middle of the house, a closet, a bathroom, a hallway. Get in that room away from windows and protect your head. Helmets are good. Make sure you got hard sole shoes on, because this is a tornado that's producing damage. It could be an EF2 or an EF3 tornado in southern Chilton County. It's moving to the northeast in the general direction of Lomax. These are the places we want you to be. In a basement, a tornado shelter, that's number one. Lowest floor of the house. If that's a ground floor, that's great, but be in the middle of the house. We do not want you on the top floor. And now we want you to be a hero. It's your chance right now to be a hero. Call your friends, your family members, your neighbors, your coworkers. Let them know, if they live in the southern part of Chilton County, that they need to be going through their tornado plans right now. What we don't want to hear tomorrow is, I didn't know there was going to be a tornado. That's the last thing you want to hear. We certainly have had lots of advance warning, but on a day like this, you get warning fatigue. It's an all-day slog, and everybody's tired, and we're sick of this, and we're ready for it to end. But this is one of the downsides to life in Alabama. We just have to take the bad with the good, Scott Martin. Sometimes, that's it, but you still got that strong debris ball there crossing US 82 right now in southern Chilton County.
Yes, and they actually just issued a new tornado warning for Chilton, Coosa, and Shelby ahead of that same cell. So they went ahead and issued a downstream warning or upstream warning for that cell.
Yeah, and it's a PDS warning too. So the Weather Service in Birmingham putting a considerable tag on it. With the strong wording, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. We've been hitting it hard. You never like to hear this wording. A large, confirmed, extremely dangerous tornado located over Pletcher, 15 miles southwest of Clanton, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught outside without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage will occur to homes, businesses, and vehicles, and complete destruction is possible. So some of the communities in the polygon include Lomax, Jemison, Gap of the Mountain, Thorsby, Shelby Shores, Waxahachie Creek, Highway 145 and 46, Clanton, Weogufka, Paint Creek, Strickland Crossroads, the rest area on I-65. We don't want you there. We don't want you on I-65 at all in Chilton County. Kelly Branch, Lay Lake Dam, Unity, Marble Valley, Shelby, Spring Creek, Lay Lake, and Stewartville. And to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. And we see it clearly crossing US 82 right now, just south of Maplesville. You see the current tornado warning. This is going to include places like Maplesville and Adamsville and New Convert up to Isabella, Alabama 22, over to Clanton, 139 coming out of Maplesville, going up toward Cox. And then you're going to float into that new tornado warning that goes further northeast through Chilton County. Now our places along US 31 from Jemison and Thorsby and Lomax are in the warning. Alabama 145 that goes over to I-65 through Gap of the Mountain. Places like Mineral Springs, Union Grove, up to Jumbo, all these places. And then you start getting up into Talladega County. I'm sorry, that's not quite right. Then once you move out of Chilton County, you're moving up into Coosa County and then into Talladega County, and you get into southern Shelby County. So this is what we're looking at along Alabama 145 in southeastern Shelby County, into the southern part, the western part, northwestern parts of Coosa County, and even to a small part of Shelby County there. But this is a very serious situation. Our indications were that this could be as strong as an EF2, EF3 tornado. It may have weakened just a tad in the last few scans, but we know this environment here is supportive of significant tornadoes. We know we've had significant tornado damage tonight in Kera. We don't know how strong it is. On the rating scale, we'll know tomorrow, but we know we've had significant damage there. And we want our friends to take this seriously as we go deeper into the night. We're after 9 o'clock now, and we know that less and less people are paying attention after a very long day of listening to this. But see that debris signature there in the Adams community, just passing just south of that town. And that tells us, it appears to be still very concise. It appears to be very tight, and it's probably still producing damage from the ground. So that's what we're seeing. No new word coming out of the National Weather Service, except maybe one piece of good news for our friends in the greater Birmingham area, at least Jefferson and Bullock counties. You're coming out of the tornado watch. So that's very good news. We'll take that. And they're already cleared off the map there. So, but folks in St. Clair, Etowah counties, points to the east, you're still in. Got a tornado warning still there for Talladega County. That warning continues for that rotation that appears to maybe have weakened just a bit. We'll take any victory we get at this point, but these storms have a history of spinning back up very quickly. So we can't count it out. It's still moving to the northeast toward I-20. It's going to be there in the Bynum and Oxford areas pretty soon. Folks really from Lincoln over to Bynum, over to Oxford, we want you to be paying attention to this storm very closely. Anyone along Alabama 21 coming out of Oxford from the Munford area down to Curry and into now we know this tornado has already come through the Talladega area, so that's kind of good news. But anyone up there along Alabama 21 up to the interstate, we want you to be in your safe place. And really some strong winds on the backside of that too, so we'll watch that. So we're really dealing with two tornadic storms right now. We've got the primary one that's down here in Chilton County. May have weakened just a bit, but it still has an impressive radar signature. and maybe going through a cycling process. So our friends along Alabama 22 there, as it comes up out of Maplesville and goes over toward Clanton, we want you to all be in your safe places right now. The dangerous part of the storm passing near or south of New Convert and Isabella, along this wooded areas here in Chilton County. We're going to be watching very closely to see what it does as it approaches US 31, potentially somewhere in the Lomax community, maybe over to Clanton, potentially over to Jemison. You see the polygon. The polygon covers a large area, and we're watching it very closely. That rotation was down there really near Adams. Don't have any. Let's see. Well, let's go back and see what our debris signature situation. Oh, yeah, that rotation is still pretty intense right there. That's concerning. That's just north of Pletcher, southeast of Maplesville. You see the debris signature there. Yeah, that's got a look to it. On the storm relative velocity, it really has a very scary look to it. The inbounds and outbounds are very impressive. The debris signature maybe a little more diffuse, but still very dangerous. The algorithm still thinks that we could have at least an EF1 tornado still in here, and that can cause serious damage to a site-built home and can destroy a mobile home, so or a manufactured housing. You see that our director circling the couplet. That's important to know that the couplet and the debris signature are still co-located. That tells us the tornado is potentially on the ground. So that's we want our folks in that part of Chilton County to be taking this storm very seriously right now, especially on the highway there from Alabama 22 coming south down toward Pletcher. We want you to be in your safe place, moving over these areas. That tornado warning continues. Grabbing a speed here probably. We'll do a track. To the northeast. We want to know when we're going to get this thing over to Highway 31 because we get into some more significantly populated areas. This storm is going to be into the Highland area in the next 4 or 5 minutes, into Lomax in 8 or 9 minutes, and into Clanton in about 8 to 10 minutes. So it's coming. And we don't want to be hearing any damage reports from Lomax or Clanton like we've had tonight from Kera. And I haven't seen any of our any reports tonight, or I haven't seen any more pictures from Brett or any of the chasers. But we know that first responders had all moved into the Kera area to help because we had a touchdown in the Walmart parking lot. Right there at exit 231 on 65, and we had some reports of damage in some residential areas. So, and anyway, this is the night continues. It's been a long night. I'm glad we hung with it. The SPC told us it was still a very dangerous situation, and they're right. We do have a report of a tree down on Highway 7 or Road 72, Lee County Road 72 in Auburn. There were minor injuries when that tree fell on a vehicle, but that was not associated with a thunderstorm. That is just with these strong gradient winds out here ahead of it. See the TDS, that's what we're tracking right there. This is the correlation coefficient. It measures the shape of the targets that the radar is beaming back to the antenna, and it says, hey, wait a minute, these are not very regular, and that tells us when we see that this could potentially be debris, and that's what we're seeing here approaching Alabama 22 west of Clanton. Looks like it's kind of taking a bead on Lomax, perhaps areas just west of Lomax, maybe up to Thorsby. But anywhere, we want you to be on your guard from Clanton up to Thorsby, potentially up to Jemison. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning up there. I guess both warnings are actually PDS tornado warnings, and so just one step short of a tornado emergency. Still have storm relative velocity showing very clear indications of a couplet. They're approaching Alabama 22. We can see it. It can't hide from us. It's up at about 2,000 or 3,000 feet, so it's in a good place for us to kind of see. No, I'm sorry, it's up. Actually, this couplet's up at about 1,100 feet, so it's a really good place for us to see it. Not far from the Birmingham radar, but far enough out that we can resolve it well. And we see it. We see it on the base velocity. We see it on the storm relative velocity. Both those products help us know. The good news, Scott Brown, it looks to me like that TDS is maybe becoming a little more diffuse.
Yeah, that's right. It's still, we still got a little bit of a debris signature there, but it's
Won't know.
definitely not as impressive as it was just a few scans back. So still keeping an eye on it though, because that debris signature is still
We
co-located
should be
with
looking at
the
it.
velocity couplet. But like I said, definitely not as concerning as it was, but we still want you to be in your safe place. This still does have all the signs of a tornado on the ground right now. Here in Chit Chilton County, sorry, headed towards Lomax, likely going to go between Thornsby and Clanton. But if you're anywhere within these polygons, we need you in your safe spot. And we need you, if you know anyone that is in this area, please let them know that they need to be getting into their safe spot right now. The tornado warning that is up in Talladega County was just allowed to expire, so that's great news. So um, this area in Chilton County is the only tornadic storm we have at the moment. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. We've got a few severe thunderstorm warnings across the state that we're keeping an eye on too. One of them has a considerable tag on it, or sorry. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so that storm is located over Talladega and Clay counties. We're seeing very high winds with this and the potential for some small hail, but 70-mile wind gust is the main concern here.
Just heard from our friend Dr. Lance King. He's arrived in Auburn, and he's safe and sound tonight. And he did such a great job today. And I was telling him thank you for everything he did for us. This really was his first tornado chase ever, and I think he knocked it out of the park. And I think he got Scott Martin. I think he got a free hotspot and a free cell phone out of me, and maybe my suction cup dashboard mount also.
It sounds like it.
It's like a consolation prize on Let's Make a Deal or something. But for that, we'll let him have it. I tell you what, and I'll see him next week when we're down along the coast. So, but serious situation continues to unfold across Alabama. Scott was telling us that the tornado warning in Talladega County has been allowed to expire, but we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings for southeastern Calhoun, Claiborne, into northwestern Randolph, even into northeastern Clay, central Clay, back through a good bit of Talladega, even into Coosa County. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, and we've got this tornado warning that still continues for parts of Chilton County as well. As you go back into the very far southeastern part of Shelby County, and a little tiny, well, a pretty large part of northwestern Coosa County. Now, the good news is the Bibb County part of the tornado warning, is over. And really, it's moving out of the first polygon clearly into the second polygon. The rotation is, not as strong as it was for sure, but it's still there. And we've seen anything tonight. These storms are capable of ramping up very rapidly. The debris signature has come down a bit. Storm could be cycling, but at this point, it is, less than 3 minutes from US 31. It's only 4 or 5 minutes from I-65. Looks like it's going to be passing probably very close to exit 212 on I-65. So we don't want anybody on the interstate from exit 205 up to exit 219. So if you're coming from Birmingham, stop before exit 219. If you're coming from Montgomery, stop before Peach Park. Plenty of good places to stop and pull off there. And wait this thing out. But you see the debris signature becoming more diffuse. But we've probably had, what would that be, Scott Martin? Probably our 8th potential tornado track just in the Birmingham County warning area tonight.
At least 8, probably 9.
Okay, maybe up to 9, huh? Yeah, so it's continuing to grow. All right, so Scott Brown, you got anything you're working on over there that you want to share with the audience?
Not seeing a whole lot happening outside of this area here in Chilton County. A few severe thunderstorm warnings active across the state, but this is really the only traumatic cell that we're watching right now. Not really seeing any other areas of concern. This severe thunderstorm warning in Dallas County, near Selma and Whitehall. May want to watch that one just for rotation. Not really showing any signs of it right now, but that could be something to watch here. But otherwise, not seeing a whole lot right now. And it really makes you wonder if this is going to be like earlier, where we may have a little bit of a lull and then about 30 minutes start up again, or if things are going to start to kind of calm down from here. We'll just have to wait and see, especially what these storms down to our south do there in Dallas and Conecuh counties.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to take a big picture look. Good news for the Birmingham metro area. The rainfall is just about out of the area. Maybe a few showers along the I-59 corridor, a few showers up there along US 72 between Florence and Huntsville, in Limestone County, down into Lawrence County. They'll be moving into Morgan and Madison counties. And those are some quick hitting heavy showers there. Very heavy rain now over much of Jackson County, DeKalb County, Marshall County, down into Bullock County. This heavy weather is approaching the Gadsden area, over into Cherokee County. They're from St. Clair over to Calhoun and Claiborne, back into Talladega, Clay and Randolph, Coosa, Tallapoosa, and Chambers. You've got activity moving through those counties. You focus on our tornado warning cells there. Chilton County, you can see that, southeastern Shelby, into the northwestern portion of Coosa County. That's where we were just talking about what's going on there. The heavy rain is now into the northwestern part of Watauga County. You got some moderate rain in Elmore County. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in eastern portions of Dallas County. They're around Selma along US 80. That warning goes from the Selma area over to the east. We'll kind of zero in on that in just a minute. That activity is going to be moving into the Montgomery area very shortly. Dr. Lance King's arrived in Auburn. His stream looked like he was having a nice evening there. Looked clear and comfortable. We know we did have a report of a tree down in Lee County a short time before, and the heavy weather will be moving into you shortly. There, Monroe County, South Alabama, the reflectivity is really ramped up there. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. for areas in Monroe County, including the city of Monroeville. You move over into Conecuh County, up into Butler County. They're Greenville, hometown of James Spann, the birthplace of James Spann. Activities intensifying tonight over eastern parts of Escambia County to the east of Bruton. It's going to be moving up to near Andalusia. And you see that warning there in Monroe County. They do have a tornado possible tag on it. You've got that characteristic S shape to the radar echoes, and a great deal of lightning there along US 84 near the rivers to the west of Monroeville, heading over to Jackson, and heading over the community to the west. The name escapes me. Scott Martin, what's the community to the west of Monroeville on US 84? I should know that. Grove Hill. I should have that permanently tattooed in my brain. But Mexie over to Purdue Hill and Claiborne, right on the river. There in historic parts of Southwest Alabama. All those communities like Peterman and Fountain, down into Frisco City and Excel, McGargle, over to Range and Repton, heading toward Bruton, in over in Escambia County, back down to the southwest, Washington County, in the Mobile area. We've got very heavy rain moving through Mount Vernon now. In Washington County, this is going to all be moving into the Mobile metro area. Heavy rain reaching the Mobile airport now. Southern southwestern portions of Mobile down around Grand Bay. The heavy rain is over now for Pascagoula, and this is going to be moving out across the bay and approaching Baldwin County. So, very active night. We've got a few warnings still in effect, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there in south central, southwest Alabama. We've got our tornado warnings there in the middle of the state, in Chilton County, neighboring portions of Shelby, up into southern Talladega, a little tiny bit of Coosa County there. But you've got your severe thunderstorm warnings onto the northeast, across parts of Talladega. And now we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We need to zero in on that. For those eastern areas. Did we already covered that warning right there? Okay, yes, let's see. Yeah, for Clay, Claiborne, Calhoun, and Randolph. I don't know. Did we talk through that warning? That was issued at 9:12. This severe thunderstorm warning includes northwestern Randolph, southeastern Calhoun, Claiborne County, and northeastern Clay County. This goes till 10:15. We've got severe thunderstorms there near Oxford, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, possible with the storm. Don't have a tornado possible tag, I don't think, do we? Go down to the tags director. Yeah, no tornado possible, so that's good. That doesn't mean one couldn't happen. But the further east we get into eastern Alabama, I'm sort of believing that the air mass becomes less unstable. We still have about 500 to 600 joules of CAPE, and if this were January or February, we'd be jumping up and down and saying, "Wow, that's a lot of CAPE for a low CAPE, high shear environment." Scott Martin, we'd be like, "Yep, that'd be it." But I really worry about that comma head kind of moving into the Oxford area there right now, just crossing over I-20. But hopefully we'll get out of this without any more significant warnings on the Birmingham radar as well. Yeah, you can kind of see that. Not probably as pronounced as it was when it was back when other storms similarly situated have been back, to the southwest parts of Shelby and Chilton counties, and they produce tornadoes. But it's there. It's crossing over the interstate right there around exit 188. It'll be moving up through southern Calhoun County and into Claiborne County, and then we'll get it over into Georgia. But the back end of the really heavy rain at this point is now beginning to shift to the east of I-59. So we'll kind of take that. Gadsden, you still got some heavy rain, but the activity in Blount County looks to me like it's not quite as intense as it was just a bit ago. So now, what are we looking at? Our tornado warning, Talladega County. It's expired. It's out of the way. That's good news. Still continue to watch this set of tornado warnings down here in extreme southeastern Shelby County. You can see that right here in the communities right there southeast of Columbiana. You get over here into Coosa County, where you've got the very northwestern part of that. Places like, and, you know, kind of here's where the rotation is. It's weakened now. It's crossed over I-65, passed through Clanton. I haven't seen any damage reports. Nothing like that. Let's see what we have. We do have a report of a home, and this is from our Riley Blackwell on the ABC 3340 side, that says that that they have a friend whose home was a total loss in Maplesville, and that makes sense. That was back in that southwestern Chilton County storm. Significant damage along US 82 in Maplesville. So that makes sense. And that house was a total loss. That was on County Road 3003 earlier tonight. And that would have been that storm we were tracking up toward Highway 31. And that's a reliable report from our friend and colleague, Riley Blackwell. And that's that storm right there that has moved through the Clanton area that has kind of weakened. But you can see it's still got a big MCS look to it. And you know, we'll have to keep a very close eye on that. Yeah, the director's drawing that on there for us because, you know, that one's not done. It may have weakened for the time being. Its parameters may be, may be down, but I don't think you can count that one out just yet. Down to one lightning flash per minute. That's a good sign. The effective shear is literally off the chart, about as high as I've ever seen, 86 knots. The 0 to 1 kilometer helicity is about 471 meters squared per second squared. And, still got a decent amount mixed layer cape. So, the cape's hanging on. The shear is off the chart. And, who says the thing couldn't potentially ramp back up? So, there in Coosa County, we're going to watch it very closely as it continues to move into that tornado warning. Now, the Weather Service in Birmingham, I see they look like they had clipped out Shelby on that warning, so that's good. Right now, we got about 44,000 people in the state of Alabama without power. A good bit of that is in Chilton County. That's our highest concentration right now. About 4,300 people are without power in that area. If you went over to Randolph County, that's one of the higher percentages. Lamar County, Wilcox County, those are some of the higher percentages, not the higher numbers. Jefferson County, Birmingham area has been pretty lucky. Shelby County, of course, has had a couple of significant touchdowns of a tornado potentially in the Kera area, and that's caused some problems. We're so far not as bad as the last two events across Alabama. Maybe not the last one, but the two previous to that. But it does look like they carved southeastern Shelby out of that warning, which is good. But you see that look, and you see a lot of lightning there. That's still a good bit of lightning. And that Chilton County storm, it's still producing 28 flashes per minute. I really was looking at that system more to the east over there toward Rockford. This storm, right here, and you see the inflow notch there between Quincy and Dollar. The storm's still got the structure. It's moving up toward the Hillwood and Mariah area. You can't discount that overall comma shape of that MCS right there. It's going to be moving up along the southern part of that polygon. We'll have to watch it very closely. Places like Gold Branch and Unity. I don't think this one's done at this point. So I think we're getting to done, Scott Martin. Are you about done?
No, I'm not about done yet. I was just peeking down here at my phone to see what Span's doing on the live feed over there on 3340. And
yeah, I thought I'd do the same thing.
Yeah, they're pretty much, doing the same thing we're doing. We're just focusing on this one storm. I will have to say, though, it does look like this rotation is starting to gain a little speed again, and there's a big lightning jump right there where that's at.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. I don't think the storm's done. Our friend Evan Chickbarrow's watching it too on 3340.
Lighten up in a second.
Yeah, you got that definite MCS look right there. That inflow notch right there around Quincy. Gold Branch. Moving up toward the city of Sylacauga, Stewartville. Stewartville, you're in the polygon. Gold Branch, you're in the polygon. So you're going to be very careful as the storm comes on up. It's going to be getting ready to cross over the Coosa River and into Coosa County. But yeah, you've got that definite wavy pattern going on right there with that echo, that vertex of our little MCS. It's pretty clear just now into Coosa County, western part of the county, right past the river, kind of just to the north of Alabama 22. It's going to be passing or really to the northeast of Rockford. The first time it's going to hit really a significantly populated area is probably when it gets in the vicinity of Stewartville, and that's going to come somewhere around 9:50 tonight. I think that's about the time it would get there.
They just issued a new tornado warning for that cell.
Yep, there you go. We talk about it and it happens, Scott Martin. So yeah, I think that's right. That's right. And it's a little south of the other polygon.
Yeah, it does. It has been tracking a little farther to the right.
Yeah.
On here, and I'll go ahead and say they're showing it as an observed tornado. At 9:34, tornado is producing a storm located over Dollar, or 10 miles southwest of Weogulfka, moving northeast at 50. The new tornado warning goes until 10:15 tonight, and locations in the path of the storm is Hanover, Lyle, Mitchell Lake, Dollar, Bradford, Goodwater, Weogulfka, Strickland Crossroads, Bentleyville, Unity, Parkdale, Mariah, Rockford, Kellyton, Hatchet, Cruiseville, Stewartville, Higgins Ferry Park, and Mitchell Dam.
Yeah, now our friends not only in Stewartville, but in Goodwater and Kellyton are in the polygon. They're along Alabama 9 and the US 280. 280 coming down from Sylacauga, going toward Jackson's Gap. Definitely. Rockford, you're in the polygon. I think the couplet probably passes to your north, but I would worry about anything really along that leading edge of that, that gradient, because there's definitely some sort of, comma head here. Yeah. Oh, look, debris signature southeast of Quincy. Big time. Big time. And it was hiding behind my algorithm. Thank you, Director. That's perfect. Wow. Look at that, Scott Martin.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and
it's growing.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I've actually been following in the storm with y'all, and my brother-in-law and sister-in-law and niece lives just to the north of where Clanton is on the map. And that storm just happened to be recycling as it went across where they live. And now it's performing again like this, going to be causing some more damage.
Yeah, I think so too. We just said we didn't think it was done, and it clearly isn't. It's moving to the northeast. It's going to cross US 231, probably near just south of Stewartville. eventually. It looks like I think it stays south of Gold Branch and south of Unity, maybe threads the needle between Gold Branch and Unity and Hillwood and Mariah. But we want you to be in your safe place in Hillwood and Mariah because it's going to be awfully close. And yeah, here's drawing a track. I think the track might be a little to the left of that, probably, Director. You might want to draw that. I think, don't you think, Scott Martin, maybe a little to the left of that?
I think so, but not by much.
Because the polygon. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
you go.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. So this is really going in the direction of Mount Olive. Going to cross US 280 over there. Once you you pull that thing on out. I think it would be good to take a peek at it, really far out, like even past the end of the polygon, maybe. It's always good to kind of give a little heads up. Maybe get all the way over there into Clay County. Yeah, that's a great track right there. I like that. This scan's about 5 minutes old. It's on top. It's going to be on top of Gold Branch and Unity pretty quickly. We at Gufkin in about 5 minutes, Stewartville in about 10, Holman Crossroads in about 15, Overbrook in about 15, Parkdale in about 20 minutes. And looking out a little further, it could be to Hollins in about 20 minutes. So if you're in any of those communities, we want you to be going through your tornado precautions right now. The drill. Lowest part of the house, center room, a hall, a place you can close off the doors, a closet, or a bathroom. We want you to have your helmet, some head protection, some pillows, anything to protect your head and body with, some hard sole shoes, just in case you do have damage. You don't want to be walking around barefoot in a tornado debris field. And these storms tonight have had a history of producing significant tornado damage. We're up to about 9 or so tornadoes now, just in the Birmingham County warning area. It's been a high risk, significant day. Your best options are going to be in a storm shelter, or in a FEMA designed, approved safe room. If you don't have that, we mean a basement. That's the next best thing. If you don't have that, an interior room of a well-constructed home or building. You don't want to be in a large building like a gymnasium, the open floor of a big box store. You want to be in a bathroom or some designated shelter area. Ask a store associate if you're in a place like that where they want you to go. We don't want you to be in any kind of manufactured housing. We don't want you to be on the second floor of a home. We don't want kids up playing, Minecraft and that, because that's where mine would be. In the second floor, the top floor, if they weren't getting harangued to come downstairs. But if you can't be in the basement, we want you to be in an interior room with no windows, because an exterior room just doesn't give you the protection. We saw pictures tonight from Gordo, amazing pictures that Brett Adair showed us. John Gordon was there to tell us this was a tornado. He was certain of it. And it was a very survivable storm on the first floor. It could have produced a fatality on the second floor. We've got a tornado debris signature sliding to the northeast here, just to the north of Hillwood and Mariah, kind of threading the needle there between Gold Branch and Unity to the north, and Hillwood and Mariah to the south. And we're tracking it as it gets ready to head up toward US 231 and eventually US 280. I think it's more diffuse now, Scott Brown. That makes me happy as it's approaching Weogufka, but the signature is still very strong.
That's right. Yeah. It's not looking as impressive as it was just a few scans ago, but it does appear that it is still on the ground. So anyone in this polygon does need to be taking shelter right now here in Coosa County. Hopefully, as we continue to get more scans, we'll start to see it become weaker and weaker. Hopefully that will be the case, but we will just have to wait and see on that. It's going to be taking track just basically straight through the center of Coosa County there, headed towards areas like Stewartsville, potentially Goodwater, likely going to end up going between Stewartville and Goodwater there um, in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But yeah, the debris signature there, uh, not nearly as impressive. Should get a new scan here soon. Um, but it looks like on that last scan, debris was only up to um, about 3 to 4,000 feet. So that's good news. It's not getting lofted too terribly high into the atmosphere, which is what we like to see. Um, but the velocity couplet is still pretty tight here. The National Weather Service is definitely keeping a close eye on this as it continues to evolve. Um, let's see, just got a new reflectivity scan. Doesn't look too much different than the last one. But the correlation coefficient new scan is looking better. It's not looking as low as it did. So that means that there's likely less debris being lofted into um, the air right now. But you do got to remember that the radar imagery is a look into the past, if you will. It's not what's happening right at this very second. So we have to remember that and remember that this storm is a little bit further to the northeast than what we can see on radar. Uh, and each new scan that can come in can be wildly different from the last. So that's why we've got to treat this very seriously. If you are located in this polygon or know anyone in this polygon, just make sure that you or they are in their safe spots and the lowest level of their houses in an interior room. Um, on this latest correlation coefficient scan, uh, let's see, it's looking a little messier than it had been. Um, but the uh, velocity, let's see, velocity is also not looking as impressive as it did at one point. But this is still an officially confirmed tornado. So want to treat this very seriously. But right now, this is the only tornado warning in the state of Alabama. And other than this, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning, and that's over in eastern Alabama there for Calhoun County, Cleburne County, and Clay County there. And that storm is going to be working its way into Georgia very soon. But right now, there's not a tornado threat with that storm. Just looking at some wind, 65 or 60 mile an hour wind gusts associated with that storm right there. And I did just see a notification come through up in Lincoln County. They've got some trees down and power lines on fire. So that's pretty concerning there. But yeah, it looks like we've got a lot of tree down reports coming out of the Huntsville, Madison County areas, as well as the Lincoln County areas.
The tornado debris probability indicator in GR2 is still 100% there between Weogufka and Bentleyville. In Coosa County, the gate-to-gate shear is well over 100 knots. And this is still, like you said, Scott Brown, I think this is a tornado that's still on the ground. And it is going to be approaching US 231 here in about 4 or 5 minutes. And so it is still, and perhaps there's maybe a new little debris signature developing just to the north. I don't think that's coincident. Maybe this is it jumping. We'll kind of watch that. But this gate to gate shear still tells me we've got a tornado on the ground. The overall structure of the storm is still good. We're here in Coosa County. This storm is moving in the general direction of good water. This storm is going to be in the vicinity of US 280 and good water just a couple of minutes after 10 o'clock tonight, maybe 10:03, maybe 10:05. We want you to be in your safe places right now in those communities along US 280 for that time. But before that, it's going to cross US 231 there between Kellyton. It's going to be crossing somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but well to the northwest of Kellyton. I'll try to get a little bit of a fix on that for you. But you can really see this is one of these comma head kind of MCSs that is spun up, and these are really, really conducive for tornado development. They've got tons of vorticity, and they're kind of made to do this. And this one has a history. And we're watching it approach US 231 now. It's south of Weogufka, passing between Weogufka and Bentleyville. Here's US 231 between Hanover and Stewartville. There's US 280, really going to be near Mount Olive, so somewhere south of Holman Crossroads. Our folks there between Mount Olive and Parkdale, we want you to be in your safe place. Over to Goodwater. Down to Bradford and Succopotoy. These communities are in the polygon as well. So this is what we're watching. Got this big MCS. This is our lone tornado warning in the state of Alabama right now. Still have a tornado watch for about the southeastern half of the state and a good bit of the Florida Panhandle for the next several hours. You can see those flashing tornado warnings right there. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is continues in effect. Tiny part of eastern Calhoun County, Claiborne County, down into Clay and Randolph counties there. But I think that is our only other severe thunderstorm warning. So the low-level jet tonight has been successful in spinning up this MCS. It has a history of producing tornadoes. We'll see a string of them tomorrow, 9, 10, 11 of them through the whole day. Several of them occurring tonight, starting with a pretty concerning tornado down around New Bern, and then another tornado in Chilton or in Shelby County near Calera, and it looks like another tornado near Maplesville, and there are others. I can't even keep track of all of them. You see the southeasterly backed surface winds there at Alex City. That they've had a lot of rain, but that dew point is up now to 71. So the air mass has really come together. Look at those southeasterly winds at 15 gusting to 30. It really shows you the impact of that low level jet. It's transporting that moisture, and once again, like every system we've seen this spring, the barometer is laying down over there, Scott Brown, 29.51 inches of mercury at Alex City at this hour. So, if you got one of those aneroid barometers on your wall, like I had when I was a kid, I'd have been freaking out when I seen 29.51 inches. You can't take that by itself, but that's just another indication of the dynamics of this atmosphere today.
There's a debris signature again on that cell.
Okay, let's go take a peek at it. Yeah, it's got the couplet is still there. The debris signature still kind of floating around, approaching US 231 now. Scott, is that what you see?
Yes, it is.
That's from National Weather Service from Hunter Robinson.
Let's see, what radar are you coming from? I'm looking at Montgomery, and it shows.
Yeah, it's probably good to look at Montgomery. That's probably a good idea.
It's a lot more clear on Montgomery, but this next scan that just happened kind of shrunk it a little bit, but it is still there. right there.
Yeah,
Just
it
to the
popped up real
northwest.
quick,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was there.
We've got unconfirmed reports of a fatality in Plantersville.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That's not good news, but not unexpected on a day like today. We were hoping we'd get through this night without serious injuries or fatalities, and apparently, there's the news we didn't want to hear right there. And that's a good, reliable source, but it is unconfirmed. So, but that's a pretty reliable source. So certainly, the Maxwell radar has a good view. It's got picking up that TDS. That's really important. That tornado is now approaching US 231 north of Hanover. It's going to be moving over toward US 280 and the Mount Olive community, like we've been talking about. We just need to get this structure out of Alabama. We've got 2.5 more counties to go, but our friends from Coosa through northern Tallapoosa, potentially southern Clay, northern Chambers, southern Randolph, it is not time to go to bed. This thing's going to hold together. It's got the support it needs. It may weaken as it gets over into Georgia, but this kind of thing can hold together and can produce tornadoes all along the way. And it's something you're going to want to take seriously. And if you got friends in those counties that I just mentioned in East Alabama, we want you to take it very, very seriously and let them know. Got a flash flood warning for southern Shelby, eastern Bibb, northern Chilton County now, as well as northwestern Coosa and southwestern Talladega. It goes to 11:45. I hadn't been paying attention to that. I guess that's been there the whole time, and I just really wasn't. Was more focused on the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings for sure, but still got really strong indications of a tornado in that cell there, that MCS looking thing, and it's concerning. Down there a little to the south of Sylacauga, a little bit of rotation there near the Overbrook community. That may be something trying to spin up. That's going to move into Clay County, move up toward Ashland. We'll have to watch that a little bit too, because that's kind of a concerning look right there. But that's our main concern right there. Maybe it looks a little weaker. This is coming off the Birmingham radar, just now crossing US 231, getting ready to cross over US 280 in the Mount Olive community. I probably gave it its death knell when I told it that it, was all invincible and would probably never end before it got to the Atlantic coast. So, maybe it'll go ahead and weaken now. But it's crossing US 231. It's been producing tornadoes along the way, spitting them out as it's traveled, and it's going to cross US 280 here shortly. Looking at the Maxwell radar, I don't see a debris signature right now with that. So that's good news. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, for southern Coosa into northern Elmore and northeastern Otaga counties. But no debris signature there, so that's good. And there's our new severe storm warning. The storms there near Deatsville. This includes northeastern Otaga, northwestern Elmore, and southeastern Coosa. It goes till 11 o'clock. It's for those storms down there near Booth or northwest of Prattville, moving to the northeast at 55. Some of the communities are going to include Speed and Fish Pond and Marbury, Pentonville, Hopeville, Deatsville, Cottage Grove, Central, Jordan Dam, and other communities to the northeast. You see that severe thunderstorm warning. But continue to watch. Really no scary looking reflectivity, but we do have a surge of wind now approaching I-65 there in northern Otago County, north of Prattville, approaching the Pine Level area, getting ready to cross over the county line into Elmore County near Deepsville, and it'll be moving over toward US 231 there. So communities like Coosa River, Hopeville, and Spigner, over to Weoka Mills and Ten Cedar Estates. You're going to be watching this as it comes your way. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. And we will keep a close eye on that. I've seen a lot of these storms spin up a little tornado there in that area, Elmore, Tallapoosa County, especially in the middle of the night. And these middle of the night tornadoes can be quite deadly. You see all those counties in magenta. Those are our tornado watch counties. I don't even know what time they continue to, but they go until late in the evening and overnight too. So that's our tornado watch number 49. It was issued tonight shortly before 9 a.m. It goes until 4 a.m. Thank you, Director. I will burn that into my brain. And that's the new warning that goes until 4 a.m. The Weather Service in Birmingham has been good to clear counties on the backside. Huntsville's cleared all their counties now. The most northern county in the watch now is Cherokee. And so starting to get kind of carpet bombing, severe thunderstorm warnings now. Southeastern Cherokee through Claiborne into northern Randolph. That's one warning. We're now covering most of Clay County as well as Talladega. You've got eastern parts of Talladega County down into Coosa and northern parts of Tallapoosa County. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning. And this new warning that covers Otago, Elmore, and southeastern Coosa counties that just was issued until 11 o'clock. We've got our lone tornado warning right now there that I think just maybe expired at 10 o'clock. So I think we're done with the tornado warnings for now, which is great news. You saw it go out like a flickering match, and that's good news. Seeing a lot of lightning there, though, in Coosa County. Over to Tallapoosa County, got the strong wind gradient there, but maybe that's kind of starting to weaken a little bit. That would be really good news. I know my little MCS, you see like the crest of a wave right there, northwest of Goodwater, crossing over US 280. But it's like those waves I'm waiting for down at Gulf Shores, every year. Right when they get to me, they just kind of fall apart. So that'd be good news. You just keep doing that, Mr. Wave, and we'll be very happy. But we're gonna babysit these things until we're pretty sure that they're kind of done for the night. We've been going at this now for 8.5 hours. It's been our honor and privilege to be here with you. And thank you for anybody who's stuck with us, anybody who's watched during the day today, because our goal is just to to save lives and to protect people and to help people educate themselves with the most important tool that you can have in protecting your family and preventing storm anxiety, and that's information. Having the apps and the trusted sources for information. We all work for the greatest in the industry, James Spann. He's on the air right now on ABC 3340, and there's nobody better. And we are all the better for having gotten to work for him for all these years. But we see a lot of lightning tonight. There in portions of Talladega County, moving over to Clay, into Randolph. Extend down into Coosa County, getting ready to move into northwestern Tallapoosa County. The lightning is pretty fierce there in eastern Otago, back in northwestern Elmore. Nice little cells moving through Auburn. And right now, at this point, the Montgomery area is battening down the hatches. Northern side of the city is getting battered now. Getting ready to move around the northern beltway. Be moving into downtown shortly. The backside of this is getting ready to come through Valley Grande and Selma. Pretty soon we'll be able to clear. We'll be able to clear Perry County. Won't next hour or so we'll be able to clear Dallas County. Looks to me like we'll be able to get Bibb County out of here pretty soon. Shelby County, I think things are just about over for you. I think we got to get all this Talladega County action to make sure it lifts clear of Calhoun County. And then eventually Cherokee County. So, it's going to be still 2 or 3 hours at least before we get these western counties cleared out of here, and watch will go for a good bit of the night. We just lost Weather Service in Birmingham, just cleared Bibb and Shelby, so that's great news, and we'll take it. We were just talking about that, so we're getting a little bit of ESP here, Scott Brown. We can predict this stuff. Why don't you take it for a minute, Scott Brown? Take us around the state. I will update our ticker a little bit because we've kind of neglected it through the day since we got started here. I'll work on the ticker for a few minutes, and you talk it out.
All right. Well, I guess big picture right now we've got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that include parts of Alabama. The first one being extreme eastern Alabama County and just north of Randolph County there. This is in effect until let's see, this one is in effect until 10:15, so it's got about 11 more minutes. 75 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts associated with this one right here. This one's going to move into Georgia pretty quickly, and it'll be out of our area for the most part. And then right behind that, we've got 2 additional severe thunderstorm warnings. The first one includes Clay County, Tallapoosa County, Talladega, and Coosa County. This one is in effect until 11:15, so it's got an hour and 10 minutes in it. 60 mile an hour wind gusts with this storm here. Not really seeing a tornado threat at the moment, but just remember these are still in a pretty volatile atmosphere, so we can't say for certain that the tornado threat is over for these areas. Same thing for the warning that includes parts of Attuga and Elmore counties. That warning is in effect until 11 p.m., so just under an hour. Same thing, 60 mile an hour wind gusts with this storm right here. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning all the way down in our extreme southern areas, including the metro area of Mobile and Baldwin County. This one, there was a special marine statement for this storm before the severe thunderstorm warning, and the special marine statement had wording that included water spouts may be possible with that storm. So this is one we're going to want to watch. It's got pretty high reflectivity values on it. It's in effect, this warning lasts until 10:45 p.m. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. A lot of these storms up in the northern parts of the states or of the state, we haven't seen a lot of hail, but this one has up to quarter size hail, so that's something you want to pay attention to there if you're near Mobile, Bay Minette, or anywhere within the polygon there in Baldwin County. Now, this storm is going to exit the state and go into Escambia County and Santa Rosa County there in the Florida Panhandle, but then it's going to come right back into the state of Alabama, near Bruton and up into Covington County, and then it's going to take its track all the way across Alabama until it gets into Georgia. Now, there's no guarantee that it's going to stay severe that whole time, but that's the general track that is expected for a cell in that position right there. But those are the only four severe thunderstorm warnings we have active right now. No tornado warnings at the moment. We do have quite a bit of flash flood warnings. I can't even count how many. Much of the northern part of Alabama is uh, has these flash flood warnings, and then there in Shelby and Chilton counties, as well as Calhoun, Talladega, and Clay counties, all under a flash flood warning. These go for quite a while, uh, most of them around 2 hours or so, just because we've had a lot of rainfall in a short span of time. I know at one point the National Weather Service wanted us to emphasize uh, that you should not be driving on flooded roadways, especially at night. It's hard to tell really the depth of flooding that's occurring, especially on roadways. Roadways, sorry. So if you're driving in one of these areas and you notice any water on the road, just turn around, find a different way around. Don't drive through any sort of flooded areas because it's just not safe. People will always think that, oh, it's not that bad, I can make it through, and then they don't. It does not take a lot uh, it does not take a lot of flood water to overtake your vehicle. So just be mindful of those flash flood warnings that are in effect. I wouldn't be surprised if we got maybe one or two more after uh, or in our more southern areas after this main line works its way through, just because we've had a lot of rainfall throughout the state right now. Latest damage reports. Let's see. Power lines down in Plantersville, and um, a lot of trees and other debris blocking roadways. Um, and so yeah, just monitoring damage reports and going to, let's see here, give me just 1 second.
Hey, just to quickly jump in there, Scott.
We've got Brett's feed up here, looking at this house that looks like it has some damage there. Quite a scary scene. But yeah. So that's where we're at right now. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more damage reports once the sunshine comes out tomorrow, and people can actually get out and see what has happened. The National Weather Service will be sending survey teams across the state to survey and try to figure out what exactly went down. That'll be the case here in Alabama, Mississippi, up in Tennessee, and even over in Arkansas and Louisiana. It's been quite an active couple of days weather-wise, and after tonight, we should see a break from the severe weather, at least in Alabama. I think there's a day two slight risk for the Atlantic states, but for Alabama, nothing in terms of severe weather expected after the 5 a.m. mark overnight tonight. Let's see here.
So I was just reading on the.
I'm not seeing anything really new in the National Weather Service chats. I know we had Bibb and Shelby counties removed from the tornado watch, which was good news. We're going to continue to see counties removed as this bulk of storms moves its way through Alabama. Let's see. Up in Georgia, this severe thunderstorm that had prompted the um, severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag has now almost fully moved into Georgia. So I expect that to expire soon. It's set to expire in 2 minutes, so they're likely just going to let it naturally expire at 10:15 here. So that'll be one less active warning that we have for Alabama. Um, and then right behind that, the other three warnings last until at least 11 p.m. So we'll just have to keep an eye on those and make sure that they don't turn tornadic, which they definitely could. Uh, we kind of saw this pattern earlier. We started out with a few tornado warnings, and then we got to a point where we just didn't have any tornado warnings at all. And then it was like within the span of 5 minutes, started to see tornado warnings with um, intense strength, and that's what started the tornado that worked its way through Shelby County eventually. So right now we're in kind of a lull, and hopefully it stays that way, but there is a chance that we will continue to, or that these storms could continue to strengthen before they move out of our way.
Yeah, thank you, Scott Brown, for taking that so I could eat a potato skin there and update the ticker a little bit. We were watching Brett Adair's stream there, and here you see more significant damage in the. I think that's the Maplesville area. Let me make sure that I'm telling you correctly. And this is almost exclusive to us because, yeah, this is in Maplesville. Because Brett has been gracious enough to give us his stream. He's not even showing this on his own website right now. But you saw him and his associate, Heath Lawler, there. Heath was on Weather Range just a few weeks ago, out checking the damage. And they help people when they get in this situation and they see damage, and the storms are over and they're done with the chase. When they terminate the chase, they become first responders, and that puts them in a position to be able to help people. And even our own Dr. Lance King today, he was stocking up on his first aid kits and everything before he left. And I think there's the ABC 3340 Storm Chaser right there, being shown on the air. I'm sure they responded to Riley's. This may be Riley's friend's home that's been damaged down here in Maplesville. Of course, Brett is under contract for ABC 3340, but we see a lot of the debris there. Some very, you see the characteristic damage to the power infrastructure there, the transformer damaged, and power lines down, and a lot of tree damage. You see a lot of cars there on the highway. Driving around. Hopefully, no looky-loos. Hopefully, folks coming in to help there, and there are some obviously coming to help for sure, and check it out. But this is damage tonight in the Maplesville area, there in southwestern Chilton County, a place that is none too unfamiliar with storms. That is for sure. But that's probably right there along Alabama 22. Brett is probably coming back to the north. Of course, he lives in Sylacauga, and has a place up in Florence. And he can be found anywhere severe weather is occurring, and he's very gracious to let us be a part of his day. Of course, there's been serious storm damage today in Sipsy, in Gordo, down in over in Pickens County. We've got serious damage in Kera in Shelby County, and serious damage in Sipsy and Walker County. So it's been a very active, very very busy day across Alabama, and hopefully it's beginning to wind down. I can't promise you that completely, but we certainly seem to be getting closer to perhaps, having things calm down. Scott Martin, anything you can add over there? It's been a long day for sure, but certainly a very rewarding day as we've been able to provide long form coverage for nearly 9 hours now for the entire state of Alabama.
Well, the only thing that I have to add right now really is bad news. Apparently, there is another unconfirmed fatality in the Plantersville community on County Road 64. So that may be the same exact place where the first one was reported.
Scott, I'm getting grief over here for my inability to write clearly.
No.
Oh my goodness! But we're seeing damage at the mobile home park in Kera on ABC 3340 right now, and yeah, there's definitely some significant damage there for sure. We've heard damage at Burton Campers, I-65 there, exit 231. So yeah, here's the a couple of the potential storm paths that happened in that area. This thing just spun up so quickly. The Weather Service was really on top of it. It'll be interesting to go back and see, how those warnings performed. But certainly, John DeBlock and his team over at the Weather Service were right on top of it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sorry, a new flash flood warning that is now in effect for eastern parts of Alabama. This flash flood warning is in effect for Calhoun County, Clay County, southwestern Cleburne, and Talladega counties. It goes until 12:15. Doppler radar now indicating between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen in these areas, and flash flooding is expected to begin shortly. Of course, that includes communities like Anniston and Oxford, all the way up to Jacksonville and Weaver, over to Ohatchee, the Lincoln area, down to Talladega and Waldo, folks like Ashland and Lineville in Clay County. You're in there, and I spy a little bit of a concerning protuberance out there, out to the east of Millerville. Maybe a little bit of a rotation beginning, certainly a bit of a mesocyclone trying to form there along Alabama 9, southwest of Ashland. We don't have a warning in place. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning right there. But, we continue to watch any kind of, any kind of potential area, any kind of kink in any of these lines that could spin up. As it continues, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for Calhoun and Claiborne counties. They extend down into Coosa and the far southeastern part of Talladega counties. Two different warnings there. And we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that covers southeastern Coosa, the northwestern portion of Elmore County, back into the northeastern portion of Autauga County. Most of that activity is now out of Autauga County. I think we'll be able to clear that county very shortly on the next severe statement. And the next severe weather statement, Weather Service program, will probably clear the backside of that. But that storm still has good parameters. The probability of severe, nearly 70% on that, still putting down about 21 flashes of lightning per minute. The effective shear is still really high at about 75 knots. Maybe it's beginning to come down just a tiny bit. The lapse rate's coming down just a tiny bit, so maybe we're losing a little bit of that thermal enhancement that we've been having. But that activity there is going to affect areas really from east of Rockford up to Kellyton, over to Alex City. It's going to be down, moving down into the Wetumpka area, into areas like Elmore and over to Eclectic, Red Hill, places over to Dadeville and Jackson's Gap eventually, places there in Tallapoosa County that are not in the warning at this time, but are going to be having this heavy rain for sure. But anyway, law enforcement now, heavy presence across Alabama tonight. We may have 10, 11 tornado paths. Weather Service in Birmingham's going to be surveying. I know the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, has a strong presence in the Kera area. Up in Walker County, the Walker County Sheriff's Office, strong presence in the damage areas there, especially around Sipsy. Oh wow, yeah. Here's all the tracks, and you get an idea, how fast you can get this information. But that's at least 11, I think I'm counting right there. Someone could correct me. Yeah, or 12. Is that right? 11 or 12 paths right there, that are going to be surveyed or at least looked at by the National Weather Service in Mobile. I don't know, Scott Martin, if there'll be any up in the Tennessee Valley and Huntsville's area. What's your opinion there? Do you think they'll have any up in the Huntsville County warning area?
All right. Well, I'm browsing through Huntsville chat, and I'm not really seeing anything about potential tornado damage. Even with the tornado warnings that they had earlier, especially over in the northwest corner of the state and toward Huntsville. Still not seeing anything. I see a lot of wind-related things like power lines down and stuff like that, but I believe that was caused by thunderstorm winds and severe thunderstorm warnings and not tornado warnings.
Yeah, that's probably true. And I don't think I've seen anything significant, Scott Brown, out of Mobile so far. Have you seen anything out of Mobile that might be related to a potential tornado down there tonight?
No, I have not yet. So far, just that severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Baldwin County and Escambia County, Florida. Not really seeing anything in terms of rotation. We do have some hail. The radar indicated hail size is just under 2 inches, so pretty significant hail there. But in terms of rotation and a tornado, not really seeing anything of note there, but that's definitely one to continue to watch as it kind of clips the Florida panhandle there and then moves into Escambia County, Alabama, which I never realized there's two Escambia counties right next to each other. That's gotta get confusing at times, but this one will work its way into Escambia County, Alabama, over the next probably 30-ish minutes or so. And we'll continue to watch it for any signs of rotation, but right now nothing too bad from it. And none of those cells that are kind of close to the Mobile office really seem to be doing much of anything. Not really seeing very impressive reflectivity values with them. No rotation or anything there either.
That's good news. Yeah, it's kind of comforting to me that the two Escambias are next to each other. It's really confusing to me when they're far apart, and it's really confusing to me that that Butler, Alabama, is not in Butler County, Alabama. We really need to do something about that. But I'm sure the folks in Butler County, Alabama, don't care to change counties at this point. So, the rest of the night tonight, across Alabama, the tornado watch has now been cleared for areas. Let's see. Let's kind of go through the areas that are clear. Areas from DeKalb, Etowah, St. Clair, Shelby, Bibb, Hale, Marengo, Clark, and Washington counties. Everything along that tier of counties to the northwest, it's over. You can go to bed, rest easy. It's going to be a good rest of the night. The weather's going to be fine. Really now, that means for the Birmingham metro area, for Jefferson and Shelby counties, everything is all better. St. Clair County, Blount, Walker, Tuscaloosa, you're in great shape. Auburn, you still got it to go. Montgomery, it's in your area now. Selma is starting to wind down. Only be a couple of hours. Perry County will come out in the next hour or so. Dallas County, you're probably going to come out pretty soon. So will Wilcox. Monroe County, the worst weather's pushing out of your area into Conecuh County right now. We've got that big severe thunderstorm warning for Escambia County, Alabama. Scott was just talking about this. Escambia, the northern part of Escambia County, Florida. He was predicting it almost presciently, indicating that something would happen there. The Atmore area, it's going to be moving over toward Bruton and up toward the Evergreen area along I-65 tonight. So that warning includes Escambia County, Alabama, Conecuh County, right up to Evergreen, Bruton, and Atmore. You're in the warning. This goes until 11:15 p.m. tonight, capable of producing golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is a slightly upgraded warning from the National Weather Service. In Mobile, it's in addition to the warning that was in effect for Baldwin County, but just fell off. They removed that part. But look at that hail core right there. Goodness gracious. That's one of the best hail cores we've seen all day. And it's moving into the original warning, really now, or moving into the Escambia County, Florida portion of the original warning. And, we'll be moving across the remainder of the new warning. So, now it's time to put the car in the carport or in the garage, if you've got one, anywhere there. From near and east of Atmore, up to Canoe and Walbeek, up to Osaka and Hamrick, and then into the Bruton area. There's going to be some pretty good size hail in that one, I think, before it's over. Not seeing any hail markers in that area. Let's see what the Mobile radar is kind of picking up in that area, because boy, that's one of the best hail cores we've seen right there. The storm parameters are pretty good. The maximum envelope of hail though is only about an inch, so that's really hail the size of quarters. So maybe it's not as bad as I think, but the flash rate on the lightning's about nearly 40 a minute. Their shear's starting to come down. Their lapse rate's still pretty high, and the Cape is really strong down there, 2,500 joules per kilogram, as you would expect. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning right there on the Florida-Alabama border, there in the Atmore and Bruton areas in the southern part of the state. National Weather Service chat with Birmingham is getting to be pretty calm. That's good. We'll take it. We do have that sad report of potential unconfirmed fatality in Plantersville. Hopefully that will not be confirmed, but that's from a really reliable source. And last 10 minutes or so, Hunter Robinson at the Weather Service talking about the Elmore cell for potential tornado development there. We'll kind of go over there and look at that in just a second as it moves toward Tallapoosa. And we've got a report from Riley Blackwell. I think that's the same house probably that we were looking at down there in the Maplesville area. He says County Road 15 by County Road 340. Maybe we can put that in and get me a location on that. But that is obviously a single-story home that has lost its walls and, has a significant amount of damage to it. Looks like a lot of the furniture been removed, and that could be a commercial building, I suppose. But that's some pretty significant damage tonight. County Road 15, County Road 340, and lots of general damage in that area. I know Riley's been reporting on a lot of damage tonight in the Maplesville area. If I just knew how to write, Scott Brown would have already told you that. But so anyway, that's my fault. But now heavy rain is moving through the Maplesville area right now along US 82, and it will be over for you. As soon as this moves through, the weather will be over for Maplesville and southwestern Chilton County. Still got heavy rain in the Jemison area. Still got this last batch to move through Clanton. The good news is up in Clear, they've got light to moderate rain right now, but that rain will be ending shortly, and the severe weather threat is over for Shelby County for the rest of the night tonight, and that's great news. So we want to thank our two chasers. Brett Adair has been so super nice to give us his feed all day long, even after he took it down on his own website. He kept it available to us, and I know those RMTP feeds are kind of finicky for our OBS setup, but that and Lance King really just outdid himself. He's turned it in. He's called it a night down there in Auburn. He's reunited with his family after he missed the wedding today. I think he actually made him. I think it was an outdoor wedding. Scott Martin. I think he actually made him bring it indoors and changed the time and do all kind of stuff. So they may be running him out of Auburn tomorrow morning on a rail or something. I don't know how that's going to turn out, but kind of take a look at what we can expect going forward. After this gets on out of here overnight tonight, it looks like we'll head toward an overnight low of about 54 across the central Alabama area. That's sort of your average. Birmingham area will be back up in the lower middle 60s tomorrow. You'll notice a gusty southwest westerly wind eventually shifting around to the northwest, gusting at times to 20, 21 miles an hour. Dew point's going to drop rapidly behind the front back into the 40s tomorrow, so it'll feel quite cool tomorrow. It'll be a cool night with a low near 39. Temperatures will be dropping. Skies will be clearing. We should be clear by Monday morning. Monday should be a sunny and cool day with just a few stratocumulus clouds and temperatures in the upper 50s up north to lower 60s in the I-20 corridor, probably middle 60s in central portions of Alabama. Back in the upper 30s Tuesday. I tell you, that's my ideal sleeping weather right there. But we'll be back up into the lower middle 70s on Tuesday and Wednesday. A bit of a cold front comes through on Thursday, drops us back to near 60, and we take time climbing out as March continues to be quite active. And the director there, showing us kind of how these temperatures are going to go. You see that colder air moving in on the back of this strong cyclone that's pushed through the area. Using the GFS model here, Wednesday, here comes that second system into Thursday. You see that it's going to be definitely cooler, on Thursday. Temperatures will be, falling back considerably behind that cold front. Okay, new tornado warning, says Scott Brown. Let's go to Scott now. Scott?
This new tornado warning from the Birmingham office is for Coosa County. At 9:34 p.m., a tornado producing storm was located over Dollar. Here, let's see. So it includes Coosa, and it looks like Tallapoosa County too. Yeah, it's in effect until 11:30 p.m., so just under an hour. It's moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Right now, it's just radar indicated rotation. So no confirmation of anything on the ground at the moment. Let's see here. The rotation of concern is, let's see, right. It's south of Alexander City there, north of Red Hill. This area will be headed towards Jackson's Gap, Dadeville, New Site, and Davison over the next several minutes. So if you're anywhere in this polygon, go ahead and move into your safe spot. Let's see. I don't see anything concerning on correlation coefficient right now. Not a very I guess, well-defined couplet either, but this could at any point strengthen. I guess Birmingham sees something about this that they really want us to take seriously. So if you're anywhere in this polygon, please just go ahead and get into your safe spot. We'll continue to watch this. I'm not seeing, let's see, not seeing anything from Birmingham in the chat other than just them issuing the warning. Let's see, it looks like radar indicated hail of just under an inch is associated with this as well. It looks like any rotation is moving out of Coosa County and into Tallapoosa County right now, headed closer to Alabama 63 there, and moving on into the Jackson's Gap area pretty soon.
Yeah, that appears to be that same MCS sort of amplifying again there as it makes its way into Tallapoosa County tonight. Really strong indication of a mesocyclone there on the border between Coosa and Tallapoosa counties. This is heading up, as Scott said, toward Jackson's Gap, US 280, areas from Dadeville up to Alex City, eventually up toward New Site and Daviston, Goldville, all those communities. You're in the path of this. It said don't go to bed in these areas. Matter of fact, if you're anywhere in the tornado watch, we don't want you going to bed. We want you to pay attention. If you do have to say night night, make sure that you got multiple ways to be awakened during the night. We had problems earlier today where the weather radio from the KIH 54 transmitter in Birmingham, my weather radio for nearly 50 years now, was not actually toning out warnings. So, technology can fail, have multiple redundant ways to receive warnings on these kind of days. It's very important, especially when these storms really spin up. You can see our rotation there on the county line between Coosa and Tallapoosa counties. It's getting ready to cross fully into Tallapoosa County, cross over Alabama 63, moving very near the town of Our Town, near the town of Bulgers. It's going to be moving to the northeast toward Lake Hill Estates, Jackson's Gap, and into Dadeville, Piney Point, these areas. Eventually in Tohopeka, Sessions, and Easton, you're in the polygon. We want you to be in your safe place, going through your tornado safety plan at this point. If you're in manufactured housing, we hope you've already got a plan for where you're going to go, to a friend or a neighbor, a relative who's got a site-built home, maybe to another business or something in the area that has a well-constructed building, because manufactured housing is just not safe in tornadoes. We've seen it tonight already. They just don't stand up to tornado winds. They're great affordable living for Alabamians, and we're grateful for them. But it does not stand up in F1 or greater tornado winds for sure. But we're watching this. It's been very busy. We've got lots of activity from this one little MCS that spun up tonight back, really, I would say back in Hale County, near New Bern, moved up to near Chilton County, in through Chilton County. Not seeing any debris right now on the correlation coefficient product. This is a Doppler radar product that we had that was installed several years ago when all of our radars were upgraded to a dual pole capacity. It gives us the ability to sample a volume of the atmosphere and take a quick snapshot of it and say how regular, how normal, how uniform are the hydrometeors or the targets inside that volume. And if it comes back and says they're not very regular, that means we've got debris. And it's a wonderful, wonderful tool in our arsenal. It was really discovered by the folks up at the University of Alabama in Huntsville back in the early 2000s. And it's a tool that we actually absolutely live by now. You see that gradient, the reds and greens there. That indicates the winds flowing toward and away from the radar. And that's our area of concern. Crossing over Alabama 63 right now in the Allertown community, the Bulgers community. It's going to be moving to the northeast here toward Lake Hill Estates, Jackson's Gap, and Piney Point. You see right there in front of your very eyes on that new scan, you see that waviness, that amplification of that wave right there. That's what concerns us. And we're going to be watching that very closely. Scott, did you have something?
Yeah, we've also got a new tornado warning down in Crenshaw County there from the Mobile office. Got a pretty nice velocity couplet associated with it as well. Um, it's only radar indicated. It goes until 11 p.m. It's a pretty small polygon, so I guess they're not expecting it to stay this way, but they'll probably have to make a decision really soon as to whether they'll want to extend it or not, because it's going to move out of the polygon pretty quickly. But it is a pretty well-defined couplet there, looking at it from the Montgomery radar. Nothing in terms of debris really, just that nice couplet there with the reflectivity values.
Yeah. So on that one, the warning is only, the polygon is that short because to the north, if it goes northeast, it goes into Pike County, which is National Weather Service Birmingham.
Right.
And then if it goes into the next county to the southeast, that's Tallahassee's area.
Gotcha.
Yeah, part of the vagaries of our county warning patchwork that we have across the country, all the National Weather Service offices. But it's a bit of an inconvenience, but it's the price we pay for having the local decision support services that we get from the men and women of our local National Weather Service offices. And we talked earlier tonight about the importance to the Tennessee Valley by the National Weather Service office in Huntsville. They feel really strongly about that. And while it may not make sense from an efficiency standpoint, they believe very strongly that they need that office, and they hold on to it very tightly. Our friends at the National Weather Service in Birmingham do a great job, for Central Alabama, and our friends in Huntsville do a great job. We're served by 4 National Weather Service offices here in the state of Alabama: Mobile, Tallahassee, Birmingham, and Huntsville. You see the activity there pushing through Brantley along US 331 and US 29, the home of, was he called the Rifleman, Scott Martin, the Chuck Persons, the famous Auburn basketball player? You saw that little spin up, that little notch right there, probably triggered that warning. These little transitory features tonight are capable of causing these quick spin up tornadoes that can be quite damaging. So we're watching. Let's go back up north to our other tornado warning. We've got it here in Tallapoosa County, south of Alexander City, getting ready to cross over US 280. The warning back in Coosa County has been allowed to expire, but the Tallapoosa portion continues. This rotation trying to wrap in on itself. It's now past Alabama 63, past our town and Bulgers, getting ready to move into the Piney Point community. Folks from Lake Hill Estates down to Jackson Gap and into Dadeville, you need to be preparing for this, because all night long we've seen that these features right here, just in the matter of 2 or 3 minutes, can spin up damaging tornadoes. We're watching it very closely to make sure that it doesn't produce a debris signature from the National Weather Service radar at the Shelby County Airport near the National Weather Service office there. But this is a decent mesocyclone showing up on the Doppler radar. It's a good inflow notch, kind of a complex look to it, but it's moving into a fairly populated area here along very busy US 280 here in Tallapoosa County. We see some tornado warnings over in the National Weather Service Atlanta's area, but here in Alabama, we've got 2 warnings. We've got this warning here for Tallapoosa County. We've got the warning down there in Crenshaw and Covington counties. That storm will be moving into Pike County. As Scott was telling us, I guess it's actually just now Crenshaw County. Is that right, Scott Martin? Is that just Crenshaw for that warning? Yeah, I think that is right. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
Crenshaw.
I believe that's right. I'm sorry, I was typing a note in the chat saying that tornado warning is upcoming for Pike County.
Oh, there you go. Well, that was good timing because we'll be right ahead of the National Weather Service in Birmingham as they're preparing the warning. And there it is for Central Pike County. It goes until 11:45 tonight. At 10:47, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Glenwood near Goshen that's going to be entering into southwestern Pike County. And this storm is going to move to the northeast, and it will be moving in the general direction of Troy. I think that the circulation could stay on the southern side of Troy, perhaps crossing Alabama 87, and they're south of Troy, and eventually crossing over US 231. But it could affect the Troy Municipal Airport and some areas there. But we see the rotation on this coming up near the community of Glenwood, passing just south of Goshen, moving up toward River Ridge and Troy. You see it will probably pass near or just south of Troy along Alabama 87, and shortly thereafter it will cross US 231 to the southeast of Troy, because a lot of folks have students at Troy University, the Trojans down there. It'll eventually move off to the northeast toward Banks as US 29 curves off to the east there, and eventually cross over Alabama 223. So new tornado warning there for Pike County. The Weather Service in Birmingham issuing this warning, following up on the tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service in Mobile there for Crenshaw County. So the severe weather threat continues across the southeastern half of Alabama tonight. Tornado watch continues until 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Please, make sure that you've got a reliable way to hear warnings through the overnight hours. If you are going to bed, if you're going to stay up with us, we'd love to keep you company and walk you through this. But we're on the back end of a kind of a volatile event. We're probably moving from the third into the fourth quarter here. But it's been a long and busy day. We've been at it for soon we'll be going on 10 hours here. I thought this might be a shorter event, but that's not happening. It takes a long time to get these weather systems to move all the way across the great state of Alabama, all 67 counties from Colbert in the northwestern part of the state, all the way into the Dothan area around Houston County. So you see those tornado warnings now, Crenshaw County up into Pike. You see the other warning in there for Tallapoosa County. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in East Alabama for those strong storms that are pushing through the eastern part of the state there. Claiborne County, you still got a warning. That goes for a little while longer. Not sure what the expiration time on that warning is. We've got about 23 minutes left on it. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, there's it right there. Randolph, Claiborne, and Clay counties. It goes until 11:30. That warning, Randolph, Clay, and Claiborne. That's this more southern warning right here. That warning goes until 11:30 tonight, and there's still a little bit of a warning up here for 23 minutes. Talladega County, you're out of it, but it continues for northeastern Clay County. So this little cluster of storms right here, the heaviest weather now is east of the Anniston and Oxford areas. But you go south, we get into our next set of severe storms here. Yes, sir.
They're going confirmed on that Tallapoosa warning.
Here we go. That's the warning we're looking at right now. So
there's a debris ball just to the north of 280.
Okay, here we go. Watching it very closely, and let's see what we see here.
I mean, it's small, but that's it right there.
Yeah. Tallapoosa circulation crossing 280. It's tightening up. We're right here between Lake Hill Estates and River Bend and Jackson's Gap, across through the White Oak Landing and Greenbrier area. This is where is this really in relation? A little bit bigger picture, kind of to the northwest of Jackson's Gap. They're north of Danville, south of Alex City. So if you're in Alex City, you're safe. This is going to move out over Tallapoosa County toward the Tohopeka area over to Sessions. And but we've had another brief touchdown probably right here. Just to the northeast of US 280. These storms tonight have, like these highways, the high rest velocity clearly shows the couplet, and you see it's continued to kind of amplify, and that's what we've been saying. Just give them 2, 3, 4 minutes, and they can spin up a tornado, and boom, velocity is approaching 90 miles per hour there on that storm. That debris signature clearly showing up there, and this track will continue to take it on up north. We'll pass south of New Site, south of Daviston, some of the major cities that are in the path. You can see south of Foshiton. It's going to eventually move over toward Tohopeka, north of Sessions. Eventually the community of Zana and Daviston. You will be in the path of this potential tornado if it holds together as it moves to the northeast. And we've been tracking this MCS for several hours, and we have a low-level lock on the mesocyclone, and now we have a moderate indication of a tornado. The mesoscale detection algorithm now outputting a 1.6 right there, and you can see it. This tornado warning remains in effect for Tallapoosa County, and you see on the loop there clearly shows the couplet, and we're taking a storm track to the northeast here toward the direction of Daviston, and giving it a forward translation speed of 55 miles an hour. And this gives us some times here. So if this picture is about 4 minutes old, it's going to be in session here in the next 2 minutes. Tohopeka in the next 3. Zana, it's going to be in the next 10 minutes, probably 8 or 9 minutes. Everglade in less than 9 minutes. Denver in about 10 to 11 minutes. So those are the communities. Daviston, I'd say you're probably out there at about 12 to 15 minutes. So you've got time. We know that a lot of folks in this area, live in site-built homes, but a lot of folks also live in manufactured housing. So we want you to be making sure that you have your plan, you know where you're going. You can't waste time. You don't have much time, but you need to be going through your plans. And that's why this sort of situation like today with these quick spin up tornadoes can be so devastating and so deadly. We've seen it time and time again tonight. And the Weather Service in Birmingham, is continuing to keep a close eye on it. We, see.
They're going to observe with it now.
Okay, there we go. Yep, there it is. We now have an observed tornado here, an observed tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Birmingham showing a confirmed tornado near Jackson's Gap, near Dadeville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So the tornado observed tag. Thank you very much, Scott Martin, for keeping a close eye on that. But you can clearly see it. The tornado debris signature algorithm now tipping 100%, and that clearly is showing up on the correlation coefficient. You can see the hook echo. It's hard. It's hard in these high precipitation, these QLCS type deals where you've got a mishmash of rain, but right there, that makes it clear and easy to see. This is approaching Alabama 49 right now, north of Sessions. It's going to go right through Tohopeka. This has a really strong debris signature still, really strong indication rotation, indicating a potential tornado on the ground. We know it's done damage because we see the debris lofted in the air there to the north of Jackson's Gap. So it's probably still producing damage, folks, from Eagle Creek up to Topeka, north along Alabama 49. We want you in your safe place right now. Folks up in Everglade, we want you to be going through your tornado safety precautions right now, all the way up to Frog Eye. Folks over to Daviston, want to keep you safe over to Bosworth, and then all the way into Chambers County, the northern part of Chambers County. We want to keep you getting ready for this thing. We knew that it was going to be a problem, and we just want to sweep it on into Georgia. But for right now, this is our issue, and I'm sure Scott Brown's keeping a close eye on how big that, how high that debris signature is getting. Scott Martin, have you seen anything else?
Yeah, I think we need to take a look at the Troy tornado warning. It looks like circulation is going to go right through the middle of town.
I wanted it to go south of town, please. You're not doing a very good job with directing these couplets, Scott.
I know, right? Man. Yeah, so Hunter Robinson from National Weather Service Birmingham says it will cross Highway 49 near Horseshoe Bend. Wait,
that'd be the Tallapoosa. That'd be
the Tallapoosa. But below that, he said Troy needs to be in shelter now. Troy circulation will pass directly through town.
Yeah, we've got a big bounded weak echo region there, potential little debris ball there on the southern part of that storm. What's our best radar here? That's going to be the Fort Rucker radar.
Yeah, Fort Novacell.
Yeah,
I still call it Rucker too, but I have to remember it's Novacell now.
Oh, it has a new name. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Kind of get a quick look at that. I don't really see a debris signature yet, Scott Martin. Do you in that?
If there is one, it is very small, and it's just to the southwest of town.
Yeah.
Southwest of Troy.
Yeah, southern parts of the city of Troy. Troy University wants you to be in your safe place right now. I'm sure the university is going through its safety protocols. Country Club Estates, Forest Acres Mobile Home Park. These are places we don't want to be right now. It's going to be approaching US 231, areas from Mossy Grove Village, back up Alabama 87. To Highway 231 and into downtown Troy. This is this pattern on this echo has amplified. We're not sure exactly where the tornado is. It's not showing its debris signature just yet. The normalized rotation on it is very intense, just southwest of the city of Troy. And if you put that in motion, it is definitely going to swing across the city of Troy, but got what was definitely a hook echo, potentially a little bit of a debris ball there. No, don't have the debris signature that we see on the dual pole yet. I don't think. Maybe no, I don't think that's really coincident with the velocity or with the reflectivity. And maybe it's kind of closing in on itself. Let's hope on these last couple of scans. But a lot of lightning. The parameters, the parameter space right there around that storm is really, really high. The probability of severe over 80%. The probability of a tornado over 60%. So, yeah.
Hunter Robinson just said that there's not a TDS on the Troy storm yet, but is a very concerning radar signature.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing, Scott, and probably some 1-inch hail there. The storm is, really getting its act together. I haven't looked at the Ville, but decent Ville. Some small hail moving into the Troy area right now, up at the Troy airport. They got heavy rain with 70 over 68 and a south wind at 9 miles an hour, reporting lightning in all quadrants. Yeah, you really could have a tornado right there moving into the southern part of Troy. It is right on top of the town. It's going to be in McClure Town very shortly, almost immediately, done in about 2 or 3 minutes. Jonesville, about 4 or 5 minutes. Catalpa in about 8 minutes. So this storm continues to be very concerning to us tonight because, of course, it is approaching one of our most important universities in the state and very growing area of Alabama there along US 231. Very busy commercial and residential area there. For sure. And seems like last couple of these events, we've been talking about Troy every time. So let's hope their number doesn't come up tonight. Here, tornado warning continues for Pike County. We've got strong indications of rotation now, approaching Alabama 87, near and south of the city of Troy. It's going to be moving on to the northeast. Will pass along near or south of US 29, going to be in the Banks community near or just west of that, and then passing on into northeastern parts of Pike County. And that tornado warning remain in effect until 11:45 for central Pike County. So we continue to track that one. Back to the north, we've got another tornado warning up here. It's confirmed.
Still on the ground, still showing a debris signature.
Okay, so let's go back to the Birmingham radar. Thank you, Scott. Any other things you're seeing on that?
They're questioning now if it would be continued to Randolph, but if it tries to turn right, they may issue that. But most likely it will be continued on because with the debris signature, still showing. Unless this thing falls apart within the next 5 minutes, they will most likely have to issue a downstream tornado warning.
Yeah, it's going to be very near the town of Wadley in southern Randolph County. It'll also be passing along Alabama 77 as it comes out of Wadley and goes down toward Lafayette and Chambers County. So we want all those communities.
Here it is. Chambers and Randolph County tornado warning.
Yeah, that makes sense. We still have a debris signature here. Yeah, there it is. Got our tornado warning. It does include Wadley, does include Roanoke. Tornado warning goes until midnight for southern Randolph, northwestern Chambers. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near new site, 11 miles north of Dadeville, moving northeast at 50. Some of the communities, Roanoke especially, is in this warning. Malone, Dickert, Napoleon, Tennant, Abanda, Crystal Lake, Big Springs, the Wadley, Rock Stand, Sparkling Springs, Paran, and Rock Mills. So we want you to go through your tornado plans now, moving to a basement, interior room, center of the house, put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. No windows. Just get out of the way of this tornado and hunker down as it moves tonight. Out of Tallapoosa County, showing clear indications of a debris signature, very clear indications of rotation still approaching the Daviston community there in northeastern Tallapoosa County along Alabama 22, moving toward Wadley up in southern Randolph County and into the northwestern portion of Chambers County. Folks in Roanoke, heads up for you. Good time for you to be going through your tornado plan now. We're tracking this very dangerous storm as it continues moving to the northeast. Some of the other communities you saw there, when we get a little more granular, places like Almond and Forster Chapel, places we haven't called like Mount Olive, Broughton, over to Mount Zion and High Pine, Center Chapel and White's Crossroads as it gets ready to cross 431 before it gets over to Weehadkey, the little community of Midway, which is south of Wedowee, up to West and Waldrop before we finally can sweep the storm into Georgia. Bless you, Director. So we're moving it into Georgia, hopefully. Before or a little after midnight. We thought this stuff would kind of hang on till about 1 a.m. and Scott Martin, it looks like that's going to be probably about it for Central Alabama, 1, 2 a.m. in the morning. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll probably be able to clear it out by at least 2, if not 1 o'clock. I was looking at latest runs of the HRRR, and it did look like that most of the activity should be out of here in between the 1, 2 o'clock hour. So I will say this, even though we're still showing, tornado warnings, up toward, approaching Roanoke and places like that. And then we have the tornado warning down, with the cell moving through Troy right now. I will have to say that the STP environment on the latest HRRR run was much, much lower, probably in the 3s to 4s. Of course, I don't have it pulled up now, so I don't remember exactly, but it was way, way much lower than what we were seeing earlier this afternoon.
And that's good news. We certainly like to see that. When you see those double-digit STP values, that's when we get really concerned. And hopefully now this will continue to ramp down as we go through the night. But now we're into that period. You get these little spin-up tornadoes, and they can be so deadly in the middle of the night. It's why you saw so many fatalities last night. In places like Arkansas and Missouri, into Illinois, just these spin up nighttime tornadoes. And some of those were big tornadoes, but, this is just, if you're not really on top of it, it can turn deadly, really, really quickly. But you're right, Scott, things really do begin to kind of ramp down pretty fast as we go through the next couple of hours. We'll keep our fingers crossed that that actually happens.
All right, breaking news.
Uh-oh.
All right, so they went observed with the tornado down in Pike County, and they're going to issue downstream for Bullock and Barber. Matter of fact, it was just issued.
Okay, well, there you have it. It may be winding down, but we've still got 2 significant mesocyclone circulations, and we have a new tornado warning now for Bullock and Barber, southeastern Bullock, northwestern Barber. It goes till 12:15. Tornado near Troy University over the city of Troy, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Communities including Pickett, Tanyard, Three Notch, Comer, Perote, Midway, Mount Andrew, and Boot Hill need to be taking cover now. Those are the communities in the polygon. You see the polygon here? It goes up toward Midway.
The original polygon has a PDS tag on it now.
Yeah, so you can really see the curvature, the hook echo there. This storm is sweeping toward Banks, moving through the Forest Acres Mobile Home Park on this scan, crossing US 231. It's going to be moving up over US 29. And as we go back and look at the radar right now, we have a moderate lock to the lowest tilt on the radar here of the mesocyclone, and very good indication. I see a debris signature, clear debris signature, just developed.
Yeah, it's
wow.
Right in between Troy and Banks.
Yeah, it just blossomed there east southeast of Troy. My goodness.
This one might be ramping up very quickly.
Yeah. Hopefully we got it out of the city of Troy, but it may have touched down right there in the southeastern part of Troy. It's now moving to the northeast, but boy, that it just exploded. And that's what's happening. Look at that rotation right there. So folks along US 29, the Banks community back to the west, if you're between Troy and Banks right now, you got to be in your safe place. Right now, this is a developing significant tornado that is potentially probably, an EF1 possibly that, is lofting debris into the air. It's certainly intensifying, and it is, the radar believes that it is, maybe in contact with the ground. So the quick look at what the couplet looks like. See if I can get a couple of look real quick. Or maybe I'm not hitting it right where it should be. So that is a very dangerous storm right there. It's going to be crossing US 29 immediately. It's right on top of it right now. Then it will be, crossing into Bullock County somewhere around 11:18 tonight, and then it will be potentially crossing into Barber County, depending on its path. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, they just upgraded the tornado warning downstream to a PDS observed with a considerable damage threat tag on it.
Yeah, so the situation continues to get worse tonight. We definitely have now a large and potentially dangerous, potentially deadly tornado on the ground in Pike County near Banks. It's confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation, according to the National Weather Service in Birmingham. We've been watching. Keep going, Scott.
I was just saying that Hunter Robinson said significant tornado possible. So this one might be one of your big boys.
Yeah, that debris signature is very large. Scott Brown, you're looking at it. What do you think? The size of that thing is one of the bigger ones we've seen today.
Yeah, it definitely is. Very large there, right west of Banks in Pike County there. Out of all the debris signatures we've seen today, it's definitely one of the largest, if not the largest, and it came on so quickly. It makes me worried that it hit something near Troy. It doesn't look like I'm replaying my radar here. It looks like the debris signature stayed kind of east of Troy, but that doesn't mean it obviously had to hit something to get that debris signature, and it's just continues to grow. The new scan just came out, and it looks a little bit bigger. It's heading just right north of Banks. So if you're in Banks, you need to be sheltering. If you're at the intersection of 29 and 223, right there, it's right over you right now. Continuing to kind of follow 223 up past, let's see, it's going to go close to Linwood as well, on down the line, looking at Perot, and then Mount Andrew and Midway, way on down the line. But this appears to be a very strong tornado that's quickly moving towards Bullock, and it has the potential to stay on the ground for quite some time, just judging based off the couplet and the debris signature that we have right now.
National Weather Service just reported that the TDS over Pike County is above 10,000 feet now. So it's lofting debris up to 10,000 feet at least.
Yeah, my mesoscale, my mesocyclone detection algorithm now is outputting a 2.1 EF scale on it. So it's probably at least an EF2 tornado potentially. So this is a very dangerous storm, one of the more dangerous storms we've seen tonight. The TDS continues to grow. It's up to 10,000 feet, according to what Scott just said. It's crossing Highway 223 north of Banks, quickly moving into Bullock County. And this is a concerning one right here, happening in the middle of the night. After 11 o'clock, a lot of folks have gone to bed. This is a very dangerous storm. You can see it there moving toward Bullock County in the general direction of the community of Perot there along US 29. So all we can do now is remind you to be a hero. If you have friends in that area in southwestern Bullock, southern Bullock County, please let them know. Up to Midway, Perot, these communities, it is very important. Corinth over to Omega, all along US 29, on Alabama 239 there, from Smut-Eye down to Jamback, into Star Hill, even Boot Hill, Mount Andrew, Ox Level, communities along US 82 from Three Notch to Midway, over to the eastern part of the county. We want you to be, letting them know right now. Now is the time, over to Comer, that they need to be waking up, getting the kids up, getting in the safe place, getting the shoes on, getting the helmets, getting the mattresses or the pillows or whatever you need to protect yourself, because this debris signature is going nowhere. It is not dissipating. It is passing near into the south community of Sandfield, be crossing the border into Bullock County. Corinth, you're up next. And then it's going to be coming toward US 29 and approaching the community of Perot. Jamback, you're kind of maybe a little to the north of you, we hope, but a little too close for caution. I mean, a little too close for comfort. You need to be in your safe place. Smut-Eye down the road here. It's not going to be very long till that storm will be on top of you. Smut-Eye is right there along 239. And so, by the time that storm gets out there, it's probably going to be somewhere around 11:25 or so. So that's not very, oh no, it's probably not that fast. Probably more like 11:30 or 11:35, but it's going to be there before you know it. So you don't have much time. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now from this tornado. The northern circulation in Randolph, the circulation is weakening. That's good. The Weather Service in Birmingham choosing to keep the warning going. This is the most important warning we have right now, because this is a very dangerous tornado that is on the ground now, here in northeastern Pike County, getting ready to move into southwestern Bullock County. Scott Brown, anything you can add to this right now?
Yeah, I'm continuing to watch it here. Let's see, I'm swapping back over to the KEOX radar there. Velocity couplet is still very tight right there. That debris ball is just not going anywhere at all. It continues to remain quite large. It's about to pass into that new warning that they have. Let's see, it just went over 223 there. The next, it's looking like it's going to go directly towards, is it Parodi? So that's our next big concern there. Let's see, it'll be there within the next 10, 15 minutes or so. And then after that, Midway, Mount Andrew, Comer, those areas there. So if you're in the warning here, please get to your safe space, the lowest level of your house, away from any windows or doors. This debris ball is just quite massive. Let's see, it's looking like debris is quite high in the atmosphere. Looks like around 11,000 to 12,000 feet up, according to this radar right here. So that's quite impressive. So I definitely want to be checking this one very, very seriously as it continues to move through Pike County and eventually into Bullock County there.
Yeah, very, very dangerous tornado, Scott. You're exactly right. Still well over 100% probability of a TDS right there. The TDS indication has come down slightly. Maybe that's a good sign. The storm could be cycling, though. We've seen this over and over tonight. It is crossing over the county line right now into Bullock County. It's going to come very close to the northwestern part of Barber County, be skirting that county line, especially there around Mount Andrew. And folks in Star Hill, we think it'll stay north of you, jam back. It's going to be very close or just to your north, there along Alabama 239. If it's a little bit of a right mover, folks around Mount Andrew, especially on the northern side, it could be a problem. So, we want you to be in your tornado precautions right now because you're in the polygon all the way over to Comer along US 82 up to Midway and to Three Notch. So, the Weather Service in Birmingham keeping a very close eye on this one. Boy, you can see it. It's all wrapped up right there in the Sandfield and Corinth communities. Moving to the northeast quickly, you see on each scan it jumps forward in time, getting ready to cross over County Road 8 and US 29 and the Perot community. Then it will overtake the community of Smut Eye very quickly along Alabama 239. You've got heavy rain and hail right now falling in both of those areas up to ox level. But it'll get quiet and suddenly the tornado will be upon you. But the good news is the debris signature appears to be weakening a little bit. That could be a good sign, becoming a little more diffuse. The tornado debris signature has dropped just a bit. Looks like the top of it right now is about 5,100 feet. But this is clearly now into Bullock County, getting ready to cross over US 29, and the Perot community's up next. And Scott Martin, you got any observations from the radar that you can pass along that might be helpful?
Just looking and really just pretty much status quo with what we got right now with the apparent tornado on the ground continuing to move northeast. I will say this though, Chambers and Randolph County tornado warning was just canceled. So that one that we had back up north, apparently the storm weakened and the rotation dissipated enough for them to cancel the tornado warning.
That is great news. It's still painted on my radar. Would they please take it off? I would be very happy. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning that includes a wide area now, southeastern Tallapoosa, over into western Chambers, down into almost all of Macon County at this point. Back into the eastern portions of Montgomery County, we got severe thunderstorm warnings there around Pike Road. So very strong activity now approaching the Maxwell radar, approaching Tuskegee, and beginning to rain now pretty hard in Auburn. Some very heavy rain to the west of you, but the really intense storm, the storm of the hour, and what we hope is not the storm of the night, is now moving through Bullock County. We have a PDS tornado warning right now for a large and confirmed extremely dangerous tornado there in western Bullock County at this point. You see the text of the warning right there. The good news is on my my mesoscale detection algorithm, the tornado debris signature is gone. It still has a very concerning radar signature. The storm could be cycling, but we've lost the TDS. We still have a very strong mesocyclone there. There's just on the en-route now, we see still very strong rotation. That rotation is still around 1.5 on the en-route scale, which is still significant, but it's coming down a little bit. And that's good news if you live in the Perot community. We don't want you to come out of your safe place just yet. All indications are the storm might be weakening a bit, but it's not time to let up your guard. Let it go on by. Let's just count ourselves lucky. And, maybe we won't find out that we've got significant damage. I did hear of potentially a third fatality earlier tonight. Perhaps in one of the tornadoes that we were watching, So, we won't say anything else about that till we get a little more confirmation. But we could be approaching 3 fatalities in Alabama now today from this high risk event. You see the storm there, the circulation still clearly showing on Doppler radar approaching US 29 and County Road 8 near the community of Perot. We're watching it very closely, keeping our fingers crossed that it continues to weaken just a bit. Perhaps the tornado will lift and pass over without causing any damage in these communities. It'll be moving on to the northeast up toward Smut Eye along Alabama 239. Then Ox Level and Pine Grove will be up next. Eventually, the community of Midway. Hopefully, we'll keep it out of Barber County. But it's going to be right on the county line there, so it'll be a close call. We'll have to continue to watch it very closely. What else? Any other news that we've got? Some counties clear from the tornado watch. Good news for our friends back to the west. Chilton County, Cherokee, Talladega, Calhoun, and Dallas have been removed from the tornado watch. You can safely go to bed, get some shut eye, and have some restful dreams. We've got flash flood warnings continuing in southern part of the Birmingham metro area there for a good bit of Shelby County. But the good news is most of the heavy rain is moving out of those counties at this point. So what else do we have? George Flesher, Jefferson from Shelby County 911. Sent over some damage maybe to the weather service. We can't see it. But that might mean that there has been some damage there in Troy. You see the flashing tornado warning there, Barber and Bullock. More for Bullock than Barber, but it's right on the county line, folks. So we got to take this one, pretty seriously. It's going to be right there, especially when it gets up in the Mount Andrew community. It's going to be pretty close right there. So strong rotation there. Scott Brown, anything about the signature that stands out to you?
Yeah, so it does look like that circulation has weakened a bit from earlier. Correlation coefficient, there's potentially still a little bit of debris there, but definitely nothing like we had been seeing. Looks like they just might have adjusted the warning box there just a little bit to clean it up some, but it's continuing to look better. The newest scan of correlation coefficient definitely looks a whole lot better than it did just a few minutes ago. Storm relative velocity, that couplet, it's still there and it could still redevelop, but it looks like it is weakening, especially on reflectivity. That heavier precipitations is starting to wrap in possibly to the updraft there, which that would be the most fortunate case. It would kind of kill off that system, but right now it's still an officially confirmed tornado, so we still need everyone within this polygon to take shelter, as it could produce a tornado at any point. So we need to keep a close eye on that. That's the only tornado warning in the state of Alabama right now, and even only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is going to be canceled soon. So we're really looking at just 2 areas of concern, and they're both right here together in eastern central Alabama. The tornado warning, obviously, for portions of Bullock and Barber counties, and this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Lee, Macon, Tallapoosa, and Chambers counties. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:15 this Sunday morning, and the tornado warning also goes until 12:15 as well. So we've got about 45 minutes worth of active warnings left, and that doesn't include the flash flood warnings that we have to our north. We've got two kind of in central Alabama, and then two up in northern Alabama, just because we've gotten so much rain so quickly. A lot of reports of roadways flooding in those areas, which prompted those flash flood warnings. But this tornado warning here for Bullock and Barber County, the newest velocity scan looks like it maybe it's trying to tighten up a little bit more. Still nothing concerning on our correlation coefficient, but the velocity is starting to look a little bit more suspicious. Hopefully it does not strengthen anymore. Hopefully it continues the trend of weakening that we've been seeing the last couple of minutes. But the next area of concern is going to be areas near Mount Andrew and Midway. Let's see, the intersection of 51 and, well, that road's not populating. Just Highway 51 there between Mount Andrew and Midway is really going to be where it's going to pass through right there.
Yeah, this is our storm of the hour right now, in east central Alabama. It's kind of the northwest of Eufaula, and
May have a little bit of good news on that.
Okay, Scott, give me some good
So
news.
they just updated the warning, and they have now put it back to a radar indicated rotation and no PDS and no observed on it.
That's fantastic. We'll take that. Still a dangerous storm. We've seen tonight they're capable of spinning up quickly, but hopefully this one's done its business for a little while, and we'll continue to get it to weaken just a bit. We've got about 40 minutes left on that tornado warning. It goes until 12:15. No, is that right? Yeah, it goes until 12:15 for that warning there for Bullock and the very northern part of Barber County. It does not include the beautiful community of Eufaula. It's well to the northwest of that along US 82. And kind of going back, looking, that's the most dangerous storm in the state right now for sure. The parameters are just the best, and even though they've come down just a bit, that's still the best storm. Y'all, yeah, that storm, that complex of storms producing nearly 90 flashes of lightning per minute, so quite a lightning show down there. It's got some small hail, probably producing some strong wind gusts, and it's obviously produced a potentially significant tornado, maybe EF2, there in Pike and Bullock counties in east central Alabama. We've got the one tornado warning there. We've got this significant severe thunderstorm warning that includes a good bit of Macon. The Auburn area is now under severe thunderstorm warning. Dr. Lance King, they're staying tonight. The big, beautiful Auburn Hotel. They had a fabulous letter that had exactly what to do if there was a tornado warning, and I applaud them. Every hotel in America should have to do that. We've been doing it for years and years and years because your guests just don't know. They don't know what county they're in. They don't know what channel to turn to. And, they just don't know what to do. And it was beautifully written. He sent me a copy of that, and I was happy to see that. That's a great hotel. It's the students in the hospitality program at Auburn, which is one of the up and coming programs in the United States, staff that hotel. And we've got strong storms coming into the Auburn area in the next 45 minutes here. Approaching two of my favorite towns, Notasulga and Lochapoka. Great towns just to the west of Auburn. You see your tornado warning there. You see your severe thunderstorm warning that includes Lee County, includes Macon County, includes the southeastern part of Tallapoosa County. That are in this severe thunderstorm warning, includes the very far southwestern part of Chambers County as well. But the strong storms are Cruising up 85 right now. They're moving through the Tuskegee area, passing along US 29 and Alabama 81. They're at exit 38. They'll make that quick 20-mile run up there to Auburn pretty fast and be in the Auburn-Opelika area here in the next 25 or 30 minutes or so. But hopefully we'll be able to clear some more counties back to the west pretty soon. You'd have to think that from the tornado watch, we'll start to be able to clear, probably certainly Autauga and Lowndes counties are probably going to come out here pretty soon. I would think Elmore and Montgomery are going to be candidates to be removed. Coosa, you're probably coming out here pretty soon. Clay may take a little bit longer. Randolph, we've recently had a tornado warning in that area, so it may take a little bit longer. The storms are now pushing east of I-65. They're in Butler County near Evergreen. In Conecuh County, they're now pushing to the east of Evergreen. And then in Escambia County, they're east of Atmore. They're coming into the Bruton area. They've kind of flared up right there. That storm's starting to get a little bit of structure on it. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for Escambia County, but that storm starting to look a little bit better as it rolls along US 29, US 31 there, about where it splits, going up to Castleberry and over to Andalusia there in South Alabama. So busy night, busy day. We may have as many as 2 or 3 fatalities in Alabama, potentially 12, 13 tornadoes. It's going to be another day of surveying. We've got this one tornado warning here. It's got about another 37 minutes on it. But it includes parts of Bullock, parts of Barber County in east central Alabama, the community of Midway. Really, that area is where we're most concerned. From Smudeye to Pickett to Ox Level to Pine Grove, the Midway down to Mount Andrew. You can see that surge right there. We don't have quite as much of an MCS look, but we've got a good bit of a surge, so probably some strong winds coming through the Smudeye area right now, and we could see a little bit of a spin-up tornado there around Pickett, potentially south of Pine Grove. We'll watch that very closely. Not seeing anything on the debris signature that gives us any big concern right now. But there is a good bit of rotation right there on the Barber-Bullock County line, just to the northwest of Mount Andrews. Mount Andrew, that's going to pass near or just south of Midway. And as we've seen all night, it doesn't take very much for those areas, of wind to pinch off and produce a tornado. It's happened all through the night as the lifted condensation levels have come down. Storms are able to connect better, and we've been able to produce tornadoes. So again, there's the storm relative velocity not showing anything terribly concerning. We definitely have a couplet there right on the Barber-Bullock County line, just northwest of Mount Andrew. But, not anything that looks terribly crazy. One of our friends in Midway and along, what is that, Alabama 51, to be in your safe shelter as the storm continues to roll your way. The parameters are still pretty high, producing a lot of lightning. The shear is coming down, but it's still extremely high. And certainly the instability is significant. This storm is putting down a ton of rain. Precipitable water values, I'd have to check, but I bet they're up there as we are here at 11:41 tonight, Central Time. Many thanks to Scott Martin for putting that clock on our display today. Scott, that looks like $1 million. Thank you for that.
My pleasure.
And many thanks to you and the entire team here who put this all together. I know it was a bit of a rocky start today, trying to get 6 or 7 people all communicating at the same time, but we figured it out. We had a great time with one of our heroes, John Gordon, who is just one of the greatest people in meteorology. He's just recently retired after a storied career with the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Hunters. And this man has made more careers. He got me more involved in the National Weather Association than I probably would have ever been. Made me get on a committee, made me get involved. I became vice president of that organization, literally because he made me believe that I could do it. And I tell you, he's an outstanding individual. You see, flashing tonight, there's our tornado warning. That's our one storm superimposed on this storm's total precipitation here. You see those heavy rainfall amounts. You see those big supercells, those big complexes of storms. They're the ones that put down the really heavy rain. But that storm right there, lots of lightning showing up in southwestern Bullock County. It's going to be moving into Barber County. The concern is there that surge of wind moving through Ox Level and Pine Grove, approaching Alabama 51, north of Mount Andrew up to Midway. Folks in that area, you need to be hunkered down. In your tornado precautions. You're in a tornado warning polygon, as James always tells us. You respect the polygon. The Weather Service puts these things out there. I think we just blew up Radar Omega. Put another quarter in it.
Oh, wow.
What did it say? We cannot receive Radar Omega anymore. It said we probably allowed. We've gotten all the data we're allowed, Scott Martin.
That is crazy.
That's okay. We have redundant ways to receive warnings. We have redundant ways to get radar data.
That's right.
We still, our mesocyclone is there still. It's starting to get a little more shape to it. The inroad is not crazy, but it's still holding about 1.5 there to the southwest of Midway. So we're going to continue to watch this. It's riding along the the county line there between Bullock and Barber, getting ready to approach. Very soon it'll be approaching US 82 there between Midway and Comer. I want you to still be in your safe place. The rotation is not especially intense. We don't have any debris signatures at this point, but we do see rotation for sure. We're keeping an eye on this from the Fort Rucker radar, located there. What's the name of the fort now, Scott? I'm supposed to say
Fort Novosel.
Okay.
Novosel.
Sounds like a diabetes drug.
Yeah, it does.
Sounds like something we'd be running a commercial for on ABC 3340. But all kidding aside, that radar is very valuable to us in southeast Alabama. There's your tornado warning polygon. We must have put another quarter back in the radar, and it's spinning again there. But we have a tornado warning for that storm that's approaching Midway. There in Bullock County, Mount Andrews just across the border there in Barber County. But fortunately staying well to the north of Clayton, well to the north of Eufaula. If it holds together, and continues to push off to the northeast, it could end up, the storm could end up in Russell County. But we don't know whether that'll be a problem or not before it crosses over the border into Georgia. Could get up there though. We'll have to kind of keep a close eye on it. Just make sure it stays well behaved before it gets to into Russell County and Fort Mitchell and that area along US 431. Then hopefully we'll be able to say goodnight to it. My mesoscale or my mesocyclone detection algorithm still holding at about 1.1. It had peaked tonight about 1.6 before it tipped over to a TDS. And fortunately, that TDS signature is gone. We continue to have severe thunderstorm warnings now all of Chambers County, southeastern Tallapoosa County, now all of Lee County, northern Russell, and the northern part of Macon County. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. This new warning goes all the way to the Georgia border. It's in effect until 12:45 tonight. And that's for that strong line of thunderstorms that's showing up on the radar now. It's in the western part of Chambers County. It's approaching the town of Lafayette. It's getting really close now to Auburn. It's moving into the Auburn area. It'll be moving through Opelika. It's right over Lochapoka. Very, very heavy rain between exit 38 and exit 51 there on I-85. We've got very heavy rain continuing across southern Macon County, where that severe thunderstorm warning continues in effect, and then we move down into Bullock County. Some heavy rain in the Union Springs area, but that storm is not severe. You go a little further south, though, they're down US 82 to near Midway, and that storm is severe. We do have a tornado warning on it, and we've been talking about it for the past 35, 40 minutes or so. Fortunately, nothing really indicating anything new. Perhaps it's trying to rotate, wrap back up into a little MCS look. That kind of concerns me. Seems to me like Scott Brown, it might be trying to get its act together again. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. It's starting to look a little bit more suspicious there as it's crossing through Midway and 82 there. Continuing to watch it pretty closely. Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient though, which is good. But yeah, it looks like we're it's strengthening just a little bit, and it almost looks like that area is going to go north of the polygon there. They may need to, if they decide to continue this warning, they may need to draw it a little further north. My new scan that just came out though makes it look a little bit better, honestly. Not very concerned about it being like a strong system or anything. It is still a tornado warning though, so anyone within that polygon should be sheltering right now. But in terms of something on the ground or a strong tornado, I'm not very confident in anything like that. National Weather Service Birmingham says they are continuing to watch it, but they don't have any plans at the moment to issue a downstream warning in Russell County. So that's good news, but we do just have to keep in mind that things can change in an instant, and if this storm does start to strengthen and become much more organized, then a downstream warning will be needed down in Russell County and parts of Barber County there.
Yeah, definitely. Our strongest storms of the hour now extend from eastern Pike County east of Troy along US 29 into western Barber County up into Bullock County. This is where we have our tornado warning. The Weather Service in Birmingham, as Scott said, not planning on issuing an upstream tornado warning. I guess a downstream tornado warning into Russell County. They already have that little tiny slice of northwestern Barber County covered there. But, you still got a mesocyclone there. We've got the broad sweep of a big MCS, it looks like. Certainly a big push of wind coming into, it's now through the Midway area, pushing through the northern part of Bullock County. And that is going to be swinging up into Russell County and clipping the northwestern part of Barber County there along US 29. From the Comer area, I'm sorry, that's US 82, from the Comer area back up into Bullock County. So decent rotation there. but not anything on debris signature that looks very, very concerning. Tons of heavy rain. I'll have to go back and look at some precipitable water values for this time of year, but I keep seeing consistently 1.9 to 2 inches of precipitable water. And
here and go back to the single screen and go back to the MRMS radar here. All right, so pretty much for all of the state west of a line, say from Fort Payne to Gadsden to Goodwater to Montgomery to Greenville to Evergreen and down to Bruton and Atmore. If you're west of that line, the threat for severe weather is over for you tonight, and you'll be able to have a great rest of the night to sleep and all the way through Sunday morning until your alarm clock goes off. Now, I do notice back to the west over northern Mississippi, there are some wraparound showers that have formed and are moving across that portion of the state. And going back up into northeastern Arkansas, there are also a few more showers, some with a little bit heavier precipitation rates just to the west and northwest of Memphis. But really, looking at the storms that are pushing through the eastern parts of the state and moving over into Georgia, the group of showers and storms that are up here just to the east of Anniston and Oxford on I-20 and heading south or moving to the south through Ranburne and approaching Woodland and then Ava and Wadley. While these are heavy rain producers, these do not look to be causing any other issues than that. Of course, you know, we still have our severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for western Lee and eastern Macon and southwestern Chambers counties for this line of storms that's moving through now, and also the downstream severe thunderstorm warning for central Chambers, for Lee and northern Russell counties for that approaching line of storms. And of course, you know, we have our tornado warning down here for portions of southeastern Bullock and northwestern Barber counties. That tornado warning will be coming to an end. Let's see. I'm trying to see, where's it? Oh, yeah. We still have about 20 minutes left on this warning. So still everybody in the path of this cell should you know, take cover now in the move to a basement or interior room of the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid windows if all possible. Of course, if you're outdoors or in a manufactured home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Locations in the path of this cell are Comer and Midway. And like I said, this has about 20 minutes left before it expires. And going back to my single site radar for this cell, let me pick the radar site. It looks like that, yeah, I mean, other than the Boeing segment that's moving through the center of the polygon now, it pretty much looks like the tornado threat has really decreased with this cell, and they probably will not issue a downstream tornado warning for this cell. Matter of fact, I think they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Russell and Barber counties downstream instead of a tornado warning. And I'll go ahead and read that off for you. National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Barber County in southeastern Alabama and Russell County in southeastern Alabama. And this warning is set to expire at 1 a.m. At 11:55, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Garyton to 6 miles northwest of Spring Hill to near Midway, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And the locations that can be impacted by this cell or by this storm includes Hawkinsville, Russell County Sports Complex, Spring Hill, Batesville, Seal, Hurtsboro, Comer, Twin Springs, Rutherford, Hatchachubby, Uchee Creek, Fort Mitchell, and Fort Mitchell Activity Center. So, Bill, if you're ready, you can take it back away.
Yeah, that's a great recap. Thank you, Scott. That kind of seals that deal. That doesn't mean that we couldn't get a tornado still out of that. We have a tornado watch in effect, and obviously we've had several storms tonight quickly ramp up to produce tornado damage. But that's good news that the Weather Service choosing to go severe thunderstorm warning with that instead of another tornado warning. That is certainly the most significant storm in the state. It has the highest probabilities of being severe. All of that activity there from western Russell County back through Bullock into northern Barber County is far and away well, not far and away, but certainly the highest, most dangerous storms in Alabama. All this activity back to the southwest, really through Crenshaw, through Coffee, back into Covington and Escambia and Connecticut counties is much, much weaker, with much lower probabilities of becoming severe. So I don't think we have as much to worry about with that. To the north, we got the line along I-85.
Hey, we just got a new tornado warning issued from
There
Chambers
you go.
County.
Right after we said that, I was just about to come up into Chambers County because that's the second most dangerous storms, and it's just populated here. This is really the second most dangerous storm. We've got this little signature right here, along I-85. This is luckily we got it through the Auburn area. It's passing through Opelika right now. The most dangerous part of the storm is to the southwest of Valley here. We've got just a bit of another one of these. You can see that surge of wind coming into the backside, and that's producing that MCS type effect there, that little comma head. We've seen it many times tonight. So the community of Cusetta, right there, up to Hughley, communities up to Lynette there along I-85. We want you to be in your safe places right now. The storm is going to be approaching the community of Hughley here about midnight, about 12:08 tonight. It should be into the Lynette and West Point areas tonight about 12:12. So it's going to be really on top of Cusetta right now. So if you're on I-85 from exit 70 on up, we want you to hurry up and get on out of the way. Pull off at the nearest exit and go in a convenience store that's open, but don't waste time. The storm racing to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So, you can get out ahead of it, but you can't dawdle. And we don't want you, if you're coming down I-85 from the Atlanta area, we don't want you to to come past LaGrange, pull off and wait out this storm. So yeah, we just all night long, we've got all of this convection over the state. I was just looking at that and saying, this is not the strongest set of storms in the state, but it certainly is pretty powerful, and it had a fairly high probability, still about 65 to 70% of being severe, still producing about 20 flashes of lightning. The effective shear is still through the roof, so's the helicity, and the CAPE is not anything to laugh at. 500 to 800 joules of CAPE, in a low CAPE, high shear environment, can win every time, and we're seeing it over and over tonight. These small spin up tornadoes. So here it is. We're watching the debris signature. Probably I should be coming from the Maxwell radar. Scott Martin, you think that's the best choice for us?
Yes,
Okay,
I believe
yeah,
it is.
we're right on top of the Maxwell radar, so I'd say yes. That's pretty good idea. So zooming in on it, and that's what our director, he's always 2 steps ahead of me, is already on. Here comes the scan. You must have put in an extra quarter on the radar Omega for that scan there. But the areas there along County Road 83, approaching Alabama 50. It's coming out of the Boyd's community now, out of Liberty's Crossroads, but along 83 there down to Cusetta. This is our biggest concern up toward Hughley and Nelson. These areas down Alabama 50, coming over from Lafayette to West Point and Lynette. This is what we're going to be watching. It's that couplet right there. That's where we could get a little bit of a spin up.
We now have a
TDS. Yeah, TDS. Let's go check that out. Wow. Yeah, there it is. Clear as day, just north of I-85, just to the northwest of exit 70. This is going to be to the west of Valley, to the south of Lafayette, in Chambers County. There it is, clear as a bell, north of the community of Tuckersburg. It's approaching County Road 83 right now, northwest of Cusetta, west of Boyd's, or I'm sorry, east of Boyd's, east of Liberty Crossroads. This is going to be moving up, passing near and just north of the town of Cusetta, crossing over the road there on County Road 83. Next place that it'll cross will be Alabama 50. And this storm is heading right for West Point and Lynette. Let's don't repeat any of this same stuff we've had happen several times tonight. That TDS is growing. The probability of a TDS, I'm sure, is at the top of the chart. Not quite at the top of the chart yet. Maybe it just was a quick spin up. Yeah, it actually was higher sooner or higher earlier. Scott Brown, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it is. See, right, my latest scan, the probability, yeah, around 70% or so. But the scan before that, it did have 100% there. Let's see. Looking at the CC here, we had a scan where we had the initial scan, and now the latest scan actually looks a little bit better than the first one. It's a little bit bigger of an area, but it's not as low of a percentage of the CC. But this is definitely a dangerous tornado on the ground right now, passing just north of Cusetta, headed towards Lynette. Eventually, this warning is active for another 25 minutes. I have a feeling that this tornado will be approaching the Alabama and Georgia state line here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And then it will cross over into Georgia, into Gabbettville, and eventually to LaGrange. But it does look like that TDS is a little bit bigger in size, but not nearly as strong as it was initially. Even, let's see, storm relative velocity, we still have a couplet there, but it's not as impressive as it was just a few scans ago. So that's good news. Hopefully it was just a brief little spin up there, and then it's not going to last too much longer. But this is still an official radar confirmed tornado. So if you're in this polygon, you need to be sheltering right now and doing so until it fully passes over you and the warning is allowed to expire here in about 23 minutes. So definitely keeping an eye on that. It looks like this is now our only tornado warning. The other one down to the south was allowed to expire. So that's good news there. But continuing to watch this here in Chambers County, the National Weather Service noting that the circulation may be weakening, but definitely going to keep an eye on it. all the way up until it gets out of their county warning area, which it's very rapidly moving. Probably within the next 15 minutes, it'll be knocking on the door of Georgia there and Gabbettville. Um, but good news is that it does appear to have just been a quick spin up there, and it's not as strong as it was, but it could spin up again and produce a tornado once again. No longer really seeing a debris signature there. Maybe just hints of what debris was in the atmosphere, but nothing major there. And yes, this tornado warning is within a larger area that is marked off with a severe thunderstorm warning that's with the considerable tag there. This is our last area of concern, really, except, yeah. So just right here in Russell, Lee, and Chambers County, right here is where we're concerned with at the moment. Now, I am watching an area that is just to the west of Clayton. This isn't in a warning, but it's starting to look a little suspicious on velocity. So I'm going to keep my eye there just to so nothing sneaks up on us. Same thing as in Russell County. Maybe starting to see some that cell right there trying to rotate. Again, no tornado warning or anything there. Just something I'm pointing out that I'm keeping my eye on for the next little bit. But that circulation in Chambers County, where we have the tornado warning, does not appear to be nearly as strong as it was earlier. Very broad rotation. Nothing in terms of debris that's too concerning. Maybe a tiny area, but let's see, I think that may be an old scan. Yeah. But this is rapidly approaching the state line there, probably about 10-15 minutes away as it moves into Georgia and out of our area. So we'll continue to watch that. We're in the home stretch here. We've almost got these storms out of our area. Down to the south, we're not seeing anything we're not seeing anything severe right now. That doesn't mean that it won't become severe later on, but at the moment, nothing that we're too concerned with down to our south in counties like Covington County, Coffee, Dale, Pike, Crenshaw, and Butler. We'll continue to watch those though, just to make sure they aren't going to do anything there. But they did just allow this tornado warning to be downgraded to the base level radar indicated. So it's no longer a confirmed tornado. So that's great news. They are going to continue monitoring just to make sure it doesn't spin back up. But Hunter Robinson at the NWS there in Birmingham saying that it looks like the tornado has dissipated in Chambers. So great to hear that. And it is almost out of Chambers County there, headed into, let's see, Trope County, Georgia.
That is fantastic news. We will take it. Just before midnight, about 15 minutes ago, the National Weather Service in Birmingham canceled a tornado watch for Clay, Coosa, Lowndes, Elmore, Montgomery, and Autauga. You can see the effects of that there on our radar. Now the watch does continue, as you can see there, for Claiborne, for Clay and Randolph, for Tallapoosa, and Chambers, as well as Macon and Lee. Bullock and Barber continue as well as Randolph in East Alabama, southeastern Alabama. The counties, the Tallahassee warning area are there, and back to the west, Escambia, Conecuh counties in Alabama, the Butler County, and then some of the counties there in South Alabama, like Covington and Crenshaw, Pike and Coffee, Geneva, uh, Houston, Henry, Dale, and Pike and Barber continue to be in the tornado watch, as well as the counties in Northwest Florida. So that continues until 4 a.m. But you can see the big picture back in the lower left-hand box here. Our current watches and warnings. We've got flash flood warnings. They've all been allowed to expire for the Tennessee Valley counties. The big flash flood warning that was in effect, or that is in effect, there for areas south of the Birmingham Metro continues. We've got a flash flood warning that continues from the Anniston area, generally down along US 431 in eastern Alabama. But you can see the heavy rain has moved out of the warning south of Birmingham, and is beginning to move out of the eastern warning as well. So hopefully we'll get through the night without many more flash flood warnings. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings there in the eastern part of the state, the Georgia border counties, and we have that one tornado warning that continues right now. But it's pushing into the eastern portion of Chambers County, moving into the Lynette and Valley areas. It's about the time I thought it would be there. You got a good bit of lightning. The rotation is not quite as distinct as it was. The parameters are still very high, though. In this activity over here on the eastern side of the state, the Chambers County stuff has come down a lot. But the eastern part of Lee County, down into Russell, down into Bullock, and moving into Barber, it's still been consistently high. It's got very heavy rain, some small hail, different places, some surges of wind, and we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue in effect, as you know, right now for northern Barber and for Russell, that southern warning. Then for Russell and for Lee, the line there is moving east very quickly at about 55, 60 miles an hour. And we've got our tornado warning that still has about 15 minutes remaining. But hopefully we'll get that on out of Alabama. It's really now into the very far eastern and southeastern part of Chambers County, really from about exit 70 on US 85 up to the Georgia border. There, all the commercial areas along I-85 at the exit there between Valley and Lynette, near the Kia plant. Lots going on there. Heavy rain and gusty winds and hail. And you're in a tornado warning, so I want you to be in your safe place right now for the next 15 minutes until we get this severe storm. And as Scott Brown pointed out, or maybe it was Scott Martin, I can't remember who was pointing out, we got some wraparound showers on the backside back there in northern Mississippi occurring tonight from the Oxford area over to Tupelo. And that activity will eventually find its way probably into northwest Alabama overnight tonight, but we'll see diminishing rain chances as we head toward morning. So you see kind of the big picture here coming from the Maxwell radar. We've got lots of rain over South Alabama there along US 84 from the really east of Evergreen over through Andalusia and Enterprise over to Dothan, back up US 231 to the Ozark area. Very heavy rain there, in Barber County. Very heavy rain in Bullock County, heavy rain moving into the Columbus, Georgia area. Now the heaviest rain is now east of Auburn, east of Opelika, and getting ready to move out of the eastern portion of Lee County. We've got our one tornado warning there straddling the northern side of I-85 from Valley and Lynette. up into the eastern part of Chambers County. So hopefully that, that could that be the last warning of the night? I don't know. We really can't say that until we get the watch out of here. Certainly we've got a lot of lightning showing up there in Bullock and Barber counties. We've got, a strong gradient of wind right in that area. Can't rule out that, something could develop in that area, but nothing, nothing that we're real concerned about right now. Nothing in our National Weather Service chat at this point. They continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Russell and Barber. They continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Lee, and Russell at this point. And so they can clear a few more counties. Right now, our friend Rich Thomas, who was the guest on Weather Brains this week on a great show. Rich was a lot of fun. It really turned into a James Band Admiration Society, but beyond that, it was a fun show. Rich had a lot of fun with it. It was really fun trying to get him on Zoom, and at one point. He had two different Zoom windows running, and we couldn't ever figure out which mic was working and which wasn't. And he was talking in the middle of the show while James was running the show. So the show title became "I'm muting as fast as I can," because as fast as James would mute him, he would unmute himself. But once we got all that figured out, Rich was a great guest, and he just commented in there. That Weather Service Birmingham tonight has done a stellar job, and Rich, we second that motion. Rich, of course, longtime meteorologist in the Montgomery area, and I didn't realize a lot of his history. He's been around a long, long time, and still going strong in the Montgomery market. The Weather Service in Birmingham now canceling the tornado watch for Chambers. No, I'm sorry, the tornado warning for Chambers. That's good news. That's our last tornado warning for right now. The tornado warning for Chambers County has been canceled. The tornado watch that is in effect until 4 a.m. has now been canceled for Tallapoosa, Claiborne, Macon, and Randolph. So a few more counties coming off. They have not depopulated from our map, but they will take themselves off here in just a moment. So Tallapoosa, Claiborne, Macon, and Randolph, you get the rest of the night off for sure. The tornado watch in the Birmingham County warning area continues for Chambers, Lee, Bullock, Russell, Pike, and Barber, as well as a few counties in the Mobile area and a few counties in the southeastern portion of the southeastern portion of Alabama, which is managed by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. But the event continues to wind down. We're probably going to end up finding out that we've got 13, 14, 15 tornadoes that have occurred today. We hear that there might be as many as 3 fatalities, and of course that number could go up. So it's been a bad day. Certainly, maybe not as bad as some people, interpreted from the high risk that it might be. But, there'll be people who criticize, the weather community for overhyping and blah, blah, blah. But, we didn't say it was going to be a historic day. We said it, could potentially be a bad day. And when you see those kind of numbers, you have to, take it very, very seriously. And sometimes you just have to say, hey, we caught a lucky break. But you can see here, counting it, that's 8, 10, 12, 13 potential tracks that the Weather Service in Birmingham is already. Is that right? Or am I missing? Did I miss a couple? 13, unlucky 13 tonight across Alabama. We know that we've got damage certainly in Chilton County around Maplesville. We've got damage in Shelby County around Kera. We got damage in Hale County down around New Bern, up in Walker County around Sipsy. Gordo had some of the most significant damage of the day. That was after an earlier tornado along 82 there near Elrod in western Tuscaloosa County. So it's been an extremely active day for sure. And the last time that we had a high risk in Alabama was on March 25th, 2021, and on that day we had 10 tornadoes. And so, today may outproduce that. We had three tornadoes that day, and I don't know, if we'll surpass or even equal that today. And hopefully we won't equal the number of fatalities. We had 6 fatalities back on March 25th, 2021. Here's the big picture, though. Now those counties have taken themselves out of the mix. We've still got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues now for the very eastern portions of Alabama there. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Barber and Russell counties there in east central Alabama. That warning continues until 1 a.m. Central Time tonight. That was just issued about 15 minutes ago by the National Weather Service in Birmingham. That's Barber and Russell counties, kind of to the south there. The warning that we've got in effect, I guess, what have we got? That we've got northern Russell, eastern Lee, and southeastern Chambers is our other warning. That would be that warning right there. It goes until 12:45, but I think we're probably gonna have that activity out of those counties potentially before that. So I think this Russell and Barber County warning will be the one that'll be with us a while, because that activity is still going strong tonight. It is not showing any signs of weakening, still producing a tremendous amount of lightning, and still remains very dangerous. So, even though we don't have a tornado warning, we want you to be very vigilant. We don't see any radar signatures right now that concern us immensely. This is southwest of Columbus, Georgia. There might be a little bit of a comma head trying to develop right there, maybe just south of US 80, coming up US 431 or down US 431 into the Columbus, Georgia area. So we'll kind of keep a close eye on that. It's trying to get a little bit of an inflow notch there, but it's not going to take us long to get that across the border into Georgia. This activity moving to the east-northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So double nickels, just push it on up US 431, get it on into Columbus and over into Georgia. We don't wish them any ill harm. We just hope it goes ahead and slowly weakens through the night and gets over with pretty quickly. I want to thank the folks at the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. They stood in valiantly for our friends at the National Weather Service in Birmingham tonight when they were under the gun. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning further to the southeast there. No, that's my same warning. I'm sorry. I thought I had a new warning, but I did see a little bit of a spin there that kind of concerned me. What was I looking at? Yeah, that's still that same activity we've really been talking about. Maybe right there. Is that a different warning? No, is that the same? That's still the same one. Yeah, till 1 a.m. for Barber and Russell. A little bit of rotation there west of Spring Hill, north of Comer. Not anything really spectacular that makes us worry too much for sure. But something to keep an eye on for sure as it continues east. Scott Brown, what you see? 1226 here as we continue to watch these storms as they push through east central, now southeast Alabama.
Yeah, we're getting really close to getting these storms out of our area here. Like you said, we've got the two active severe thunderstorm warnings in Alabama, and then a bigger warning over across the state line in Georgia. Not seeing a whole lot of severe threat down to our south. Not to say that we won't have any severe weather come out of those cells down there, but right now, nothing severe, just heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning there. And our severe thunderstorm in Russell County here. The main concern with this part is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Hail is not really a big concern here, and we're not seeing any well-defined areas of rotation here, so that's great news. And then up north, that severe thunderstorm warning that has the considerable tag, that's 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but again, not really concerned about hail here, and not seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation, at least on the Alabama side. Um, I'm sure that that considerable warning is going to be trimmed, if not allowed to expire shortly. It's got 16 minutes left. I'm sure it's going to at least be trimmed before then. But it looks like the National Weather Service is watching Dale County for tornado potential. So let me look at that. I see what they're talking about there. Nice little couplet potentially. They just went severe thunderstorm warning with that. That's going to last until 2 a.m. Let's see, but I do see where they were talking about maybe some rotation there, right near a Araton. But this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2 a.m. Like I said, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the main concern here. These storms are moving east at 55 miles an hour. Let's see. And again, hail's not a concern here. That's kind of been the story tonight. We had a couple of storms where we were concerned about hail, but now that's not a big concern. We're mainly just focused on the wind gusts of up to 60, 70 mile an hours. So we'll continue to watch Coffee and Dale County here as they are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour and a half. And then continuing, of course, to watch Russell County there for the remainder of that warning that expires at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was just watching that storm in northwestern Dale County because it had ramped up pretty quickly, and it's pushing into southwestern Barber County now. Weather Service in Birmingham obviously concerned about Barber County because that's their county warning area. Dale County is part of the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. That is very close to the Fort Notasulga radar, whatever Scott says I'm supposed to call it. Fort Novacell, the new diabetes miracle drug. But it's moving to the northeast and will affect Barber County here shortly. So watching that very closely. That couplet's about to move up into there now. But that thunderstorm activity has ramped up substantially. And, just you can't ever count this stuff out. It just keeps on coming. Like so many events that have happened in Alabama weather history for sure. But you see that rotation crossing the county line there now from Dale County into Barber County, passing near and south of the town of Cleo. Be rotating up to near just east of Clayton, perhaps over to near Eufaula. Eventually passing over to US 82. severe thunderstorm warning continues. Let's see, yeah, for Lee and Russell. Chambers has been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. So that if that is true, that is true, and it's good news. It's just a tiny part that's left of Lee and Russell, left of Lee. There's of course a big part of Russell and a big part of Barber that still have a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. But the good news is those really strong those strong storms through Russell and Barber into eastern Bullock have come down just a shade in the last few minutes. So that's good news. Perhaps that's a beginning trend of some weakening that we can hang our hat on as we go through time. Some of the statistics on those storms have come down. The lightning rate's coming down a bit, and hopefully that trend will continue. Looks like that Coffee County storm is beginning to ramp up a bit again. So, something's going on there in those southern Alabama counties. So, hey, maybe a long night. We probably will not track those storms all the way into the Tallahassee area, into the Tallahassee County warning area. We'll kind of keep an eye on this storm here, Barber, moving into Russell. And go from there. Scott Martin, you still hanging in there? How are things over at the Martin household?
It's pretty quiet. Everybody else in the house is asleep. I'm the only one that's still up and a cranking.
Yeah, that's so often our story. That surge of wind from the Ayrton area, Scott Brown was saying, across the county line now, surging up toward Alabama 10, right there, the Clio area. You have to watch that area very carefully. Approaching Louisville, National Weather, the radio transmitter is there in Louisville. And is it Louisville? I can't remember how we say it. Is it Louisville or Louisville?
I think it's Louisville. Isn't that?
I think that's right, Scott.
Because isn't this the town that has the PBS channel? I mean, APT channel?
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
that's exactly
Louisville.
Right. I think you're right. I spent my childhood growing up hearing that on those on the sign-offs, and I should know that.
What was it? WPIQ or something like that?
That sounds right. Alabama had, I think, the first educational television network in the country, if I'm not wrong, and still a treasure. But going across Alabama 10 right there now between Clio and Blue Springs, that surge right there is a little bit worrisome, and we'll continue to watch it. That area is under a severe thunderstorm warning. No, it's not. Actually, the Weather Service in Birmingham is responsible for that area, and I don't think they've claimed a warning for that. No, they haven't. But Dale County and Coffee County, just to the south, are in a severe thunderstorm warning. So, I thought maybe Weather Service Birmingham might pull the trigger on that, but so far they haven't. That's good news. And they do a great job down there. They balance, letting you know that there's something there, their probability detection scores, they maintain those while keeping their false alarm ratios as low as they can. And we greatly, greatly appreciate their efforts, especially on these nights like this where, this really could turn into a game of whack-a-mole, but you see the skill they exhibit tonight. We've seen it over and over. They just have a skill for it, and it's because they get behind the science. John DeBlock, Kevin Laws, that entire team out there, they make a difference, and people of Central Alabama appreciate it. So we see lots of heavy rain still falling across the southeastern quarter of Alabama tonight. Tornado watch gradually being cleared out. We've got one big severe thunderstorm warning there in Coffee and Dale counties. Got some of the Georgia border counties that are under severe thunderstorm warning. The activity there in Pike and Coffee seems to be growing upscale now. That's a bit of a concern. The activity that moved out of Dale into Barber seems to have weakened just a bit. That's good news. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that because the Pike County activity's got to swing through Barber. And once we get it through Barber, we might, and we get the activity out of Russell County, northern Barber there, we might be able to call it tonight and put a bow on this event. So, get the Sunday forecast package put together and hopefully get a good night's rest. Many thanks to the entire team here tonight who's stayed for the long haul. I don't know if we can actually cross over 12 hours. Is it 12 hours that we can't exceed with a YouTube live stream? Is that right?
I think that's right. I think you have to stop at 12 and then restart.
I have to put some more quarters in it. 12 hours, that's for sure. But seeing the rotation, seeing some indication of rotation trying to develop there southeast of Cleo.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Just stop. Just say no. But Lee County Emergency Management reporting multiple trees down on Shug Jordan Highway 280 in Auburn from the storms earlier. Tree down on Grand National Parkway in Opelika. So some tree damage in the Auburn area tonight. Hopefully not affecting any structures or any vehicles, or certainly not any people. But you see that surge there. Bit of a concern crossing Alabama 10 into the Tyler Crossroads area right now, heading up toward Lindsay and over toward Texasville and Louisville in southeast Alabama's Barber County. So interesting night tonight. We've been very fortunate that all the network radars have stayed up. No problems with those. That's been a good thing. All communications have stayed up, and everything has worked really well. Other than RMTP's feeds being a little persnickety, it's been a smooth operation once we figured out how to get 11 people on the on the channel at the same time. So that's been a good day for sure. Kind of looking at southeast Alabama, still a mess here. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning. Got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing right now. Northern portion of Barber up into Bullock County. We've got warnings that continue in effect right now, or into Russell County, into northern Barber County, Russell and Barber. And then we've got, that's our severe thunderstorm warning from the weather service in Birmingham. Watching a circulation down there near Blue Springs, east of Cleo. I should know how to say that. South of Louisville, near Texasville in Barber County. That circulation's starting to get a little scary. Keeping a close eye on that. The weather service in Birmingham does not have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning on that right now, though. But we want our friends generally there along Alabama 131 over toward Texasville to be paying attention to that. It's going to go up toward Baker Hill, and as was presciently predicted, I think by Hunter Robinson a little bit earlier, its thing could go toward, Hunter Robinson said it could go toward Eufaula, and he may be right before it is over with. And hopefully it won't intensify any further. But we've got now, I guess we're just down to 2 warnings in Alabama: Coffee and Dale, Barber and Russell. Boy, look at those dew points. They're in Dale County. 70-degree dew point, 73 over 70, 73 over 70. So, it's very humid air. 72 over 66 at the Dothan Airport. So, just you can really see, this moisture transport. It's just amazing. We were kind of fortunate, central Alabama, places like Birmingham.
Tornado warning.
There we go. Yeah, we've been watching it.
Tornado warning, Barber County.
We kind of called it, Scott Martin.
Yep.
because
I'm
you
getting
know that there's our meso cyclone showing up now. It's right there west of Texasville on Alabama 131, moving to the northeast. Should stay to the north of 131, passing just north of Texasville, near north of Baker Hill. It'll eventually be working its way up toward Alabama 30, passing east of Clayton there, and it's going to be moving near or just west of Eufaula. We'll have to watch that one very closely, but it's ramping up quickly. We kind of called it. The statistics are coming up. The lightning has ramped up substantially, now 37 flashes per minute. The shear is still substantial, maybe not. Maybe it's been a little too substantial in places tonight, right at 60 knots. The 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity is right at 432 meters squared per second squared, and you know that's a bunch. One reason that the storm now, it's still that mesocyclone still very strong. One reason, we've had rapid strengthening tonight, the mid-level lapse rates. This one is very strong at about 7.7 degrees Celsius per kilometer, and that's why you're really seeing these robust updrafts go up. The the most unstable Cape, they're around just below 1,400 joules per kilogram. But the reds and greens showing the outbounds and inbounds. This developing mesocyclone right here in southern Barber County, to the south of Louisville, to the west of or north of Texasville. Tornado warning continues until 1:30 a.m. This tornado indicated by radar. Some of the communities in the path of the storm include Tyler Crossroads, Hawkinsville, Miller's Ford, Guyeno, Osco, Lugo, Baker Hill, Texasville, White Oak, Lake Point Resort, State Park, Eufaula, Clio, and Clayton. So it's our next dangerous storm. No debris signature right now, but an incipient tornado could be developing. A lot of signs indicate that it is. Weather Service in Birmingham been watching it closely, pulled the trigger. If you got friends here in eastern Barber County, if you got family up toward Eufaula, you may want to give them a call. You don't, not maybe, be a hero. You want to give them a call. Let them know they need to get up. They need to pay attention to the storm. They need to be ready to move into their safe place immediately if this couplet continues to the northeast. We'll watch it very closely as it continues along its path. It's going to be approaching the Eufaula area near or right after 1 a.m. tonight, probably 1:05 or so. This gives them about 20 minutes to get oriented, get ready. It's going to be passing near the Eufaula airport around 10 minutes after 1 tonight. So this gives you time to get your act together. Make sure you have the right clothing on, that you got the right protective shoes, that you've got your helmets and everything close by. This heads up just gives you time. The mesocyclone still holding steady, not growing in intensity substantially. Perhaps a second circulation might be forming a little closer to Texasville. We'll see. We've got probably marble-sized hail reported as the updraft grows right there. It's passing to the west of Baker Hill. The storm is about 7 miles to the west of Baker Hill on this latest scan. The storm is about 9 miles to the southwest of Alabama 30, there between Clayton and Eufaula. So just to get your bearings, kind of learn where you are on the map. This is very important stuff, something that you need to know. And just gonna make sure my wind vectors are right. And yep, it just confirms even more that we've got a very dangerous storm right there tonight in southern Barber County. The en route values are not off the chart. I don't see any debris signature at this point, and the circulation, Hunter Robinson agrees, has picked up in the last couple of scans. He's been concerned about that storm for over an hour. So that message from about 7 or 8 minutes ago. He did have a bit of trivia. Scott Martin, did you see that? Tonight is the first tornado warning to include the city of Talladega since 2012.
That's amazing.
That seems almost impossible. I mean, that is truly an amazing statistic. It doesn't mean anything, but it's truly amazing. So it's just this one little blue spot in a sea of red across virtually the entire state of Alabama. So amazing the minutia you pick up in this kind of situation. Our mesocyclone is just to the north of Texasville right now. It's down here in Barber County. This is southwest of Eufaula. It's kind of stretched out now, not quite as distinct as it was. But still, these are the kind of systems tonight that have found a way in just 1 or 2 volume scans to suddenly spin up a tornado. Before you know it, you're yelling TDS. It's been kind of like a game of whack-a-mole. But the Weather Service has been one step ahead of the moles all night long and getting these warnings out. You see from the reflectivity there, very interesting there just to the north of Texasville. You can see an inflow. You can see the storm trying to get organized. It's moving toward Limesink and Oateston. It's going to be moving up toward Guyena, the road down to Baker Hill there, over toward Cotton Hill, and eventually over toward Alabama 30. It goes over to Osco. This is our 1 tornado warning right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Coffee and Dale County, but this tornado warning for Barber County is the only tornado warning in the state. We also have our severe thunderstorm warning that continues for northern Barber in the southeastern part of Bullock County, also at this hour. Southeastern part of Russell County. I keep trying to call that Bullock County, but southeastern part of Russell. We should get that on out of Alabama, hopefully here pretty soon. But really, Russell County is still socked in. And I tell you what, the storm here in Barber continues to ramp up overall. It is increasing in intensity. The lightning is very intense, and the rotation is still there. Hopefully, it's going to pass west of the city of Eufaula, but it's going to affect other communities. You can see the lightning there as it continues to the northeast and be moving up toward the Walter George Reservoir, that area up there, up near the Eufaula Airport. Maybe it misses downtown Eufaula, we hope, unless it turns to the right. No news from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. Continuing to track this storm. This is our single tornado warning in the United States right now. We still have our 2 tornado warnings, one for Barber and Russell, one for Coffee and Dale. There's one severe thunderstorm warning over in Georgia as well. But this is our main storm right now of the hour. This long stretched out polygon here across Barber County as it goes for the next 36 minutes or so until 1:30 a.m. And maybe we'll get this activity out of Alabama eventually tonight, and put our forecast package together for more and go to bed. But we've got a mesocyclone there still showing up just near north of Texasville. Got a nice little couplet right there north of Texasville along Alabama 131. It's going to be passing near just north of the town of Baker Hill. If you're in this area in southern Barber County, or if you have friends or family or relatives that are in this area, just let them know. Let's go ahead and get up and get ready, be in our safe place, let the storm pass. No sense taking a chance with it. The storms tonight have a history of producing tornado damage with very little ramp up time. 1, 2, 3 volume scans, and boom, we've got a TDS. So you have to watch these very carefully. Weather Service trimming off the backside of the warning there, giving it all clear for some of the areas behind the couplet. That's good news. Canceling, and the Weather Service just canceling Chambers and Lee from the watch. That's good news. They're along I-85, the I-85 corridor. Those are being cleared out now, and those will come off of our watch warning map shortly. We continue to trim the watch as the line of thunderstorms continues to move to the east pretty quickly. So that's good. Big picture. Everything now is in the southeastern part of Alabama. The rain is over for Montgomery, over for Selma. It's over for the I-65 corridor completely. No rain left in those areas. Light to moderate rain continues in the Auburn, Opelika areas. Light to moderate rain continues in Valley, Lynette, Columbus, Georgia. Very heavy rain moving through that area. Got a tornado warning just to the west of Eufaula. May pass just to the north of that area. Could affect the airport. We'll be watching that very closely. That's for eastern Barber County. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for parts of Barber and Russell County. Some of the other strongest storms in the state of Alabama at this hour. They're coming down, though, in intensity. I think that's the good news. Lots of heavy rain there still. I was talking earlier about the precipitable water values, and they're really high. They're really close to record levels for this time of year, really close to record levels for March, at least for Birmingham and for Jackson, Mississippi. It's just kind of what I looked at. So, definitely on the high end of moisture availability. And we've seen that with some heavy rainfall amounts. The good news is it's been a fairly progressive system, even though we've had some training of thunderstorm cells. The activity's moved on through pretty quickly. We still have about 35 minutes on that warning. There, it's a long stretched out warning. It continues for Barber County. It goes up to Highway 431. You're in the polygon. Hopefully we keep the couplet to your northwest. Let's don't take a chance. If you're in Osco or Tullis, over to Eufaula, we want you to be in your safe place. All along US 431 to Wylani, we want you to be in your safe places. Along County Road 97, US 82 up to Lugo, all this area. Thank you, Director. That's really nice pointing out those highway numbers there. My eyes are getting really tired late tonight, but the couplet is now getting ready to cross over Alabama 30 there between White Oak and Osco. You can see it. There's our bucket of spilled paint right there. Got a nice circle around it so you can find it easily. It's pushing to the northeast quickly. 55 miles an hour. It's going to be up around Lugo pretty quick. And, fortunately, we're not seeing any kind of debris signature. The circulation has not intensified in any way. The statistics for the accompanying storm perhaps have weakened just a tad. Those are all kind of good signs. We'll take that. To the north, though, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Barber and Russell. I think it's going to be a while before we get that out of there. Hopefully, that activity, even though the rainfall is very heavy, the parameters are coming down fairly steadily now. And hopefully the Weather Service in Birmingham will see their way to let that warning expire a little bit early. That would be nice. But right now it's there. It's the best course is to remain vigilant and to keep a close eye on it. So everything Birmingham's got going is kind of wrapped up right here in Barber and Russell, and we're keeping a real close eye on what's going on, and keeping a close finger on the trigger in case a TDS forms in that area. Continue to get reports out of Lee County, reports of power lines, trees down on Farmville Road in Auburn. So the Auburn area did have a good bit of wind tonight as that line of thunderstorms moved through. Severe thunderstorm warnings were in effect for Lee County well in advance of those storms. But you see what we're looking at down around Elba and Ozark, Coffee and Dale counties. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings from the National Weather Service. In Tallahassee, that warning has about 2 minutes left on it, so it'll disappear here very shortly. Of course, it includes the Elba, New Brockton, and Enterprise areas along US 84 over to Daleville, US 231 from Ayrton down to Ozark and Midland City. So the reflectivity not looking terribly impressive from the Fort Rucker radar. And hopefully those warnings are going to expire here shortly. I haven't looked at the Weather Service in Tallahassee to see what they're saying. I'll have to search down. Let's see. Anything new from Tallahassee? 12? No, nothing really new. They talked about a new tornado watch may be needed further east later this morning. Storm Prediction Center putting about an 80% chance of that happening. So looks like from north central, south central, southwestern Georgia into the Tallahassee area may get another tornado watch. But here's our tornado warning. You see it on the screen right now. The most dangerous part of that storm is in the process of crossing over Alabama 30 right now. There, you kind of see that. You got a little bit of a rear flank downdraft, a little bit of an inflow notch, bounded weak echo region there, showing your kind of a hook echo that right there on Highway 30. We've been watching it just north of Cotton Hill. Osco, you're kind of in the clear air there. That's when you get a little worried. Hopefully it'll just pass right over with nothing. But if you had a potential tornado, it will be right in that area. We do have a tornado warning in effect for Barber County. It's going to continue until 1:30 this morning. Right now, it's just a base tornado warning. Radar indicated. Great job, Weather Service Birmingham. Keeping a very close eye on the evolution of the storm. And you see it right there. You see that couplet pushing to the east quickly. Lugo, you're up next. There along US 82. And then communities like Hawkinsville and Howe will be up next as it gets ready to approach US 431. It's just staying well to the north of Eufaula. That's great news for that community. Great news that it doesn't appear to be intensifying. The mesocyclone algorithm indicates maybe it's a tad bit stronger in the last couple of scans, but no indication of a TDS, a tornado debris signature at this point. It appears to have hopped right over Alabama 30 without any debris signature. So that's good news. So I don't think any debris signature. I don't think anything. Maybe Scott Brown, I didn't see a debris signature there, did I?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. Scott Martin, you second that?
Yeah, that probably was side lobe contamination right there.
Oh, that's a James A-lot word. I'm glad you said that. That's good. Yeah, side lobe contamination.
especially how quick it was there, and then it completely went away.
Yeah, it was kind of coincident with that rotation, though, so it worried me
Right.
just a tad there. And I don't know that mesocyclone is stronger. 1.5, that hook echo stronger. The couplet stronger. I don't know. I begin to worry about this one a little bit. I don't see clear indication of a debris signature. Some hail popping up as well right there. So this thing may be intensifying. Yeah. Getting a little bit of Ville right there just as it crosses over Alabama 30. So hail's increasing. The lightning output actually coming down. So I don't know. Conflicting signals. It's hard to say. Certainly
Worth watching. Not hearing anything.
Worth watching. Not hearing anything out of the weather service in Birmingham, are we, Scott Martin?
Looks like everything is pretty quiet on here. The latest that they have said on it, based on current trajectory, the Barber circulation should exit just north of the 431-165 split north of Eufaula.
Okay.
And
agree with that.
If you ask my opinion now, there is an inlet notch right there where the circulation is, just to the northwest of Eufaula. But I'm still not seeing any drop in the CC value. So this is still up in the air.
Scott Brown, any different take on that? Anything to add?
No, I agree. Let me know if my audio is working right. I think my AirPods finally gave out.
Well, after 12 hours, they deserve a break today. But they a little choppy, but sounded fine there. So,
but yeah,
sounded okay.
Pretty much agree. I mean, gotta watch for it to strengthen in there as it goes slightly north of Eufaula, headed towards the Georgia area.
Let's just sweep it on out of here. A lot of precipitation to the north of it. Very heavy rain from the Clayton area all across Barber County. It's pouring now across the county line into Barber County along US 431. Not a fit night for man nor beast anywhere there from Eufaula all the way up to Phoenix City. Very, very heavy rain falling all through there. It's going to begin to rain heavily in the Eufaula area very shortly. Strong couplet passing just to the northwest of Eufaula. It's going to cross the US 431 area there, right at the 165 split, and pass just to the west of the Eufaula airport. They've got southerly winds at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 31. They're clearly in the inflow. The winds now 20 gusting to 31. Yep, 70 over 66. And that's indication of very strong inflow into the storm. So it's nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. The en-route values through there are higher. They're in the 1.72 range now. We've seen a lot of 1.4s, 1.5s out of the storm. So it continues to slowly kind of ramp up. It's now in the process of crossing US 82.
And it said it's starting to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I'm afraid they're right. I think Hunter's really been on top of the storm. He's had an eye for it. He's had a warning out for a long time, and I fully expect any moment to hear you yell TDS, Scott Martin. So
yeah, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on the chat.
Yeah, I'm worried about that. So. We want our friends in northeastern Barber County to be taking this very seriously. It's the only tornado warning in the country. And we're going to pass it off to Stewart County, Georgia here very shortly. But until we do, we're going to hold our breath until we get it over US 431 and over the Chattahoochee River. I guess that's the Chattahoochee River, right? Into Georgia. And kind of call that a night. Right now we've got still that's severe thunderstorm warning for Coffee and Dale go till 2 a.m. Am I nuts?
Let's see, Coffee and Dale.
It's till 2 a.m. That was a 90-minute tornado warning. I mean, severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it says here it expires in 53 minutes. So, yeah, 2 o'clock.
Really?
Yep.
A 90-minute tornado. I mean, severe thunderstorm. Okay. Y'all ready?
Yeah, that's strange. Considering that most warnings are 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
so
that one was going to blink off the radar here at 1 o'clock, but nope. So, counties in Magenta still in a tornado watch till 4 a.m. The Coffee and Dale will be in a severe thunderstorm warning until about then.
After I fall asleep, that's how long they're going to be warning.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, but they still do have some heavy weather coming into Coffee County right now from Covington and Crenshaw for sure. Not severe. Certainly some heavy rain, some lightning, but so I don't know. I would think the Weather Service in Tallahassee, I guess that's their only warning they've got out there right now. So I guess they're proud of it and they'll keep it for a while. But there's our very heavy rain and potential tornado there. The rotation is just to the northwest of the Eufaula Airport at this point. No indication of a debris signature. Continues to move off to the northeast at about 65 miles an hour. So it's moving pretty quickly. That's going to put it into western Stewart County, Georgia very soon. Should cross the county line here by about 1:15, 1:20, and we'll have it out of Alabama. So hopefully that may be the last one right there. I just don't have too much concern for Coffee and Dale right now, even though it may be some sort of, enhancement that's, caused this activity to intensify as it kind of moves over those counties. Because they're in, certainly in Barber County, that's enhanced activity up there for sure. But, don't see the same thing happening right now in Coffee and Dale. Even though that's some really heavy rain moving out of Southern Pike and Crenshaw and Covington. Wow. Okay. Well, we've got just how much more time on our warning? Warning's got about
20 minutes.
20 minutes left to go. Hunter Robinson saying that he's watching a second hook echo back near Baker Hill. Yeah, I guess I could kind of see that. So that would probably put that on more of a course toward Eufaula. So we'll have to watch that pretty closely. He's talking about if that clips Russell. You think that'll be a problem, Scott Martin?
I'm not sure. It would be the smallest Dorito chip tornado warning that we'll probably ever see if they issue a tornado warning for the corner of the county.
You're making me hungry now. I'll be talking about Doritos. So, anyway, strong thunderstorms continue there. Barber County got a tornado warning. It continues. Heavy rain is now southeast of Batesville. The heaviest rain is south of Glenville. It's north of Eufaula, north of the airport, along that stretch right there, along US 82. Very, very heavy rain. Folks over Peachtree City just issued a tornado warning for Stewart County in anticipation of this. Mesocyclone fluctuating there between very upper end of a low end intensity into the very low end of a moderate intensity. So, but the Weather Service in Peachtree City taking no chances and going ahead and posting a tornado warning.
Yes, they issued the tornado warning for Russell.
They did.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to see the size of this polygon.
Yeah, it's a very small area. That is a very tiny tornado warning, but a smart tornado warning too.
Yes, yeah.
If you're in that little piece of the county, just because it's small doesn't mean you don't deserve to be warned. And that area along 165 south of Jernigan, that's where you want to be paying attention. Not very many communities in the Pathcast, only Twin Springs there. This tornado is over Lake Point Resort State Park, 9 miles north of Eufaula. It's moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. The warning continues till 1:45, another 30 minutes. And we'll track it and watch it as it goes through there. That couplet's still decently strong. It really it does continue to just fluctuate. Hovering right there around a mesocyclone strength of 1.5. It's in the lowest tilt, so we know, that it could produce a tornado at any time. And put it in motion, kind of track what it's doing. It's going to come very close to that southeastern corner. That very southeastern corner of Russell for sure. So I don't think it's a big threat. Only covers a teeny tiny part of the county for sure. But and it's over, pretty much farm area down there. But you can see, on the inroad, it's, it's there. It's jogging off to the northeast pretty quickly. It is quickly approaching the extreme northeastern corner of Barber County, and it's coming really close to that. Coming very close to that very far southeastern corner of Russell. Going to be well to the south of Jernigan, near and just west of the community of Florence, on the Georgia side. So that's our 2 tornado warnings now. 1 tornado warning has become 2. 3 if you count the Stewart and Chattahoochee County tornado warning that the Weather Service in Peachtree City's got going now. But it's all for this same couplet right here. Now we had a second hook that Hunter was a little worried about back on the backside near Baker Hill. And yeah, you can kind of see that. That's, it's progressing on off to the kind of the east-northeast, but, we're now tripping a low-end mesocyclone there also, just to the north of Alabama 131. It's going to be approaching US 431 south of Eufaula. I think this couplet probably, if we put it in motion, kind of extrapolate, what it's doing. We're still kind of early in its evolution, but I think it goes south of Eufaula. Scott Brown, what do you think? Does this one pass to the south while the first one passed to the north? Does Eufaula get to thread the needle here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be really close. I mean, I could see that going right over Eufaula or going just south of it. Um, I think regardless, it's too close to call. So I think Eufaula should probably still be prepared to go back to their safe place if they're not already there, just in case this does decide to do anything right before it exits into Georgia.
Okay. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. So if you were thinking about going back to bed and you follow, or if your husband already went to bed, wake him back up, tell him it's not over yet. He'll really appreciate you for it. I can promise you. But you know, this is the exercise we go through to remain safe in Alabama. That first rotation passing to the north, you see it clearly there. It's moving on off into the very far southeastern corner of Russell. It may not even make it into Russell County. It's going to be really close, but it's right there close to the juncture for sure. And this second area of rotation, it kind of spun up briefly there. It's kind of stretched back out again, and does not look as serious to me. Keeping a really close eye on that correlation coefficient, it doesn't seem to be showing anything. Looks to me like it's a little more stretched out. Scott Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, it's looking stretched out. Yeah, I think the tornadic threat with this storm is pretty much coming to an end. Yeah, Eufaula looks. I mean, we have a good little rotation there, Eufaula, but not. I wouldn't say it was too impressive. And then that one up in the northern part, it's just moved into Florence, Georgia. So we don't have to worry about that one anymore.
Yeah, so I think that cell's out of the way. I think we'll be able to clear. I think we're going to be able to clear that far southeastern part of Russell County pretty quickly. That Dorito chip warning will go away pretty fast. And then our friends in Barber, I think that second circulation is far enough to the south that it does not pose a threat to Russell County. Really, it's going to move pretty quickly, I hope, across the river, perhaps into Quitman County, and then eventually into Stewart in Georgia. But it's really stretched out right now, and it looks to me like on my radar, at least on the GR depiction, the mesocyclone has disappeared now. Just a big, long, stretched out piece of vorticity there.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any rotation now with this one, but I will say that rotation up north that has moved into Georgia, there's a lightning increase with it. It looks like it may be trying to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. The lightning is definitely increasing for sure. So, but I think, can we pretty safely say it's out of Alabama now?
Oh yeah, it's out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly out of the state. No wobbling back over into Russell County. I think we're good there. But I think you're right, Scott. It really did pick up. I don't know what caused that, but pretty impressive. That's some of the best lapse rates I've seen of the night in the mid-levels there. So maybe that's it. But the mesocyclone definitely picked up. picking up to a 1.9 now.
Tornado warning for Russell County has been canceled, but yeah, we already knew that. Northern area is now in Stewart County, Georgia. So that was from Hunter Robinson. So yeah, we're through with that part of the warning.
Okay, the weather service in Tallahassee. Maybe they have the wrong time on that Coffee and Dale warning, because they've either canceled or allowed it to expire. Let's see what their final disposition was on that. They definitely canceled it for Coffee and Dale, and they have issued their new tornado watch for several counties in Georgia and the Florida Big Bend area for the remainder of the night. This tornado watch number 50 will be in effect until 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 9 a.m. Central Time. So, Scott Brown, what's your take on the Eufaula situation right now?
Yeah, so nothing, I'm not too concerned, honestly. I think any rotation has moved off to the north of Eufaula, and is very soon going to exit into Whitman County or Stewart County, Georgia. So I think we're just about okay there. I'm really not seeing any intense signs of rotation at all. So hopefully we can get it out of the state of Alabama without it deciding to strengthen up really quickly there.
Yep, I am with you there. So the big picture, kind of tonight, most of the state is now rain-free. Some showers eastern Mississippi going to move into western parts of the state, but they're not severe. All the warnings for north and central Alabama now are over with. You see the counties in magenta in the lower left-hand box. The counties in yellow in the big box are the counties that are under a tornado watch. The Alabama counties till 4 a.m. Northwest Florida counties till 4 a.m. The new counties there in southern Georgia are in effect, as well as the counties in the Florida Big Bend area till 10 a.m. Till 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We get that one tornado there in western Georgia with the accompanying southwest side of it that goes back into Barber County, Alabama, and we're just trying to get that backside rotation kind of out of there. I don't even see it anymore very much, if anything at all, on my mesocyclone detector. It's really hard for me to kind of even find it.
Yeah, they just sent an update out from National Weather Service in Birmingham saying they're just going to let it expire at 1:30.
Okay, that's 2 or 3 minutes from now. Do we think this is a point where we can call it quits for the night? Scott Martin, what's your take on the overall remainder of the threat for at least the Birmingham, Mobile County warning areas? Obviously, Huntsville's completely in the clear.
Yeah, Birmingham and Mobile, I would say, pretty much all in the clear. I mean, there's a few thunderstorms back in Pike and Russell counties, but I really don't see them ramping up. They're behind the main action, so they're working in air that's already been worked over. So I don't see them becoming severe. So I would say, I would raise my hand and say, yeah, I'm good with ending coverage as soon as this warning expires.
Scott Brown, do you second that motion?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that any of those storms back south of Troy, I don't think that there's much more they can do that hasn't already been done.
Yep. Well, we'll continue to remind our friends in Southeast Alabama. They're in the tornado watch area, especially. And I think we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that the Weather Service in Tallahassee just issued for Henry County, Alabama, over into Clay and Quitman and Randolph counties in Georgia. That goes until 3:45. But since that's in the Tallahassee warning area, we're not covering the entire state of Alabama right at this point. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up as we approach our 12-hour deadline on YouTube. Many, many special thanks to you, Scott Martin, for all the work you did yesterday and Thursday helping to set this up and being with us for the long haul today. Thanks to your family for loaning you to us and giving us your expertise and your cheerful attitude. It's always fun to work with you, Scott.
My pleasure.
And Scott Brown, you worked a full shift Friday night and then drove over here and stayed up all night monitoring the storms and got up and came over here and helped us earlier on Saturday. And I know this is what you signed up to do as a meteorologist, but this is a slog. And and you do it with calmness and panache, and we appreciate you very much.
Yeah, I've had a good time. I've enjoyed this opportunity, so thank you all for that.
Many thanks to Jen Nairmore and Jack Rudden. They did a superb job today. Jen got John Gordon involved. John is a fabulous fellow. Many thanks to our director tonight for keeping the show running. I'm sure there's been many tins of Pepsid consumed over there trying to keep this OBS running the whole time. And we were afraid to restart it, because once you restart it, you have to rebuild everything. So, but many thanks to you for keeping us on track here tonight, and great teamwork through the whole night. But for the entire crew here at Alabama WX, I'm meteorologist Bill Murray, and I'm going to go ahead and sign us off as we approach the 1:30 hour here, reminding you, as I always tell you, to keep your eye to the sky because you'll always have something amazing to look at. Good night and God bless.